What's going on, everybody? Today's episode, you know her on Instagram with some of the latest and greatest cigar reels. She's big into transitions. You know her as Rojo Corojo. Coming up next on The Burn.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to another episode of The Burn Down. Today's guest, you all know her on Instagram. She has some of the sickest reels out there, some of the best transitions I've ever seen. That's no other than Hannah, a.k.a. Rojo Corojo. What's going on?
What's up, guys? Thank you for having me.
Well, thank you for joining the show. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule, out of making those transitions and those insane reels with all the smoke transitions. And
I love it.
Appreciate you taking the time to sit with us here on The Burn
I do
Down.
what I can. It's not much, but I do it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I respect
Someone's
it.
got to.
I respect it because I feel like you put as much effort into the reels as we do, and I don't really see that with too many other people. So, you know, that's why we wanted to have you on here. We gotta go back and forth, the trials and tribulations of Instagram.
Game recognizes game, you know what I'm saying?
That's true. That is true. So, before we get into the conversation here, what kind of cigar do we have? I'm thinking what you have.
I have none other than the blueprint.
Let's
go.
Give it up.
Let's go. That's my girl.
You know, doing my part.
That's sick.
So we're all smoking the blueprints. So
Obviously.
For those of you that have been living under a rock for the last month and a half, the blueprint is our cigar. We just released it. You can head over to the website, burndownpodcast.com, to get yourself the blueprint. So we are going to be smoking this,
Bang, bang.
and we're actually drinking some Simi Cab Sav that I had left over from last night. We opened up the bottle and drank maybe half a glass, and then...
Are you drinking anything? You have anything to drink?
I saw the
Drinking
LaCroix.
LaCroix right now.
LaCroix.
LaCroix. I feel like there's a lot of different ways how people can say that name. So.
I just know it from Wolf of
stay
Wall
hydrated.
Street, where the guy says it's not LaCroix, it's LaCroix.
They say it in Wolf of Wall Street?
He says something in Wolf of Wall Street. Anyway.
I don't know how to say it. I say LaCroix, LaCrush, whatever you
I
want
say
to call it.
LaCroix. I feel like there's only a lot of, like, variation in how people said it, like, right when it came out. I feel like people know. LaCroix now.
I hope they know.
Do we know the proper way to say it, or just the way that we say it?
No, just the way we say it. That's the only thing that matters.
What is it, CROIX or CR?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Confirm.
So as we get our cigars lit up, let's start with the first question here. You know, who is Hannah? Who is Rojo Corojo? Let's hear her story. Where is she from? How'd you start Instagram? Let's get a little biography on you.
Yeah. So I currently live in Idaho, Boise area, but I was born and raised in Portland, Oregon. We moved here probably about a little over a year ago. My husband, Jeff, which you guys I think are familiar.
Cigar rapper.
Cigar rapper.
Yeah.
He is the GM of a cigar bar here in Idaho, and so that's kind of what brought us to the Idaho area. But Portland was just kind of getting a little bit out of hand. So you know what? We should probably skedaddle out of here.
A lot of creepy things going on
There were some pretty interesting decisions that were made over in Portland, Oregon that were probably led to a lot of people fleeing.
Yeah. So was it hard moving from your home state?
I mean, there are things that were hard and things that were easy. You know, it's difficult being away from friends and family and just home, just
for sure.
Somewhere you're familiar with. I do love living here though. Like it's kind of just the change we needed. So
what made you pick Boise, Idaho out of all of the places to move to?
Yeah. So Jeff had actually lived here 6 years previously and loved it. And then the Vault was looking for a GM, and so they kind of were able to get connected, and they offered him a job. And so I was like, okay, well, this is kind of where we're gonna go. I mean, it was somewhere that was outside of Portland, wasn't too far away. I mean, like, it's only an hour flight, 6-hour drive, like so.
Yeah, it's not like you're going from like New York, California.
So it was just everything kind of fell into place very effortlessly for us here. And so we're just like, I think this is where we need to be.
Beautiful. And how's a cigar scene in Idaho? How's that look like?
Big cigar scene.
Yeah.
I mean, Idaho is fairly conservative, and so there's a lot of cigar smokers here. And it's growing. I mean, obviously, Idaho and the Boise area is growing a ton. So they have the vault in Meridian, and they're opening their second location in a neighboring town. So things are moving up. We're doing big things, making moves.
Boise, Idaho is really beautiful. I remember I never been there, but I had some friends that I went to college with that played football in Boise, and then they transferred to college over by me in Long Island. But they were known from being Boise, Idaho. And I remember one of my buddies going there, and he had some crazy pictures of like all the different spots they would go to, like all the different mountain ranges and all the little nature stuff. And I'm like, man,
it's Midwest country, man.
Yeah,
It's God's country out there, man.
I'm like, Boise, Idaho doesn't look so bad from like a nature perspective. I never heard of really anything from Boise or anything in Idaho besides potatoes.
Potatoes.
More than just potatoes. I mean, it's tough because I come from Oregon, and so Oregon is gorgeous too. It's just a little bit different. I would say like it's just a little bit more bigger sky here than it is in Portland, right in the valley. But yeah, it is beautiful. And even Jeff and I are still exploring different parts of the state. So
now, did Jeff get you into cigars since he had a previous cigar like occupation, or how did that whole thing transpire?
No, he didn't. So that is something people ask. It's like, I bet you're only in cigars because your husband.
I knew you were waiting for that question.
Well, I mean, it's a valid question, right? I mean, you don't see too many couples that are both seriously into cigars. You usually have one that more so is the lover, and the other one kind of occasionally dabbles. But the both of you guys are completely.
We're neck deep.
Yeah.
I will say, I think the fact that Jeff is so involved in the cigar industry, I don't know if I would be this deep into the cigar industry if we were not married, but I fell in love with cigars before we were ever a thing. So,
and what is it that you like about cigars? What's the attraction there?
I love that cigars give everybody an opportunity to just slow down and just enjoy, and
that's
whether
what
it's
Matthew McConaughey said, right? It gives them a chance to slow the clock down.
Yeah. I think people are so just go all the time and don't just, sit down and slow down and enjoy the moment and just be able to enjoy something. And being able to do that with people from all walks of life, I think cigars kind of bring very unlikely people together, and I really, really enjoy that.
Absolutely.
I mean, well, that's exactly what we're all about here on the Burnout Podcast. I mean,
no doubt.
We preach it all the time. Is you bring people from all walks of life. I mean, think about it, right? You're from Oregon, living in Idaho, and we're in New York. So you're from Oregon, we're from New York, complete opposite sides of the country, and we're getting together on our podcast because of one thing, that we enjoy cigars, right? Like, we wouldn't have found you if you didn't like cigars. You wouldn't have found us if we didn't like cigars. So it brings people together from all different walks of life. That's
especially the Blueprint cigar.
I mean, I'm
quick plug.
Speaking of good cigars.
But it's for sure. I mean, I always say, like I say it all the time, but you said it yourself, all different walks of life. And I always say presidential debates should be held in a cigar lounge, because you don't really see the drama and tension in cigar lounge. So part of me is like, don't ever bring politics into cigar lounge. But I'm like, you know what? It also may be interesting to see this guy, and they just kind of sit in a cigar and they just go back and forth without any like mumbo jumbo. They might be a little more relaxed, but that's always my philosophy.
Yeah.
So let's go into Rojo Corojo, your Instagram, right?
Rojo Corojo.
So for people that might have guessed it already, the reason why she's called Rojo Corojo, I'm assuming, is the red hair. Corojo.
Yeah, it's a play
on words.
On the red hair, yeah.
So is Corojo your favorite, or just because it rhymes with Rojo?
So I I would say it's a definite. Yeah, I would confidently say it's a favorite. The thing is how kind of Rojo Corojo kind of was born was, let's see, because I started my account in, I think, September, so it hasn't quite been a year.
Oh wow, you're that new?
So that's
Yeah.
really.
Oh, wow.
Hold on, let me take a look here. Let me take a look
That's
here.
crazy. I didn't realize it was that new.
Yo, you started in September, and
I think September.
You know
you're
what?
already 20. She's over 26K already.
You know what? It took me 3 years to hit 20,000. It only took you 9 months. I'm so jealous.
So you're killing it. You are killing it. And almost. So it's about a year. Almost a year.
Yeah, Instagram definitely has its ups and downs, and I think even in that short time, the account has like changed a lot. Because Instagram has changed, social media has changed. So when I first started, I was basically primarily only doing static photos. And I was really hesitant to get into the Reels game. I was really hesitant.
We feel you, girl. We feel you.
It takes so much more creative energy. You're so much more exposed. You're like, you're just putting more of yourself out there, which is kind of terrifying. And there's trolls obviously too, so you just kind of have to deal with that as they come. But it's been quite a wild ride. But basically, how it kind of came to be is my husband and I were sitting on our back porch smoking a cigar, and he had an Instagram account that he has had for a few years, and somehow I got through this rabbit hole through his account and all the different cigar accounts, and I kind of stumbled upon a few female accounts, and I look at him and I'm like, I could do this, and he's like, yeah, if you want to, and I was like, okay. And so the next day I was like kind of brainstorming different names of like what my handle would be, and I just started like writing down all these different options, and Rojo Corojo seemed the obvious winner. So
it's a very clever name.
It is.
It's a great name. I really give you a lot of kudos to it because it's not easy to find a good name that sticks out. And I honestly think I remember starting to follow you, and I was like, Rojo Corojo. That's a really clever name. I said, yeah, sure, I'll follow her. It's clever. I don't really like to follow too many people, but
and it's easy to remember too, because you get a lot of names out there that have such and such dot this underscore slash, and it's just it's very difficult to remember. Like when we were coming up with names, I remember I had Dapper dot cigar or something like that, right? And I had and you had
no, you were Dapper Cigar. Then Dapper Cigars came out, and you said before they even start busting my chops, let me make it to the Dapper.
And
Cigar.
and I remember having a dot in there, maybe, and I removed it, and then we were just coming up with. I said it's got to be something clean. I don't want any dots in there.
Yeah.
I don't want. It's got to be something clean.
Yep.
That you can remember, right? And if somebody searches it, because if you don't have the dot in there, you're kind of screwed, right? So for us, for you, even though you have an underscore at the end, if you type in Brother Cigar, you pop up immediately. So when you have Rojo Corojo, very easy to remember. There's no dots, there's no spaces, no underscores. It's just as soon as you type in Rojo, it's going to come up.
Now, and where do you get the creativity from making those videos? Because it's people see the end result, but it's a lot to go into it.
Talk us through the process of what it goes from beginning, from idea to filming to posting.
I think people kind of underestimate how much time and creative energy does go into content. I mean, whatever kind of content it is, especially if you want to make good content. I think even the voiceovers, I don't just do that once or twice. If I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do 50 takes to make sure
100%.
it's on point.
Because you got to have the sync perfect, right? There's no, even if he's a little breath or a cough or a stutter, you got to have it perfect.
I mean, does it irk you when you see people and they're like, hey, yeah, how you doing?
It drives us
yeah.
nuts.
Why are you posting that?
I can appreciate people who put a lot of, time and pride into their content and want to make good content. Because anybody can make content. Anybody can put anything out there, but it takes effort and creative energy to create good content. And so I think when I kind of made that transition to doing reels, I was like, okay, I want to try to make content that nobody else in the cigar niche is making. And there really wasn't a lot of like transitions, you know, and honestly, that was the content that I was most interested in making. I'm like, this is something that is also going to give me joy because these are fun to create. And it's kind of like, I don't know, you're just kind of always chasing that next satisfactory reel. I mean, Instagram doesn't always like what your favorite reels are.
Yeah.
Oh, believe me, we know.
Sometimes it's for you. Yeah.
The ones
I know,
that you spend hours, or I wouldn't say hours because, you know, that's a over exaggeration, but the ones that you spend, you know, a half hour, 20 minutes, a half hour of straight, like,
take something up to
well, I would say, okay, you spend hours because if you're filming it and then you're writing the caption and you're creating the thumbnail, so you spend a lot of time, you're adding in, especially if you have a lot of words, you're adding in all these things. So you spend an hour, 2 hour, 3 hours on one reel and you go, oh, this is fire. And then you drop it and you get maybe, 5,000 views? And you're like, what the fuck?
Well, still
man?
a lot. But
I mean, but it's okay. It's
you want that K next to it. You want that K next to it.
But it's respect. It's what do they call it?
Respectable?
No, it's what's the word?
Like
honest
cred or something?
Yeah.
No, I can't think of the word. But it's
what are you trying to say here?
Where it's not like it's the same. Okay, if you get 5,000 views, but you have 100,000 followers, right? Versus that may be a lot to some
your
people.
engagement.
Yeah, your engagement. That may be a lot to
someone who has 1,000 followers and 5,000 views.
Yeah, I can't think of the word. It's beside me right now. But you're right. So we say, okay, 5,000 is not enough, but you know the account's got 20, 30, 40,000 followers, whereas somebody who's got 1,000 followers, they get 5,000 views. That's a lot. So it's all in
it's all relative.
Relative.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's all relative. I got
Thank
you, son. I
Thank
got you.
bud. So it's relative, right? So when you spend all the time working on these things and you don't get as many views as you want or you think, it's kind of disheartening. But then you'll spend 10 seconds or 30 seconds on a view on a reel that you don't have to say anything. You just post it out. It's a funny sound. Bang! It goes viral. You're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I remember talking to you a few weeks ago, and you're like, "Hey, are you seeing like some changes and like demonetization or like less views?" And I'm like, yeah, like it happens all the time. Like there's months where Instagram loves me, like, sure, we'll pay you for your videos, no problem. And then there's some like, nah, not this month. You're not even gonna get this many views. We're not even gonna put it out there. And I'm like,
yeah. So have you gotten the bonus, the Reels bonus yet?
Yes. So I did. I've actually recently, I've just decided to not monetize on my videos because, like, to me, I would really only be making a substantial amount of money if I was getting millions of views per month.
Yeah, you get a couple $100 maybe.
Right. Yeah. And so like right now it's kind of like, so you have the community guidelines and then you have the monetization guidelines. And so like Instagram already doesn't really like tobacco very much. And so the monetization guidelines are so much more sensitive than the community guidelines. So I just feel like a bunch of my videos were getting flagged. And once it gets flagged, Instagram does not push that video. So like the video would do awful after it would get flagged. And you honestly, you can't even anticipate if they're going to flag you or not. And I'm like, you know what? Like, I would rather just not make the dollar that I would make on that video and have it do well and grow my brand and try to grow my page by the video doing well, as opposed to like taking that risk and getting the dollar and then giving it's flag.
And it's ass backwards too, because you don't monetize and then the video goes viral and you're like, son of a bitch, I could have monetized. But then you do monetize it and that same video doesn't go viral because they flag you and they go, but if you didn't flag me over here, then why are you flagging me over there? It's the same video. I didn't change anything. I just clicked a button to say monetize.
You literally cannot anticipate what they're going to flag, like what kind of violations you're going to get, which is just so frustrating. And
you can't appeal it either. Like even it doesn't go anywhere. It goes into a black hole.
Yeah.
I just spent all this time and energy into this reel and now like, you know, get shat on and that's it.
Yeah, we kind of stopped doing the same thing too because we would run into that. And again, I think the most I ever made was maybe like $300 when I had a really good month. But again, if you're not doing, and even so, they'd say, okay, you have to get in this month 1 million views total, and we're only going to pay you $1,200. And I go, okay, so if one of your things goes viral, you might get 1 million. But then the next month, let's say you get it, they bump it up and they say you got to go 4 million and you'll get the same amount. I go, that doesn't make any sense.
No.
It should be the number of views. So we just we both said, yeah, the fuck it. We're not gonna. I'm just gonna put shit out.
Just post it.
And if it goes viral, it goes viral. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Right. I like doing it. People like seeing it. So,
what do you think you find the most engagement with? Like, what type of videos that you think most people are intrigued on watching you?
I think probably the videos of mine that do the best are the lip syncing ones. Those aren't my favorite, reels to make, but I think because they do well, I continue to make them. Which is kind of just the beast of Instagram sometimes. You have to kind of mix in content that gives you joy, and then you also kind of have to feed the beast a little bit.
Yeah, of course.
It's a give and take kind of.
Yeah. It's all about relatability. The real reason. Listen, if we didn't have a podcast and we didn't, have our own cigar and stuff. I don't think I'd be on Instagram. If I did have Instagram, I would not be on it as much as I am.
Oh no, it wouldn't. I wouldn't be posting. I'll put it this way: I would not be posting. I would just be kind of maybe scrolling or whatever, looking. That's how you watch some of the highlights on Sports Center and stuff.
I like making people relatable stuff because I like when people are like, "Oh yeah, man, this is me," or it's the best when people can relate to what you're trying to put out. So that's I think the stuff that does best is the stuff that people can relate to, and then you have some of the funny stuff and some of the cool swab stuff where you're kind of just smoking a cigar, drinking.
It's really
like you said, sprinkle.
Kind of. So I want to ask if you do the same thing. So what we typically do when we're going through making reels is we go onto the reel page and we're scrolling through and we try to find stuff that first off is viral or is trending, right? You can see the little arrow in the bottom left.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure the audio is trending. And then 2, if we say, okay, it's trending, is there anything we can really do with this? Some of them you can't really do much with it. Some of them you can. So what happens is sometimes the audio, it's a trending audio, but there's really no lip sync. It's just kind of a song. So you're like, all right, we might just do this swab, blow the smoke out, put the song behind it, and you're done. Some of them you have lip sync and you have to really do it. But do you kind of find the process very similar? Do you do the same thing? You kind of look for trending audios?
For sure. I think any content creator is going to scroll through, the reels or the reels tab to get inspo. I think everybody does that. And I think especially for the trending audio, it's okay, if I see an audio that's trending, I'm like, can I relate this to my niche? If I can, then I'll save it and I'll have this mental audio bank to think of ideas and stuff. But yeah, I think it's kind of similar for everybody that's in that boat. You kind of have to scroll through and be like, is this usable for me or no?
So some of the long ones, do you write a script for? You'll write it on a piece of paper and post it? Because I definitely have done that plenty of times where it's a long reel. I'm like, Justin has the brain capacity to watch the reel once and memorize it. Where me, I'm like, all right, I do it 30 times. And I'm like, can't. Let's just write it on a piece of paper.
I'll have the thing filmed and for instance, if this is the paper, I'll have the paper here and I'll be filming it like this so that he can read the paper while basically looking at the camera, or I'll put it right below the camera. Yeah. But you got to do what you got to do, right?
It's hard.
Really,
do it for the gram.
Whatever works. I just memorize it. I've never written it down. I think for me, the process takes long anyways. So I'm just so yeah, I just usually memorize it.
Yeah. If you listen to it over and over and over and over again, or what Marshawn Lynch says, and over and over and over again, it kind of sticks. But to get the little, idiosyncrasies, the little coughs or the breaths, that it takes. It's not a first try. I also
think we have limited time together, so it's I'm trying to maximize our time. So I don't want to memorize a 1 minute reel with a whole script. I'm let me just write it down and just read off of it. It'd take me 30 seconds. But anyways,
so
that's the secret.
So let me ask you this. Okay, so we've been talking about Rojo Corojo, the Instagram page you have, based off of cigars. So let's go back. How did you get into cigars? Do you remember your first cigar? Do you remember talk about that. Take us before the page, before anything.
Yeah.
How did you get into cigars? You said you were into cigars before you met your husband.
The real passion.
Yes.
So what happened there?
Yes. So we had some really close family friends that were big cigar smokers, and I actually ended up like living with them for a time after I graduated from college. And I kind of just got to the point where I was curious enough to want to try some of the cigars, and kind of after that, it was just kind of like it was a slow progression. But like once I really got into it, I was into it, you know. And I don't remember the first cigar that I tried per se, but the first cigar that I purchased like at a cigar shop was my father Flor de las Antillas.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
That's a Justin classic.
That is a Justin go-to. That's a staple in my humidor.
Yes. So that was definitely like, I specifically remember that was the first like big girl cigar I purchased on my own. Like no one
big girl
like,
cigar.
No one like gave it to me. It wasn't like a flavored cigar. I mean, you know, no,
you can say it. You can say it.
Flavored cigars, but
you can say it. Flavored cigars are not.
They don't fall in our boat.
They're not my thing. They're not my thing.
Don't worry. You don't have to.
There's a time and place for flavored cigars, and Eric brings up a point about this: is that flavored cigars are great for people that are. It's like an entry point into the cigar world, where you know you can try it, and you're pretty much gonna like it because it's just sugar or it's just flavored, and then you can branch out and get into the other ones. But we're not.
It's a gateway cigar.
Yes,
I was just gonna say it's a gateway cigar, just like when you want to do some cocaine, you do some weed first to get you in that gateway drug.
Whoa. Listen, she moved out of Portland, Oregon for a reason, okay? We're not
gateway drugs is some heroin.
Okay.
But yeah, gateway cigars is the right way to take it. Because people are like, should I be embarrassed that I smoke flavored cigars? And I'm like, no, you like what you like. Like,
Listen,
why are you embarrassed?
Smoke whatever you want to smoke, okay? Don't let anybody tell you. Don't let us tell you. Don't let Rojo Corojo tell you. You smoke whatever the hell your heart desires, okay?
Absolutely.
Right. That's what cigars are all about.
Absolutely. I mean, that's how we come together. So, now, what are some of your... I know this is an age-old question everyone asks. Everyone asks us this. I don't really have an answer. But what are some of your favorite cigars that you do like to smoke? That you particularly look out?
Besides the blueprint.
Yeah, besides the blueprint, you know, because it's not readily available for me everywhere.
Yet.
I think...
Can you get them in Idaho? We ship them to Idaho, don't we?
Yeah, for sure.
Why
Okay.
not?
Well, I know there's some states that don't allow shipment.
I think that's Utah. They don't allow outside
Yeah.
alcohol and tobacco.
So you can get them online, but they're not available in your local shop.
Right. Like, yeah. I mean, we obviously don't carry them in our brick and mortar, but I'm very, I do like bigger brands, but there's a lot of really good cigars out there. And, I really love finding boutique brands, and I mean, because a lot of the brands that we have, even in our humidor, we have a lot of boutique brands that have phenomenal blends, and so it really just kind of depends. Like, you know, I really love like the Foundation Tabernacle Havana Seed. I love the CG4 from Lugione. I love the White Series from Cavalier. And there's a ton from like CLE and Aroa that I really love. The Aroa Classic is probably one of my favorite go-to cigars. I say it's my favorite anytime cigar.
There you go.
People always ask me that. They're like, what's your favorite cigar? And I'm like, well, it depends what time of day it is and what cigar in the possession it is and what mood I'm in. And
it's a very loaded question.
Environment I'm in. I mean,
it's such a tough question to answer too, because everybody says, what's your favorite cigar all time? And I go, dude, that's like asking what's your favorite kid, or like, it's such a difficult question to answer because there's so many variables, right?
Well, when you have your own cigar, it's easy to say, here, this is my favorite cigar.
Yeah, but it's funny too because they always ask what's the best cigar you've ever had. And I'm like, listen, or they say what can you recommend best cigar? And I go, listen, I'm not naive enough, or I'm not going to say Blueprint's the best cigar you're ever going to have in your life because it's subjective. We love it, right? But you may not like it.
It is very good. I will give you that.
Well, thank you very much. We spent 2 years making it, so it better be good.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you.
But you know, some people don't like Padrones because they're too peppery. Does that mean that Padrone's a bad cigar? No, not at all, right? Some people don't like Cabernet because they don't like red wine. Does that mean all red wine's bad? No, it just doesn't fit you. So it's very hard to say when people ask, what's the best cigar that you've ever, or that you recommend? I go, well, shit. Right. Is it morning? Is it night? Are you drinking coffee? Are you drinking beer? Are you drinking wine? It's so hard. So, but those are some good brands because we've actually not heard many of those brands when we ask that question.
No, for sure. I mean, I like Aroa. Aroa, I think Aroa is really good. I don't smoke enough of them, but I like them a lot.
You know, there's a fun fact about Aroa cigars. So there's a fun fact about Aroa. On every label, they have the words Salud, Amor, Pesetas, which was Christian Aroa's cheers, which is health, love, and money. And that was his like toast to a good life, health, love, and money. And they put it on every label. But that's a great one. CLE or the first 20.
Yeah.
Great cigar.
And you were recently. How was the PCA? Was it PCA you went to? Right. The PCA in Las Vegas, because we had a lot of people asking us if we were going. We always obviously wanted to go, but it looked like a great time. So, how was your experience? Was that your first time going there?
It was. It was my first time going. It was a blast. It was fun to go because I'm a tobacconist. I work in the brick and mortar that my husband is a GM at. So I went with our retailer, and it was fun. Honestly, even just to see from the retailer side the hustle and all the meetings and how kind of all of that goes down and how much time and energy goes into curating a humidor in a brick and mortar. How
long does it take to curate a humidor in a lounge? I have no idea. That's why I'm asking. I never actually thought about that.
Yeah, I think some people kind of have it down to an art where they already have like really good relationships with a lot of the reps, or they have a really robust palate where they've smoked through a lot of different brands and know how to find good shit. But so I think it really depends on who you are. I think some people it's easier and some people it's a little bit harder, but
it also depends on how big your humidor is in that lounge, right?
Right.
Like, do you have 100 boxes or 1,000 boxes?
Right.
It's a lot easier to curate 100.
Right. And who's your clientele?
Right.
Like, do you have the cigar nerds, or do you have more of the, or is your lounge in a more affluent area? I mean, there's so many factors that go into it. Like, what is your clientele going to appreciate? What is your clientele going to purchase?
Yeah. Do you have a lot of guys that are just coming in off, after work, they just want a quick cigar. They're not really going to go into the boutique brands, or they're not going to go into some of the higher end cigars. Like, for instance, if you're in a market where, let's just call it, the average income is $50,000 a year, you probably don't want to have Davidoffs or Opus X's or Padrones because nobody's going to buy them. Right? Those are 25, 30, especially here in New York. They're, Davidoffs are $100, some of them. Nobody's going to buy that because they're not making enough money to buy it. But if you're in an area where there's average median's 150, okay, maybe you go for the higher end stuff.
Yeah. So that was really fun to see at PCA. Just kind of even just see so many other shops that are there, kind of doing their thing and doing the hustle. But there was an interesting situation where we were in a meeting at the Karen Berger booth, and I guess last year or in years previous, there's been a lot of uproar about influencers getting into PCA on like a media pass.
Good thing we didn't go.
Which like I wasn't there as an influencer. Like, I'm a tobacconist. I work for a retailer. I was there with a retailer, but somebody like paparazzi'd me at the Karen Berger booth and sent the pictures to the president of PCA and was like, what is she doing here? She's an influencer, like blah, blah, blah. And he's like, whoa, dude, like she works for a retailer, like cool your jets, But it was just, I was like, out of everybody, like there was a lot of people that were on Instagram that were there. It wasn't just me.
They did. Like, so that actually answers one of my questions. Police. So I was going to ask, one, did you get recognized while you were there? And two, people actually do that. They're going to take a picture of you and send it to the president and be like, she doesn't belong here. Like,
Yeah.
You're a
I don't know.
huge cigar
It was
smoker.
just,
What do you
like,
mean you don't belong
Poor
there?
form. It was poor form, I thought. I was like, okay.
Yeah. What was that? Bad form. That's Hook. That's Captain Hook.
Oh.
Bad form.
That's so odd.
One second. I'm just getting my charger.
That's so. I would never think of that. Like someone snitching on you about you being there.
Yeah. Yeah. So we just kind of laughed about it because also the president of PCA is like really good friends with the owner of the vault, the brick and mortar that we work at. So we kind of all just chuckled about it. But I did get recognized too by various people I was there, which was wild.
It's a weird feeling. It's a weird feeling.
Experience. Yeah, it was weird to people to recognize me or like ask to take a picture with me or something, which didn't happen all that often. But it was fun to like meet a bunch of people that I'd only seen or corresponded with online.
Yeah,
so
it's a weird feeling,
really
but let's be honest, it's kind of cool, isn't it?
it's a little cool.
Okay. We actually
I won't lie to you.
there was I went to Texas recently to visit my fiance's family, and one of her friends was trying to buy cigars for us or for me as like an engagement. I mean, we've been engaged for almost a year now, but we hadn't seen them because they're in Texas, whatever. So we're going to give us a little engagement gift. So they went to a cigar lounge in a small town in Texas, San Marcos, Texas. And they went into the lounge, and she's like, hey, can you send me your Instagram and just show them to the guy and be like, hey, look, this is what he smokes. So he showed the Instagram to this guy in San Marcos. And the guy in San Marcos that was part of the lounge, he goes, yo, I know those guys. I watch their podcast. I love those guys, blah, blah, blah. So my fiance told me this. I'm like, really? Like, it's kind of like, who are we? We're just guys that post stuff on Instagram. And he goes, yo, I love these guys.
Yeah.
It's weird, but it's kind of cool. Like
it's kind of, I mean, just because, I mean, the cigar industry and community is really big, but it's also really small. So you're kind of like a micro celebrity.
100%.
Yeah.
There's been a few instances. I mean, I was even in Tennessee, and that happened. I was in a cigar lounge, and the guy who worked there, I brought a couple Blueprint cigars to say, hey, hand these to the owner, and you yourself can smoke one. And he's like, all right. And he's looking, he's like, this looks familiar. And then I started showing him on Instagram, like the little promo video that we did. And then somehow he went to my Instagram, and he was already following me. And he was like, I knew I recognized that cigar. And I'm like, this is so bizarre. Like, I'm in the middle of Tennessee. The guy who works in the cigar lounge already follows me. It's so weird.
It's weird. It's weird, but it's cool. It's
a cool feeling for sure.
It's cool. It's cool, and it's kind of humbling in a way too. I don't know.
100%.
I mean, because I'm just a normal person like anybody else, just having a little side hustle.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what do we do?
The grind,
we smoke cigars and post shit online. Like,
right.
It's not like we're in the next movie that's on Netflix. We just post shit on Instagram, and people recognize you. It's a humbling feeling. It's kind of cool.
Now, do you and your husband like fight over, or like, I'm smoking that cigar tonight? No, I'm smoking that cigar. Or you guys have your own separate stash?
We have our own separate stash now.
Good.
Now, is your like profile and palette different than his? Or do you guys typically smoke the same stuff?
We do. I mean, we typically like a lot of the same stuff. He has a very advanced palate. Like, he works in a lounge. Like, that's what he does. He just smokes cigars all day. So he smokes more than me. I would say my stash is probably bigger than his is now, but I also don't smoke.
Mine's bigger than yours.
So,
but he has the whole lounge technically as his stash, right? I mean,
right. He has a lot of cigars at his fingertips, but I mean, we typically do smoke together every night.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, almost every night.
Every night, yep.
So let me ask you this.
That's pretty unique.
So, I mean, we talk about how cigars bring people together and bring people closer. Do you find that the fact that you and your husband both enjoy cigars and you smoke cigars together every night, do you feel that like brings your relationship almost closer together because you guys can enjoy this and sit back, whether you're listening to music, having a conversation, but you both enjoy something very much that is not like a typical hobby, if you will? And does it bring you guys closer together?
Oh, for sure. Especially because cigars are such a big part of Jeff's life. I think, like, even if that wasn't the reason why he married me, is because I was into cigars. I think
it helped. It definitely helped.
It definitely helps. But yeah, I think it definitely provides a platform for us to be able to share in something together. I think it's important for people to have their own hobbies and their own interests and whatever they're into, but I think it's also really special to be able to share something like that and be able to enjoy it together.
Now, do your like friends who don't smoke cigars, do they look at you like, you guys smoke cigars together? Like, that's so weird. Like, that's so odd. Like, my wife would never, my husband would never smoke a cigar. Like, what are some of the reactions you guys get from your friends? Because I'm sure it's different.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of my close friends are into cigars, so I think they kind of have a hard time. I don't know. They support us. It's not like they're like,
yeah, of course,
nothing, but they're not going to be like storing up a stash and getting into cigars themselves, probably. But
I think I would say like you're probably, if not the only person that I've heard that where my husband and I both smoke almost just as many cigars together, than anybody else, which is pretty cool because I've never actually had a conversation where they have a relationship like that. So it's very, very unique.
Yeah, it's unique. It's fun. I enjoy being able to share that common interest together. And I would say if any sort of flack that I get normally from not necessarily my friends, but just people in general, is how bad cigars are for you.
Tell them to kick
Rob. Tell them to watch a couple.
We'll send you like 4 articles that we have,
right,
of how they're not bad for you.
Right. Yeah, and I think people have a hard time kind of associating like people who are really active and cigars together. Like, I played soccer through college, and I'm very active. I still play and I run, and but people have a hard time kind of associating that. They're like, how do you do that and smoke cigars? I'm like, it doesn't affect my lungs.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
I'm not sitting there like
people people. They don't. I feel like they don't want to recognize, or they don't want to accept it, that look at all of the, not all of them, but look at some of the best athletes in the world, or best athletes ever. They all smoke. LeBron James, Michael Jordan, Arnold Schwarzenegger,
Ed Reed, Ray
Lewis, Wayne
Starks.
Gretzky, John, like all of these guys that are the top of the top of the top in their respective sport smoke cigars. Arnold Schwarzenegger, arguably the greatest body or physical of all time, smoked cigars on a day. Okay, but
boy over here.
I mean, he's German and I'm German.
That's right. I love it, Hannah. I love it.
Call me out, Hannah.
I'm down over there, Tiger.
So, but he smokes cigars. They all smoke cigars. And they go, how is it that they smoke cigars and you're going to tell me that it's bad for you? I mean, look at the data. Look at the data, man.
Well, that's it. No one actually wants to look. They just go by the popular opinion, and they don't want to do their own research and look for themselves. So they say, "Oh, this is bad. Cigars are bad." That's it.
Yeah. I think people kind of lump cigars and cigarettes and vape and all the other
100%.
Tobacco products into the same category, and which I think cheapens the beauty of cigars so much.
Yes. Preach.
We mention all the time. We've had Joshua Habersky on, who is the head of government relations for the PCA. And he told us, out of all the tobacco sales in the country, cigars equivalent to what, 0.25%?
Yeah, it was less than 0.5%. I think when we did the numbers a couple episodes ago, it was 0.25%.
It was like 0.25% of all the revenue from tobacco is from cigars. And then we did a previous episode where there was actually an article that came out a few months ago, I think in July actually, and they talked about the different types of smokers. And if you're a cigarette smoker and a cigar smoker, you're way more inclined to bad health risk. But if you're just a straight up cigar smoker, there's very little inklings or increases in your health behavior, as long as you don't inhale, obviously.
Right.
But
key factor.
The key factor. So it's like, people just gotta. People don't realize that and don't want to think about it because they think it's one cigar is a pack of cigarettes. Yeah, you inhale cigarettes. dumbass.
Right.
You don't inhale cigars.
Right, which sucks. I mean, especially in the United States, getting taxed so heavily in certain states. Like Idaho, unfortunately, is like pretty big tax state.
Is it
on
really? I was going to
tobacco.
ask you that. How
Yeah,
much
what
do
is
they
the
tax?
tax there?
40%.
Ooh, all right.
All right, well, we got you beat there.
Yeah, New York's 75.
What's New York?
75.
Woo, that's rough.
Yeah.
But I mean, 45 is high, okay? Because we did an episode about it, and I don't remember the top, but compared to states where Pennsylvania, it's 0. In Texas, I think it's a penny a cigar because they had it was something like a law where they had to put a thing on it. So they said, "All right, fuck you. Here's a penny a cigar." But compared to that, 45% is a lot.
Yeah, I would think Idaho would be lower.
Yeah, no, yeah, 40%. I mean, it just makes it difficult to move forward in the industry in some ways. I mean, it makes it difficult to take our shop online, obviously. Like, nobody is going to want to, like, purchase cigars online from our humidor if they have to pay 40% more, like 40% tax on the cigars from our website as opposed to, like, a penny or none at all from...
Yeah, $10 cigar in
So it just
Pennsylvania
makes
is
it hard.
$14 in Idaho.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially when you have, retailers that are, based in Arizona, based in Pennsylvania, where you can get 0%. Like, all right, well, I'm just going to buy there and I'll wait an extra day.
100%.
But,
Right.
So it does make it difficult. But you did say that you are branching out to another location. So there's plenty of Idahoans that need cigars.
Idahoans.
Yes.
That's a good one. I like that.
Idahoans, yeah.
Floridians.
Or I think it's Idahoans.
Idahoans. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It literally came out naturally.
I'm still learning.
What is it called?
Idahoans.
Idahoans. I like that.
Like Samoans, but Idahoans.
Idahoans.
I don't know. Idahoans just came out naturally. So
I mean, honestly, when I think of Idaho,
that's an Oregonian. That would be like Oregonian.
Oregonian.
Oh.
The Oregonian.
Okay, so let me ask you. So
Wow.
you're from Oregon. Do you say Oregon or Oregon?
Oregon.
Okay.
Oregon.
What do you say? Oregon or Oregon?
Oregon. Oregon? I don't know.
I don't really know. I haven't said it enough.
Portland, Oregon. Yeah.
Portland, Oregon. Okay.
Yeah. And I've actually thought about it. Portland, Portland, Oregon.
Oregonian, but it's Oregonians. It's not
Yeah.
Oregonians.
Oregonian.
It's not Oregonians.
No.
Maybe that's the guineas that are over there.
Yeah, I don't know.
The Oregonians.
There's probably not a lot of them over there. Where did you go to college? Where did you play soccer in college?
My freshman season, I played at Eastern Washington University. And then I transferred to like a smaller college in Portland called Concordia.
Oh, okay.
They had a really solid soccer program. So, and I had been recruited by them out of high school, and I ended up going to Eastern, and that was kind of a shit show. They were just not what I thought they were going to be. So,
Were they not? Were they
transferred back.
benching you? Were they benching you?
No, they weren't benching me. I would say the team environment was depressing.
Yeah, say less. Say
I don't know,
less.
it
I
just
got
wasn't
you.
good. It was I feel like it's kind of a buzzword now, but it was kind of like a toxic environment. It just, especially, I think some college coaches have a talent for being able to recruit not only the player but their personality to create team camaraderie and make sure that players are connecting off the field as well as on the field. And some coaches are not good at that. So I don't think that they really recruited with that in mind. And it was just and especially like the coaching style kind of coupled with that, just, created an environment that was really soul sucking.
Yeah, it wasn't a winning
There's
environment.
no rah behind it.
Right. And I think the soccer, I was expecting them to be I was expecting the soccer to be good, because they're D1, and I was like, yay. But they weren't, like the club team that I played for, like before I went to college would have creamed them, So I was like,
Isn't it funny like that? How they say? Yeah. I mean, as high schoolers, because I played basketball in college, and in high school, you get your viewpoint of college sports gets tainted by this D1 school, right? Where I remember coaching some kids after I got out of college, and I said, don't get caught up in what division it is. because there are some D3 schools that would crush some D1 schools. Okay?
Absolutely.
You know, especially in sports where, like in basketball, the biggest thing between D1 and D2 and D3 is just the size of the positions, right? Like a center in D3 might be 6'8", maybe 6'9". A center in D1 might be 7'2", right? But I feel like in soccer, you're really not going to have that much of a size difference. So it's more, you're going to have teams that are D3 that could crush D1. Like you said, your club could crush. So it's a perfect example. You said you went to a D1 school and then found out that this really wasn't, you know, you probably said D1, I'm going. And then,
I was like, well, it became very clear to me that I just was not going to be able to like reach my full potential as a player there. And so I was like, you know what? I'm just going to have to like put, I don't know, I guess my pride aside and be like, okay, like I'm okay playing with a smaller program, but like smaller. I mean, I love playing at Concordia and we kicked ass, man. We went to nationals every year, and my senior year, we won the national title. Like we cleaned up, you know? And so
that's what it's all about.
I think what you were saying is so true, especially now, you know, the youth programs are becoming so much more robust and developed that really there's a lot less difference between divisions nowadays, just because, the youth programs are so much more advanced and people are training more and harder and earlier. And so, I don't know, I just feel like there is opportunity for good soccer or good basketball or good whatever sport you play, like divisions aside, you know? And
especially with social media now, you can get recognized and you can get noticed a lot easier than, say, 25, 30 years ago, where if your professional scouts weren't really going to see anybody that was in D2 or D3. Maybe D2, but D3, they probably weren't going to see them. They were going to the D1 games and watching them. But now, with social media, I know I follow a couple guys that were D3 basketball players, and they're making a full-time living. Either it's on professionally overseas, or they have their own YouTube channel, and they're making a full-time living play. And with social media, the power is that you can get yourself noticed and recognized a lot easier than way back, 25, 30 years ago. So the D1, D2, D3 doesn't really matter anymore.
And not even 20, 25, 30 years ago. I mean, even when I was going into college, social media wasn't really a big thing, you know? I mean, there was like MySpace and Facebook, but like there was no Instagram. There was no Instagram.
Imagine if we had a MySpace cigar, a cigar MySpace. Can you imagine that? With the music, where you get to the page and the music plays in the background.
I can't even think about MySpace.
You are now listening to the Burn Down.
Takes you too far back.
Remember that? Yeah, you used to have different backgrounds and different.
Yeah, I would make music pages to have the newest song on my MySpace, so no one else had it.
Yeah, I remember that.
But
good old days.
Good old Tom. He was everybody's friend. He was always so
Tom
friendly.
from MySpace, right?
He was always friendly with everybody. But oh my goodness! So I think we're heading to the close here. We're getting at the end. So typically at the end of our interview or an episode, we like to...
Wait, we got one more question to ask.
Uh-oh.
This is the question we ask everybody.
Okay, I know you were going to ask. Ask away.
You know the question, ask. Because you can't do that before you do this. This is a question we ask everybody.
Okay. Well, almost everybody. We don't know, but we try to.
Gotta ask.
So, if there was one person, dead or alive, who you could smoke a cigar with, you like how I knew that?
I know.
I didn't even know. I just had a feeling that's what you want me to ask.
I'm telling you, man. We're on the same page here.
So, Hannah, if there was one person, dead or alive, you could smoke a cigar with, spend 2 hours of your time with, who would it be?
Oh, that's a tough question. I mean, and that's partly because, there's
a lot of people, I'm sure.
I mean, there's a lot of people, and there's also not a lot of people. Like, there's not a lot of people where it'd be like, yeah, that person, I would definitely want to.
I feel like my answer changes every time.
Yeah, well, let's put it this way. Aside from your husband, because that's a given, right? You'd want to
obvious answer.
Okay, obvious answer. So
brownie points.
Yeah, let's put that aside. Aside from that, who would it be and why? And you can take your time. You can take your time with this. You can take your time. You don't have to be like on the spot. Answer immediately. We'll edit it out. Don't worry.
Yeah, I've heard that Bono likes cigars.
Oh.
I would smoke a cigar with Bono. I'd be like, let's go to Ireland and kick it in Dublin and smoke a stogie together.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
I want to hear some stories.
Drink a pint.
Drink a pint and a stogie in Dublin.
Yeah.
Some shitty ass pub on the corner.
Yeah.
I never knew that. I didn't know Bono was into cigars. That's a first for me. Bono.
That's
All right.
okay. Good answer, Bono.
Great.
If it wasn't Bono, then maybe I would not mind smoking a cigar with like Sylvester Stallone or Michael Jordan. I mean, who wouldn't want to smoke a cigar with Michael Jordan?
Those are great answers. Absolutely. I mean, Michael Jordan's a pretty popular one. Sylvester Stallone, I would definitely want to smoke with one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He's the man.
I think Jack Nicholson would be a fun person to smoke a cigar with too.
He would
We
probably
could just
have
get them all in a room, all in the
That would
same
be a
group.
table. There you go. So you have a round table, 5 seats at the table. You, Bono, Sylvester Stallone, Michael Jordan, and Jack Nicholson. There's a table for you.
That's a personality.
That's a crew right there.
Wow.
Motley crew.
Wow.
I like that. Yeah, we had one time Ben, who's a sister in Smoke On, and she said Tupac, and I was like, wow. I said, if you could
That's
smoke,
what my husband said.
yeah,
I think that's who he's like. Because I asked my husband that one time, and he was like, either Babe Ruth or Tupac.
The Babe would be a good one too.
I got it. And so she said Tupac, and I was like, wow. She's like, yeah, I can be like picturing like being like in a lowrider, smoking a Lancero, and I'm like, she's like giving me like this really vivid image of how he would be, and I'm like, wow, all right.
It was to the point where I said, I feel like this happened. Like, did this happen? Because it was so vivid. Like, she had really thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a great table, though. Bono, Sly, MJ,
Jack,
and Jack.
and Hannah.
Wow.
So
That's the way to end it. All right. Now you can do what you
So
want.
now, as I was saying before, at the end of every episode with our guests, we like to give them the red carpet with talk about plug everything. Plug your social media, what you got going on, anything you want people to know about. The floor, the red carpet is all yours, Hannah.
Yeah. Check out Rojo Corojo. I got some really fun projects on the horizon. Can't share too much about them because, it's what a surprise is.
Legality,
Yeah. I got some really fun things in the works and still trying to, just on the grind, still trying to build my brand. And I'm not really sure. I think especially when I started Rojo Corojo, it was like, this was going to be a fun side hustle, a fun grind to be able to pour some creative energy and passion into, but I wasn't really sure where exactly I wanted it to take me. I know for sure I wanted to get my foot in the door a little bit deeper. And fun things are happening. So I'm excited to be able to share with everybody.
Well, you're doing a great job, and keep up all the good work. We respect the grind, the hustle that you put into it, so don't stop.
Thank you.
And we're looking forward to the next steps with Hannah. So we appreciate you coming on and taking the time to hang out with the Burn Down.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
So we'll send you off with our signature send-off. Cheers, chin chin, and salud.
Salute.
Thanks, Hannah.
This week on Jerseys and Heels. The visor game is on point, honey.
It is strong.
You're looking like a little Lane Kiffin today.
I would have worn my visor, but it smells.
Entertainment, fun, and a fresh new outlook on absolutely nothing.
You sounded very Canadian.
Ja, eh?
That's a nice breeze, yeah?
No, that was not Canadian.
That is Canadian, eh? That's
Dat is een Canadian, eh?
Canadian, eh? Yes, thank you.
How in the shot am I?
You're in. That sounds like a curse word. How in the shot? Oh, there's a stingray right there.
Only in the bomb are we talking about fake cuss words, and then we see stingray.
It's kind of neat.
Yeah, it's kind of neat. It's pretty neat, guys.
How in the shot am I?
Who are you guys, and why are you on my podcast? So, guys, I just thought, I like to bring some of my life in. We always have, these apparent celebrity guests. So I brought my real celebrity guests on.
Thank
They're
you.
the-
I thought
they're
you were about
the-
to offend me, to be honest.
Big facts.
They are my celebrities. You guys are my boys.
Oh,
Nice.
So like I have like
Word.
my fake boys on. No, I mean Chad's my boy, I guess. But you guys are who I call when a guy breaks up with me. True.
We'll go beat him up.
I will.
I don't know about that.
Guys don't really break up with me though. I
Ooh,
mean,
wow. There you go.
remember the last time I called you, bawled my eyes out? I don't remember what it was about. JR's my
I've never
counselor.
gotten one of those calls.
I'm counsel.
And Matt and I, we go to Alabama games. And, you know, we have this Bama deep connection history. So, anyway, guys, we have a former quarterback.
Talking about me or Sharpie?
Both of us, actually.
Really?
Wait, Pop Wonder days. Let me tell you what.
Yeah, I heard that you were an incredible
He
quarterback.
was a better running back.
I was a better running back.
How tall are you?
6'5".
This was when he was the same height as me.
Were you a 6'5" running back?
No, you weren't.
Okay, so
Turtle
Sharpie.
game strong.
So Sharpie's the ex-quarterback.
They just tackled me
Former.
with my legs.
10 years of my life.
Okay, and then JR, what about you?
What am I ex of?
Yeah, or who are you? Like, what
who
can
am
we
I?
call you? What did you say that you were? I forgot. We have the golfer here. I mean, almost pro golfer.
Soon.
Future
In terms of
pro.
Couple
Sports?
months.
Soon to be.
Yeah,
In terms of sports,
anything. How about just dad
Just-
AF?
you know,
All
like,
around
you know, like
athlete.
when you're on Rivals.com looking at new recruits coming in, and they don't know what category to put them in. They just say athlete. That's me. I cannot be contained to one position.
Oh.
Athlete.
Hey, can I just say, have you guys been to Top Golf with JR? He could win like a Top Golf competition if there was one.
You can't say that in front of Andrew. Cause
Thanks, Rags.
thanks, Rex.
Shout
No,
out to
I mean,
Rags.
there's no really form. He just hits the crap out of it to the back of the net.
But then I shank it.
His,
Makes me angry.
the clubs are definitely way too short for him, too.
Okay, guys. Oh crap, my cigar went out. And you know what? I don't even care. I'll smoke it later. Listen, on a scale from 1 to Nature Valley granola bar, how much is your life falling apart right now?
Oh my.
Well,
Well, I don't know if the camera
That's
can
a day by
really
day.
capture everything here, but
What are we judging it on?
my life is a whole piece right now.
Is it?
Yes.
Is it like a gooey granola that like is really sticks
Mine's
together?
like
Is
a
it-
Nature Valley granola bar that's like wrapped in peanut butter. Like, it cannot fall apart, even if it tried.
Oh, that's
It
good.
couldn't.
What are those other granola bars?
Chewy?
No, it's the ones that have the peanut butter candy on the bottom of
Oh,
it. That's
yeah,
like
or
the
the chocolate.
icing. Yeah, you like
I
that?
can't think of the name.
But is that how yours is right now?
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty together.
yeah,
I would
I'd
say so.
What makes your life fall apart? What are some like things that really just mess you up
When
in
the
life?
Gators lose.
Which is a lot.
My day's ruined when the Gators lose.
Really?
Yeah.
You're that guy?
I'm that guy.
No. I'm not sure we could be friends anymore.
What?
Yeah,
You were the same way about Roll Tides.
not really.
Oh, I was in such a bad mood when Clemson whooped up on us.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
It ruins my day, man.
Did anybody know that I snuck into the national championship
Really?
when
Yeah.
Trump was there? Yeah, it was the Georgia Dome. I didn't have a ticket. My whole family was there. And then all of a sudden, I decided, you know what? I'm just going to walk in. And they were like, don't do it. The freaking Secret Service is doing security. And then the dogs were there. They had AK-47s, all that.
The
Walked
dogs
past-
had AK-47?
That's a wow.
Whoa!
Strap.
Secret Service has
How
got
do I get
some
one of
things we've
them?
never
It was
seen.
gangster. And then all of a sudden, I just decided to just walk through the gates, and no one checked my ticket, and I just went in. I don't know who's listening right now. I'm probably gonna get arrested after this.
Perks
But-
of
You didn't do
being
anything
pretty.
wrong.
Perks of being pretty.
Perks of
I don't
being
think it was.
Yeah, I don't have that.
I had nothing to do with. I know you don't agree, but it had nothing to do with my looks. It literally had everything to do with my swag, because I
You
literally
finessed.
walked right past the lady. It was a
Finessed
lady,
your way in there.
huh?
You finessed your way in.
Tripping and finesse, right?
Yeah. So it wasn't pretty. It wasn't beauty. It was finesse, which is kind of
Nice.
a quarterback. You know, you could be pretty, but you gotta have finesse.
Ooh.
All right.
Would you rather be pretty or would you rather have finesse game?
Finesse,
Finesse,
game.
100%.
Wow.
Yeah.
Finesse game. It's got to be like
Ask me that
a
question.
90-10.
Ask me that question.
What's
Would
your
you-
answer?
Would you rather be pretty or have finesse?
Both.
If you had to pick a ratio, what would it be?
A ratio?
Like, I'd go like
100 to 100.
I'd go like 80-20 finesse. A little bit of looks.
Ooh, I think I
You
would-
can't just be butt ugly.
I think.
That'll get you nowhere. Black turtles.
CIA and all that are gonna come after you.
I know.
for
No, they're
sucking
not.
on
Nah,
the
she didn't do
turd.
anything wrong.
That was what 2 years? That was 2 years ago. 3
Yeah.
years ago.
Matter.
Well, how many national championships was that ago?
Oh gosh,
Yeah, that's
2.
2.
throwing up in my mouth.
Well, we
That
know
wasn't
it
a
was
boast.
because It was when Trump was
It
there.
wasn't. It was when Trump was there. Everyone half booed.
It was when we beat Georgia.
It was when we beat Georgia,
When-
and that was when Jalen came back,
I'd
or
rather-
when Tua.
That was when Tua came in. That was when
Oh.
Tua first stepped on the scene.
It was
Tua
worth it.
Tagovailoa. Say
What's
that 5
say his
times
name?
Fast.
What's
Tua Tagovailoa. Tua Tagovailoa. Tua. It's too hard.
Tua Tagovailoa.
So I just want to point out, everybody's tan and crispy, wearing their shirts, wearing their bathing suits. The visor game is on point, honey.
It is strong.
You're looking like a little Lane Kiffin today.
I would have worn
I
my
feel like-
visor, but it smells. And I just showered.
I actually feel like Lane Kiffin after he beats Tennessee. You know, what was that, a couple years ago?
Yeah. You-
Another sea turtle.
I don't know if you can bring up like a side by side image of
How cool is that?
Lane and his visor smoking a cigar just like I am.
Sure.
But we probably look the same.
You probably. You fished on a boat today. He fishes. So you guys, I should have had a picture of you fishing with your visor on a boat. That would have been cool.
That would have been cool.
Yeah, you're totally.
What an honor for Lane to be next to me.
Who has some of the swaggiest or best style or worst style in NFL college football or
Ooh,
period?
Oregon.
Like Oregon.
Oregon.
No, are you talking
The
about coaches or
Yeah,
players
coaches,
or
like-
uniforms?
I mean, that's fine. Uniforms.
If we're
is
going uniforms, it's
It's
Definitely
it's-
Oregon.
It's Oregon.
Yeah.
But
okay.
it's not fair because. they have
Let's
Nike.
talk about Oregon's uniforms, because if there's a girl that's never seen an Oregon uniform before, what does it look like and why is it so?
well,
I mean,
they're the Ducks.
Well, they've never repeated a uniform, right?
They're
yeah,
like the.
that's true.
That's
so,
pretty
like,
cool.
because-
that
The
that would
closest
relate to a lot
comparison-
of girls. They don't repeat outfits.
I was just about to say something.
Good
like
job,
that.
Andy.
Andrew, dang it.
that's good. Wait,
They're
so
bright too. They're very
neons,
neon colors.
and why, guys?
Why are they
Because
bright?
the owner of Nike went to Oregon.
Yeah. So they're sponsored by Nike. So every single week, they do not repeat an outfit. I actually have a couple
UCF
friends.
started doing that.
Really?
Yep.
Dang, I can't wait to see their freaking outfits they come. Who styles that? I want to know who, like,
That'd be a cool job to like script the outfits, the uniforms.
what if you were the designer of the
Talking
uniforms?
Like a girl.
That'd be
would,
cool.
would you guys actually like that as
Oh,
a
yeah,
designer?
100%.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. That happens in
I'll
golf.
make the cool. It's like when you customize your character in Wii Sports. Like you
You can-
want to make them the swag.
No, it's like remember when we always tried to Nike ID shoes and stuff.
Oh
Yes.
yeah, and then you couldn't afford them. You just kept them there.
You just saved them and
It's like I'm
Acted
bored. I'm
like
gonna
you
go
had 'em.
make some more shoes on Nike.
And I can't afford.
I hope Phil Knight is listening to this.
Oh my God. Phil Knight, please sponsor Jerseys and Heels.
Oh yeah.
Please sponsor JR and his shoes.
Sponsor me. I need clothes.
Bill Belichick.
no.
Well,
I hate-
didn't. We don't even have to talk about swag. We can just talk about style. Who has the
Style.
worst style? Nick
Bill
Sa-
Belichick.
Okay, that's fine. Bill Belichick. Guys,
The cutoff sweatshirt.
sweatshirts. Did
See,
he start that?
Yes.
I have a different opinion.
Okay.
I think the man is such a legend that he can wear cutoff hoodies every single week and still win Super Bowls. So that therefore makes him swag. His style is dripping.
He's got that
I
drip.
hate that you just said that.
I'm trying to be cool for the podcast.
Do it for the pod,
For the podcast.
not the jewel pod.
Speaking of, do y'all do jewels?
No.
Do you guys?
Yes.
As we sit here and suck on freaking cigars. No, those things are bad for you.
As former athletes, guys, these guys are really in shape. They work out all the
no, we're
time.
not.
They eat healthy.
Is round a shape?
Their favorite. We were talking about favorite restaurants the other day. Not to go off. We'll come back to swag, but they said like Taco Bell. Did anyone say Taco Bell?
Taco Bell's a great place.
Oh my.
That's what
Yeah.
dreams are made of.
What about Chipotle?
Oh my gosh.
Talk to me.
Chick-fil-A.
Yes.
Okay.
If Chipotle was a girl, I would marry her.
Mm.
If Chipotle,
I think
if Chipotle
mine's
was a
Chick-fil-A.
head coach, he'd have
If
this.
Chipotle was a head coach, he would be.
It'd be Nick Saban.
Nope, it would be
I got a great question.
Dan Mullen.
Got a great question.
Mullen.
Dan Mullen.
No.
Dan Mullen is young, lively, He's
young.
fresh.
Who
He's
said?
not young.
He's younger than
Lane
Nick Saban's
Kiffin is young.
7-year-old butt.
Yeah, that's true. Lane
Nick-
Kiffin is young.
He's got energy, just kind of like Chipotle has energy and tang, and it's fresh. Dan Mullen's fresh.
Oh my gosh. Okay, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say she's perfect in every way, but likes Moe's more than Chipotle.
Ew, dude. That's actually Mary Margaret.
She's
Uh-huh.
perfect in every way, but she doesn't like Chick-fil-A.
That's also Mary Margaret.
That's his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Edit that out.
Wow.
Oh, that's a
Anyways.
game that we used to play all the time. He's perfect in every way, but
It's a great game.
He hates football.
I've talked
But
to.
he doesn't listen to podcasts.
But doesn't know what jerseys and heels is.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Bye.
If he doesn't like football, guys, I don't know. As long as he likes some kind of sport or something. I mean, I've talked to a couple guys, but then stopped talking to them as soon as I found out they didn't even know what a touchdown was. So
Yeah, see, that's the same. I'm the
So
same
it's a
way.
deal breaker for you.
it's
yes.
pretty much a deal breaker. Is that bad?
No.
No, you like what you like.
I mean, football's not everything.
It's super shallow.
Just look at my
but-
parents.
Super shallow, but
Super shallow, but you're allowed to have preferences.
My mom gets more intense than my dad.
oh, your mom is your mom during the Alabama games is off the chain. She is so obnoxious. We
The
love you,
decibel
Carrie.
levels.
She screams on a first down like we just won the national championship.
She hated Lane Kiffin.
She-
She did not like Lane Kiffin.
Well, you know how parents bring their babies to like sporting events and stuff and put ear muffs
Yeah.
on them or whatever.
That was me.
Sharpie's what are you 23, 24? You still wear
23.
earmuffs around your mom, don't you?
No, I go downstairs. We move. I'm never in the same room.
You and your dad. You're and your dad. There's a lot of people that don't like Lane Kiffin, and I told him that when you guys know that he was just on my podcast.
I didn't mind him.
Yeah, it
He was a
cool.
good coach.
Yeah, but he's very aware that a lot of people don't like him. But he's
Sure, a
on
lot
the
of people
come-
don't like Bill Belichick either, but I don't think he
Yeah,
cares.
you can't make everyone like you.
There's a lot of people.
Yes, you can. That's what I try my whole life doing.
Well, you're not gonna please everyone, Jared. I hate to break it to you.
Dang. this
Me
is getting
too, though,
deep.
bud. That's what I think my biggest struggle is in life. Is making people freaking like me. But there's a lot of people that
No,
don't.
you're pretty good at it though.
Thanks. All right, so let's talk back with the coaching swag real quick. Who's got the worst style in sports? Period.
Worst style. Oh my.
In sports.
That's a very broad question.
Sports, or I mean, we could say football, but in sports, I know there's some listeners right now going, blah, blah, blah. They're thinking right now, somebody.
I'm thinking.
Or the best, besides
You get
Bill
a lot.
Belichick.
You get a lot of bad outfits in golf.
Oh
That's
yeah,
for dang
Andrew.
sure.
Yeah,
But
you touch
you
on
got
the golf
some-
world, Andy.
Yeah, but you have some really good outfits, too.
Oh yeah, for sure. But most of those guys are scripted.
Who do you think their stylist is? Let's start a company. You know what? This isn't working.
Their mom.
Their mom?
Probably.
Their
is.
wives.
Same.
Maybe Tiger was looking good during the Masters, y'all.
The
He
mock
always looks
neck.
good.
Oh my gosh.
Walking in with the backwards cap and the
Throwback to
Eldridge
2005.
Okay,
Oh,
back who has the most swag, the most style, just the full package is Eldrick Woods.
Tiger.
You can't top him. LeBron.
I will say a lot of basketball players have a lot of interesting outfits.
Yeah. I'm sorry
Russell
to say
Westbrook.
this. Ooh, Russell Westbrook.
Ooh.
What about, I'm sorry to say this. Hashtag sorry, not sorry. Cam Newton, Odell Beckham. I like that they're,
Odell's.
See,
Ooh,
I like
Odell.
Odell's. I don't like Cam Newton's.
I think that they're both
See,
so.
but when you're 6'5" and jacked, you look good in that stuff.
Yeah.
If I walked out in that outfit, you see the reaction already.
I'm picturing Andy in one of those. Like the other day, Odell
They're
Beckham
gonna be
wore
like, "Oh,
he
look."
wore a kilt.
Yeah, I look like a freaking idiot.
Cam
You did
Newton
rock that.
wore those hot pink slides with the fur on them. But a lot of people think that he's like, they just hate on him so bad. And I want to say, hey, who gave you your style? Like, what? I like that he like is actually ballsy enough to freaking. My podcast is kind of ADD, like my personality, because we
Kinda.
just jump from one thing to another. But you will never be bored. So can we just describe where we are real quick to all of those who are listening and not watching this?
We are in.
Honestly,
Abacos.
I don't even want to waste my time describing it.
You
Like,
can't
should
describe
just
it.
Watch it.
You should just watch
Watch
the
this. How
podcast.
beautiful we are.
We're
Can we do a
literally
pan?
looking at the
Can we do a pan?
sunset.
We can do
in
a pan.
the Abacos.
Can you pan it real
You
quick?
can.
Yeah, pan it.
No pressure. Ooh, that's crispy.
So crispy.
And then bring it right back this way. Because we got, slow down. Oh, yeah.
Don't give the viewers a headache.
That gave me time to pick my nose, so no one saw that.
We all saw it.
That wedgie I had's gone.
And Jen,
I like your strategy. Yeah, pin it so they can see the sunset. More like so we can do things
Wait.
so they
sorry,
can
I was
see.
picking cigar ash out of my teeth.
That's so hot.
Are we,
That's hot.
Haley? Are we
Oh,
different
that's hot.
than? Are we different than the other people you do podcasts with?
Actually, you're way cooler. You're way more talky.
Fuck yeah.
Actually, Chad Johnson couldn't stop talking, but he has a lot to talk
But he's
about, and I had a
cool.
lot of questions.
Seems like he's chill.
Chad is
Lane
cool.
is very answers the question and then stops talking. He's very matter of fact. This is a cigar.
That's
Okay,
also not a bad thing, though.
No, it's
You don't
not.
run off in weird tangents like you
Like
will
we
with
are.
us.
which I like. It's fine.
He has a football team to run.
Yeah.
Do you guys date girls that don't like sports?
No.
What if she doesn't? What if
I
she's?
don't-
Go ahead.
I think it's more important that she at least played a sport.
Played. I like sports and never played. Well, I kind of did.
You probably play something.
Soccer.
Yeah, but you
Soccer's
look
a
at least
sport.
you
That's like the
look
hardest
athletic. Like you can do athletic things.
No,
I
it's
don't
just
wanna-
I
I
wear
fake it at
tights and
least.
a workout clothes will do wonders.
Yeah, that's true.
And some freaking bomb Nikes and Adidas.
It's like if a girl ever asks me what do I watch on TV, my answer is always sports.
Sports
She's like,
center,
you don't
sports
watch TV shows? I'm like,
Sports
no,
club.
I watch sports.
I watch sports.
I don't watch New Girl.
See, that's your first mistake.
Yeah.
Pretty Little Liars.
I used to watch that show.
You did? For the
Shout
hot girls.
out to New Girl and Brooklyn Nine-Nine. that is literally my TV life.
Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
I
What
do
is
watch The Bachelor
What?
and The Bachelorette, though.
that? Yeah, I don't know what Brooklyn
So does
Nine-Nine is.
Lincoln.
Such a good show.
I love The Bachelor, Bachelorette.
We'll watch
Not
Brooklyn
watching it
Nine-Nine
this
tonight.
season, though. Hannah annoys me.
Really? Why? Because she's so
Now, see-
funny. So you guys, we've got some former
Let me
athletes.
try this.
Keyword
And-
former.
Former. We've got a current one, but before we talk about the current guy, can we talk about the job you guys never ever got to have as a pro athlete? What was that dream job?
Ouch.
Well,
Sorry, guys.
For me, J.R. Alligood, I had the
Former quarterback.
I didn't even know. I had the dream of being a motocross racer. Honestly.
Really?
Yeah.
I've literally been so
Literally?
close to you my whole life, and I never knew that.
Wow.
I'm like a
what kinda-
high school girl.
Literally.
Anyways, no, and then I turned 6'5", and they don't make bikes that big. And I
Oh,
don't
yes,
fly,
they do.
I don't fly through the air good enough, so that crushed that.
Well said.
Wow, that's something I never knew about you.
I didn't know that either.
No, yeah. You learn something new every day.
All right,
I
so
mean, obviously mine was to be a quarterback, but I wasn't tall enough.
would you like to work
You
in
wanna
sports?
Oh,
Hashtag
yeah.
retweet.
You guys want to be my new co-host?
Yeah.
Yes.
What
If
do
you
we-
guys like the sound that you're hearing, which is hilarious,
And the looks.
and
Yeah, I have a face for radio.
oh my God, there's a shark swimming right next to us. That's really a sea turtle, actually.
You can't describe. We're literally doing a podcast, watching the sunset, and there's sea turtles swimming around us
And stingrays.
and stingrays,
We're such
and
rookies.
we're killing the ozone.
And my lungs.
See, this is the kind of guy I like. He takes care. I don't have to direct. He just knows what I want, and then he does it.
Is that what
And
you look for in a
he,
man?
out of all of us, he's the one getting married.
He is.
Makes sense.
Makes so
And
much
what
sense.
did you say?
Is that what you look for in a guy?
Initiator, and someone who looks
Really?
like for what I
You
need,
strike
and
me
then
as the initiator.
you're not an initiator.
No, like you do.
No, you.
Ouch.
Thanks.
I'm uncomfortable.
It's okay. I gotta go.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
This is,
Wait. You think I'm an initiator? What does that mean?
yeah, you initiate so much conversation and with literally anybody.
Yeah.
That is
But I
Not
can
a
okay.
pursuer.
Now that I think about it, I see that you do that, but you would love somebody to do it for you.
Absolutely.
Nice.
I would-
get it now.
I think that
Makes sense.
I get
I'm
females.
a strong woman, but I feel like I feel like I need a guy that would actually let me not have to be on all the time. I think that's a huge deal. But what I was saying is that he knew what I needed and then just did it. He's like, I don't even know if initiator was really.
No, I get what you're saying.
So you want a guy that can look into your eyes and tell that you're thinking about Disney Springs and then just take you there?
Disney Springs. Oh my God! For those of you who are listening,
Or
that
Bryant
don't
Denny Stadium.
Bryant Denny Stadium. There. If you don't know what Disney
Roll Tide.
Springs is, how do you even explain it?
Disney Springs?
Yeah.
It's like,
Roll Tide.
It's like Disney but free.
yeah.
It's nothing like Disney.
It
Where are
is
the
Disney.
rides? Where are the rides?
He
Well, like,
No, yeah, it's literally
It's
it's like
shopping,
it's like imagine
restaurants.
like an outdoor shopping mall, but like Disney themed.
Yes.
but on steroids with incredible food and drinks.
Yeah, it's
and
got like good
lights.
stores. It's not like Toys R Us.
You know
Like-
why Sharpie doesn't like it? Our former quarterback
oh
here.
yeah, Sharpie, why don't you like it?
Yeah, let's talk about the last time he was at Disney Springs.
geez.
Bad date story. Blah, 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 blah.
Are we going into that?
Yes,
All right.
for sure.
So I was on a date there.
Ooh.
There's a bowling alley called Splitsville,
Ooh.
and it was a girl from one of
That's
my
a bad
college-
name for a place to take a date. That's just thought of that. It worked. It worked.
Spoiled.
Yeah, spoiler alert.
Spoilers.
Oh my God.
Freaking
It was a girl from one of my
foreshadowing.
classes, and
What class?
at Valencia.
No, but like what class was it?
Oh, I don't remember.
Ooh.
What class did you do? Math?
It was probably a math class.
Okay.
Female studies.
Female study?
And
No way you passed.
it was one of those things where I picked her up from her house,
Ooh, classy.
drove her there,
Nice.
and then there was just no conversation at all. I was trying to start every conversation, just, yeah. I was like, okay, this is getting really annoying.
So, like when you asked her what her name was, she went, yeah.
No,
Oh,
I knew what her name was.
okay, good. Good first step.
Yeah, it was
And-
horrible.
Yeah, it was not a good time. And I was like, are you having fun? If not, we're going to go home. And she said, I don't know. I was like, all right, we're going home. And that
That's
was
great.
it.
That answered that question.
Oh my
And then they
God.
Splitsville.
Okay, so
I'm glad I had to tell one of those stories.
Yeah.
Because I'm the single one.
I'm single too.
Well,
Cheers
Well,
to
out of-
the
out of
single
your
your
buzzer.
stories too.
You hear that?
What?
Sick.
Single. I'm single. Do not DM me on Instagram.
Oh yeah, for sure do it.
How many people
If you
DM?
do it, make it funny.
you can DM me.
Listen, so many people use the slide in the DM. Like seriously, I cannot even believe how many people slide up in the DM. For people,
That's like the way now.
it's crazy.
See, I've never done that.
Really?
Never done that.
That is, I've
don't
never
have-
done
I-
that.
yeah.
Maybe to Brett Eldridge once,
That's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Shoot your shot, girl.
and maybe to Tim
Shooters
Tebow
gonna
once
shoot.
before he even had a girlfriend. Okay, and now he's getting married, and all the girls are sad. But
I'm
it was
sad.
way a long time ago.
So, guys,
Yeah, so all the men in the world are sad too.
All the Florida men.
go Gators.
Yeah, us the Bama boys don't care, do
No,
you?
yeah, no.
Yeah.
We made them cry.
Wow, that's
Ouch.
That was uncalled for.
Football
Wait,
player.
mid-show ass check long.
I mean, it's like perfect.
I know, it's
It
great.
is.
This is
That
literally
is.
the best one I've
Can
ever
you
had.
zoom this camera in real quick, cameraman?
Please fall on your lap.
Here's mine.
Long af.
Long af. Okay,
Shout out to
so
American Cigars.
American
Sponsor
Cigars,
us, please.
you are long af. You last long.
You're gonna have to cut that one out.
Is this a Viagra commercial?
Oh gosh.
If your ash lasts longer than 4 hours, please see a doctor. That's funnier than hell. I don't care who you are.
Okay, where you are. I think I'm just gonna leave. Andrew's got it from here.
Listen, if you like what you hear, write in and ask for these guys again. What are you calling yourselves?
Did we say it?
Nature Valley Boy. Oh, the BBC.
Oh yeah, the Bahamas Boys
Bahamas
Club.
Boys Club.
Then we realized what the acronym is.
Yeah.
What is
we're
it?
Still BBC.
What's the
we
acronym?
can't
No,
say
we're
that.
not-
We
we're
can't
not
say that.
talking
Can't say
about
that.
Okay.
And all of you watching, get your minds out of the gutter.
Yeah.
Seriously. It's dirty.
Because we're all white.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay. The BBC, the Black Boys Club.
No, Bahamas Boys Club.
Bahamas Boys Club.
Okay. All right.
Anyways.
So why would I even bring you guys on? I kind of feel really special that you
great
guys are all
question.
here. You guys are hilarious and amazing and just so cool. Thank you for being here. I do want to say that we do have a potential pro golfer on the pod right now.
With a really long ash.
And I mean, if y'all didn't know, this is Andrew Alligood, and he is. How do you even explain where you are in the golf? Like, how does that
It's
even
kind of
work?
weird, like, because most people will turn pro right when they finish college, and I'm just kind of chilling right now.
You're in the Bahamas,
Yeah,
yes.
Amateur status.
Did you just finish
amateur
college?
status. I'm done with college golf. I still have an internship to graduate, but
Nice.
done with my. I'm
Golfers
just a
have
regular.
to-
I'm just a regular student now. It's kind of weird.
Golfers have to intern somewhere.
That's for my degree. No, I'm not having a degree in golf.
What's your degree in?
Sport management.
Okay,
Me too.
really.
Word.
So, you played in what the pre-am? How do you say that?
U.S. amateur.
The U.S. amateur.
Mhm.
Amateur, or amateur.
I
It's
say
both.
amateur.
Amateur.
You
I think.
US amateur.
Yeah, I really.
And
don't
what
know.
is that?
It's basically like the national championship, but for amateurs. Like you have the U.S. Open. It's like kind of the national championship for professionals.
Golfers.
Yeah. The U.S. amateur is kind of the same thing, but for all amateur golfers.
And how does it work? Like, if you win, where do you have to place to get to the U.S. Open?
To get to the U.S. Open or the
Or-
U.S. amateur?
The U.S. No. You've already been there, so you're there. What's the goal?
Well,
You're
the goal is to
playing.
get my PJ Tour card. That's the first goal.
And how do you get that?
Oh, geez.
Is it
You
hard?
have to play really good golf.
Okay.
Like really good.
Consistently.
Yeah. Week in and week out.
You gotta hit bombs.
You go basically. You just try to get on the web.com tour, which is like kind of like the AAA of
Okay.
professional golf.
It's now
and
the
then-
Corn Ferry.
Yeah, the Corn Ferry Tour.
It's called the Corn Ferry Tour.
Uh-huh.
Why?
And you sure you want
It's
to
not
just a new title
Yeah,
sponsor.
it's not sponsored by web.com anymore.
Corn Ferry.
And you go through a series of like qualifying tournaments to get on there, and then you play. If you finish it high enough on the money list after a season on there, then you get your PJ Tour card. So
Wow. Okay.
that's the journey I'm going to try to take.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, who is the coolest person that you've ever played with, or met, or like starstruck?
answer honestly. Me and Sharpie are right here, and we played with you before.
I've played with Dan Marino,
Ouch.
What?
and then I've played with Tony Finau. So there's kind of two different worlds. Dan Marino was really cool. He's also really drunk, so I don't think he remembers.
Dan.
And Tony
Basically.
Finau is
Your act
on the
together.
PGA
Yeah,
Tour.
I played U.S. Open sectional qualifying with Tony Finau, so I spent 36 holes in one day with him, which was really cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did he comment or compliment you on your stroke?
Yeah, he was actually really complimentary of me. He said I
He's
had
one
a
of
lot
the
of
nicest
game.
guys.
Yeah, he was super cool.
Wow.
Super nice dude.
Have you met him, Matt?
No, it's just what all the
I
other
think he's known for it.
all the other PGA guys say.
Super cool dude. His caddy was really cool too. They're both really impressed, and obviously hopefully I get out there so I can play with them.
Jerseys and Heels is known for Haley bragging on her golf swing.
It's pretty good.
But do you know if
I get videos of it all the time. All the time.
It's because I want
Fix my swing.
pointers. But who's gonna take me on my first 9 holes? Who has the patience for that?
I
You ever
work
played
at a
on
golf
holes before?
course.
Huh?
Never played on holes before?
Never.
The first guy to initiate for you.
Ooh.
I've had some DMs about that too. So yeah.
Not mini golf, right?
Not mini
real
golf.
golf,
No
yeah,
putt.
real golf.
Thank you, Matt. Not putt on iDrive in
Hey,
Orlando.
nothing's wrong with putt-putt.
I like putt-putting. I just need
like
someone,
putt-putting.
some man who's gonna take me and be patient enough to watch me screw it up, at least for 4 hours.
I screwed up too, and I play every day. So
Aw, that's sweet to say. Thanks, Andy.
you're welcome.
What was your most amazing course that you ever played?
Pebble Beach, for sure.
Yeah.
Dude, it's one of those places. It's kind of like here, like you just constantly look around and you're like, where am I? Like,
It's a course on the coast.
yeah.
If people don't know what
There's
that
like
is.
you're hitting over cliffs and looking at $20-30 million houses, and you're like, what in the world? And I think that helped me play really well in the U.S. Amateur, because like you have like TV cameras, you have crowds, you have what's on the line, like getting to all the accolades that come with it, and you're more distracted by the fact that you're playing golf in like literally the coolest place in the world.
And he played well too. He made it to round of 16.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was fun.
Wow.
And I played my round of 16 match with a really good friend of mine which was really fun. We saw a bunch of camera clips of us like fist pumping each other, and
Wow.
and it was a lot of fun.
Amazing. And so one
I
day
wish I
you're
was that cool.
you're gonna yeah, we all wish we were that cool. Freak.
You dream about it every night.
I mean, we're on a podcast in that because that's pretty dang cool.
That's
We're
cool.
on jerseys and heels. We're not just on a podcast.
Yeah, that's true. Not any
Jerseys
podcast.
and heels.
Last question before we shut this down and go cook the fish that these guys speared today.
Not me.
We're not just former and current athletes. We are providers.
Dad's is
Dad AF.
Dad af.
Father
Dads,
figures.
Father
figures. Providing for their families, spearfishing today.
More instead of BBC, it should be BDC, Bahama Daddies Club.
Ooh,
I like that.
Keyword daddies.
Yeah.
BDBs.
Oh man.
BDCs.
BDCs, yeah.
I
do it.
fill up your favorite stadium with people our age, even though I'm way older than you kids around here. What do you tell our generation? What is one thing that you'd say if you could, like, if I was like, hey, you need to be inspiring for 30 seconds. You guys need to be inspiring, say something, not about sports, not about anything. For 2 minutes, what would you tell? What do you feel like even you and I, we need to hear? What is the thing that we need to hear, our generation? You think we need to work on, maybe?
I hate to be cliche, but full sends.
Full sends.
No half sends.
Full send the love.
Full send.
Take the love and send it.
Full send it.
Full send it.
Full send it.
Okay, I learned full send last summer. Can we explain what full send is?
Full send is no holding back.
No holding back.
No.
Hardcore.
No.
Hardcore parkour.
No being tentative. All in. Go for it.
Nice. Thanks, Dad.
Thanks, Dad.
Good answer, Dad.
So that's y'all's answer is full send.
Yeah.
Full send, but with the right things. Don't full send like cocaine. That's a bad idea.
Good follow-up, Andrew.
Yeah.
Don't
Full
do
send
drugs.
the love. Don't
It's the best advice I could give. Full send love, not cocaine. I'm making t-shirts. That's gonna be on the back
You
of
heard
our
it here from the
BDC
Bahamas
t-shirts.
Daddies Club.
Yeah.
Full send, but not cocaine.
Okay, full send love and kindness.
Can we talk about how quickly it's like the sun's dropping?
Yeah, cameraman, can you just scan that real quick? Slowly.
Got another wedgie?
Not anymore.
Nice.
Jen, did you get a what? Oh, good, you got him.
We have a crowd too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a crowd.
I hope you guys are laughing like they are.
Yeah, we've got a crowd on the dock here. People are cracking up.
Internal laughers.
Oh man. Thanks for the advice, daddies. You know, there's actually a
Anything for our
podcast.
kids.
Last point, called "Call Her Daddy,"
Yes.
and
It's actually
Call
pretty
her-
good.
Call
it's
her
pretty
daddy?
raunchy. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
it's
called.
very
It's
raunchy.
on
Call Her
Barstool.
Daddy.
It's
Female
on,
daddy?
yeah. It's on
It's called
Barstool.
"Call Her Daddy." It's Barstool.
It's
I
yeah.
love Barstool.
So Barstool should like
That's full.
sponsor-
They full send their mouths.
They should do like Barstool should sponsor Call Her Daddy and Jerseys and Heels, because there's like
That'd
the
be cool.
bad version and then the good version. It's
No,
like
it's
bad
not-
girl,
I
good
wouldn't-
girl.
Yeah, you got to be careful
Bad
with when
girl,
you say
good
bad. I don't think it's a bad podcast.
No, bad girls.
Yeah,
They're pretty.
They talk about some
bad things.
vulgar stuff.
They know it, and that's like their thing.
Yeah.
And then Haley's like, "What would you do to inspire the world?" Oh my god.
Don't full send cocaine.
Yeah. And they probably say full send cocaine. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't listened to it enough.
Oh
I'm not
my
gonna
gosh.
judge.
Yeah, I don't want to bash.
Yeah,
I don't
we
know
can't
what
bash
No,
other people.
they're so and they're gorgeous, by the way.
They're full sending it.
they're doing.
Full
Yeah,
sending.
They're doing
They
what
don't
they
hold
want.
back
They're
on
doing
what
what
they
they want to
talk
do.
about.
Yeah.
Well, guys, we smoke cigars on
Yeah.
our podcast, so yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Anyway, guys, this was amazing.
Yeah.
Thank
was
you
a
for
lot of
having
fun.
us.
Is this how you thought it was going to go?
It's exactly my
Hopefully-
dream.
You know,
Like,
it would be really cool.
We're dream.
Obviously, we can't top being
Cameraman,
on
can
this
you do that
podcast,
again?
but if other podcasts have us on as a trio,
Oh yeah.
I
Can we
would
make a
be
pact right
jealous
now?
AF.
We cannot split up.
I can't do
We are a
that.
trio.
If I get on the PJ Tour, I'm not going to wait for you guys to get on.
Nope, absolutely have to wait.
What about me? I feel sad.
You're the host. You have other people.
You
on.
started it all, Haley.
Thanks.
We'll send people
What if?
your
Yeah.
way.
What if we
Yes.
become famous podcast hosts or
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
We could
Your
just have you.
podcast isn't cool until you have
the
the BDC,
BDCs.
the BDCs,
BDCs.
The
yeah.
The
BD
biddies.
BDCs.
The biddies.
the biddies.
How about we do? How about we do a podcast in Naples, and then in Jacksonville,
Nice.
and then at Disney Springs.
You're gonna have to fly me in.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't come with a cheap. We don't come with a cheap price tag. You got to fly us in.
Yep.
Must have Chick-fil-A nuggets.
Must have Khalik and cigars.
Chipotle.
Chipotle.
That's fine.
That's
All
good,
right.
dude.
Thanks, guys.
Wait, end of the
Thank
show.
you.
Ass check. Still long.
Zoom, 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 zoom. Guys, if you have not, if you're not watching, but you're listening, cracking your face
My
off,
ash is long.
Cracking your
his
ash off.
ash is
Almost half of his cigar.
it's an
Impeccable.
inch and a half at least.
It's textbook. It's also not lit anymore.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Do you have a sign off call?
No.
Should we come up with one?
What's the sign off call?
Like where you go.
We could pull an anchor man and be like, "That's just the way the cookie crumbles." Good
Oh, you
night,
just
San
did it.
Diego.
No, you
How the granola bar crumbles.
The Nature Valley bar crumbles.
no, you gotta look. You gotta go. Full send love, not cocaine, and then cut it off.
Okay, that's
Wow.
cute.
Dog, what's up? Rich, Knights, Sticks. What's going on, guys? Yeah, it's after work. It's way after work today. Bug, what's going on? Hi, Rich. About to have a guest. We're going to talk about a few things. Have a good time. And got some neat surprises for the holidays for everyone. Mr. Cuban. Guten Nacht. Very late out there in Germany. What's up, buddy? Mr. Cuban is out there. He's one of my German followers. Great guy. Very knowledgeable of the Cuban cigars. What's up, 666? What's going on, buddy? Goat. What's going on? Happy holidays, everyone. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Happy Hanukkah. Whatever it is. Hey, hope you're having a good one. But we got some specials. We got some neat things to talk about here just as soon as my guest joins. Some cool stuff. Well, how about that? Dog knows German as well. Yeah, Mr. Cuban's out there in West Germany, Westdeutschland. And I'm good, and we're going to be smoking and talking about some neat cigars from Cigar Art.
Hey, how's it going?
Good to talk, my friend. How are we doing today?
Very well. I'm excited to be here with you online.
Well, thanks for joining, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, good morning for some of you out there in Germany. And we're gonna be talking about some neat things here for the holidays. We thought we'd get some stuff together. Me and Kelsey been trading text messages, about 1,000 of them here in the past several days, and working out the details. So, Chuck and everyone else, welcome. We're going to get started. We got some neat things to talk about. So right now, my guest is Kelsey from Cigar Art, that neat boutique shop out there in the southern part of Dallas that you guys seen me talk about before. Kelsey joined me last year. We did some neat things last year as well, and we talked back and forth. And this shop here, it's a neat little shop in South Dallas, and they have a great e-commerce site. Certainly, probably one of the better ones out there as far as shops having them. It's easy to use. There's lots of stuff on there, and if you're a boutique kind of guy, especially if you're like Sticks and Ash, who's definitely a boutique kind of guy, then Cigar Art is your kind of place. I know he's bought some stuff from you guys. I've bought stuff, and Kelsey's opened my eyes, and Sticks and Ash and several others to some of the lesser known cigars that are still just tremendous flavor value for your experience. So we're going to talk about that.
I'm excited.
Kelsey, what are you smoking right now?
I am smoking the Mil Diaz Escodigos from Crowned Heads. It's the limited edition size, 2021. It started out much bigger than this. It's very Churchill-esque in size, but I've been working on it a little bit, so it looks like about so right now.
Home, Ethan, what's up? Yeah, because you know what? I've talked about that cigar recently. I like it a lot. And, of course, if I really like it, then it's probably a bigger cigar. And so the fact that Kelsey, who I tease all the time, is, and much like many of you guys who have followed me a long time knows, if I like you, I'm going to tease you. Kelsey smokes usually the Coronas and Robusto-sized cigars, whereas you guys know I'm going 654 or bigger if possible, or I'll sacrifice a little bit of girth for some length there. So, anyway, so we're going to talk about some of that. I'm glad you're smoking that cigar, because we have this neat thing here. Yeah, we got one all ready to go. So, folks, the first thing we're going to talk about, because we got a deal and maybe something else too. So you guys stick around and watch that. But yes, me and Kelsey were talking about this, doing a little holiday pack for everyone to pick up. She's got a good price point on it, free shipping. It is available to those of you in the continental United States, all right? So sorry to my Deutschland friends, but you know the story there. But this is a weird combination for me. I know Kelsey was a little bit surprised when I suggested this, because I wanted to come up with a pack that met both a lot of things I like, which everything in this pack I like, so I only recommend those things. But being sensitive to the fact that I live in a warm weather state, but many of you do not. And so sometimes a shorter smoke is more appropriate. So we put together a pack, and Kelsey did a great job of helping me come up with some different ideas and sizes and everything. So one of the cigars in there, and see, Kelsey can speak Spanish. As you guys know, I barely speak English, much less Spanish. Well, better than my Spanish, and certainly, yeah, it's not so good. My friends tease me all the time from Cuba, but nonetheless, we have one of those Mil Diaz. Look, let's just call it limited edition. All right, we're going to say it in English today. The limited edition for this year. It's a big, long Churchill-sized cigar. Even the one that Kelsey's smoking is now finally down to Robusto size, so she's probably been smoking it since breakfast. But
No, just about, I was really enjoying it. So this is only about 30 minutes in, but I was like, this is good. So
good, it's good for you. Try out some of those bigger cigars. Of course, I tease Kelsey. Kelsey's got a great palate. Certainly one of the great sisters of the leaf. She smokes a lot of different things, not just the light stuff. She smokes a lot of medium and fuller bodied stuff. We've compared notes on even some of the stronger stuff they carry. Naturally, that's my preference. But everything in this pack, I would say, in my opinion, is medium-ish, medium body, give or take. Some slightly stronger, but not going to be just knocking you down. And everything's certainly very easy for most smokers to consume. And certainly that Mil Diaz, medium body, but it's got a nice kind of chewy quality of the flavor. You got some character in there. You got some depth. The Mil Diaz, of course, if you guys don't know, is a Crowned Heads cigar. So check that out. And the other one we have in here, because look, we're Texans down here, right? So we went the Fratello Texan. Go big or go home. I should just lean back.
Mike, how long does it take you to smoke that Texan?
depends if I'm online talking with everyone, then a little longer. Versus if I'm just sitting here puffing, reading a book, which is usually what I do, listening to some music, then that could be about an hour, give or take. I can puff through a big cigar relatively quickly. But I would say for most smokers, you're talking about an hour and 20 minutes, in my opinion. It's got a really good draw, so yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You have to have that time to think, and the Fratello certainly gives you the opportunity. Also, that's born out here in Texas. You guys all know the story. The guy that started Fratello, he's a NASA engineer, right? A rocket scientist in layman's terms there. So super cool cat. And Cigar Art carries a variety of those different cigars. You see me smoke some of them. Matter of fact, that's where I go for my Fratellos. They keep them nice, fresh, keep them shipping to you nice in a bag, and all good to go. So I know you guys all join. I'm doing all the talking. We'll let Kelsey get some more words in there, because let's face it, between the two of us, who's ever want to hear and see? It's going to be Kelsey. So
No, they're all here for you. They're all here for you. No, this is a really, really the Mil Diaz and the Fratello. They're definitely going to be longer smoke. For the average smoker, I would put about hour and a half smokes. Some people are going to be faster than that, of course, and then some people are going to draw that out more closer to 2 hours or more. It just depends kind of if you're doing something while you're smoking it. If you're puttering around, it'll take you a lot longer. If you're just sitting there with your glass of something, then, you might move through it a little quicker.
absolutely. I tend to hear I'm rocking some Brahms and reading one of my books. I'm puffing through that relatively quickly. Yes, Michelle out there in Germany, if he was smoking, that's like a 2.5 hour thing. But he's also drinking 14 American-sized beers in that time, so it does slow him down. Now that's only like 2 in Germany, but that's 14 here in America. And then now everyone sit down. You're not going to believe this. I know Kelsey had a hard time believing this.
I was like, I want this Sunday. Your name's going on.
Yeah, we are going a little bit smaller for this time. I chose, and I spoke about this one a few weeks ago. You guys really liked my reel on it. The Rorschach. The name is cool. All right, let's start there. The name is cool, right? Rorschach, the Rorschach test. Hey, Jen, how you doing? And that's out of Black Works, right? Black Label, Black Works, and nice.
One and the same.
Yeah, so you'll see the Instagram tagline from Black Label just a bit more than Black Works, but same folks, nice folks. But this is a tasty little guy here. Nice. You see a little bit smaller cigar than my usual, but I really enjoy this cigar. It's an excellent cigar, good flavor, good construction. No, I've smoked several of these by now, and not had any issues, which is why I'm kind of sensitive to smaller cigars. And no problem. So it has a good medium body flavor to it. Lots of good character. Of course, you got that smaller ring gauge, so you get that little bit more of a concentration in there. But I would say that is a solid 30-minute smoke for me. So that's remarkable.
So, Mike, do you think that one's longer smoke for you because it's you're purposely slowing it down because you know it's going to be gone pretty soon? Or how can you make that one last 30 minutes and smoke the Mil Diaz in an hour?
I think it is a conscious effort because with smaller cigars, with people who are like me who obviously puff harder, and also with newer smokers who tend to puff just a little bit quicker on the pace than most smokers,
Okay.
you have to be careful. That's why I personally never recommend super small, skinny cigars to new smokers. Not now, you may, and that's fine. We all have our different views on that. But I don't, because again, if you smoke it too fast, you run the risk of getting just a little bit hot, and you can foul the tobacco a little bit. So I consciously try to slow down because, again, I mean, you guys all follow me because I do the big puffing on my pictures. I could draw that whole thing like in a single drag if I wasn't real careful. So I have to slow down. So I'd say I probably get about 25 to 30 minutes because I smoke these on my lunch break at times. So, yeah. 30 minutes good smoke than one.
that size right there, I like to call it a smoke break size. Like it's perfect for a lunch break or when you don't have time for a full what I call a full size cigar. Yeah, it's a break cigar. It's perfect.
And again, it has really good flavor and construction. I was really, yeah, Black Label is not one I'm super familiar with. I've smoked some of them, of course, but that's been more of my kind of, going through your humidor and trying different things as opposed to them being just super widely available. And nothing against them, just not as well known as some others, right? Like some of the ones I generally smoke. But it is a good value and good option there. And finally, we have The Unforgiven by Esteban Carrera. This is also a little guy. This is what, about 4 3/4 by 46, it says. I guess so. I don't have my tape measure. I mean, it's not like you guys know me. I have a tape measure right here, but I'm not going to break that out. This is not sponsored by that tape measure company. So, but excellent cigar again. Lots of flavor. And this is a slower burning cigar too. Probably just a bit slower than the other one, but excellent characteristics to it. And I thought it'd be that perfect kind of, you need to sneak out for a little bit at Christmas. You need to sneak out a little bit before New Year's, or it fits in your coat pocket if you're a guy. If you're a gal, well, however you store them. I won't assign how women store their cigars, pockets, purses, I don't know. But nonetheless, there's that.
So 2 fun things about that cigar. It has 2 names. So there's the original, which is Unforgiven, but on some of the and when they come out of that band for it, it's going to say Unforsaken because there was some trademark issue with it. In my head, it's always going to be Unforgiven. Like that's the name. I can't get it out of my head. But
well, then there you go.
The name has been officially changed to Unforsaken to avoid some trademark issue. And number 2, they age it in oak barrels, which I think is it's really great. I love cedar aged, of course, but it gives it a little different taste profile, and that's exciting for me.
And I'm glad you brought that up because that has been a growing trend in the cigar community of having some of them aged in different casks of different kinds,
Yes.
and getting the extra little bit of depth of character to the cigar. So I thought it was a really solid smoke, despite it being half as big as what I normally buy, and it's a tasty smoke. So I thought, okay, you know what, we're gonna do something a little different, big, small, everything's there, and then the first 12 people who order one from Kelsey also get one of the Cigar Hammer Mike decals. All right, one of the few, the limited. Not many of these have gone out, so yeah, you can get one of those and get that in the pack. And what's the pack go for?
It's $34 for all 4 cigars, and you can go to cigarart.com. You can select the free shipping, or if you can't wait to have it, you can pay a few dollars and get expedited, fast shipping. But for most of y'all, the free shipping is probably the best option. So there you go. But only $34 for all 4, and it's called the Cigar Hammer Flight of 4.
Yeah, that was a compromise, folks, because she likes using the term flight in all the cigars. On the Cigar Hammer, all right, we'll call it the flight.
Well, sampler, like everybody says sampler, and it's like it's just. This started in 2020, and so now we.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, and it's kind of an inside joke between Cigar and me. But I've as you guys know, I go around to a lot of shops, and I've chatted about some relationships with different shops, and your shop has come up a number of times, and I've teased about the flight thing. I was like, oh yeah, Kelsey's always get on me because no matter what, I just call things samplers, and she likes the flight term, and they like the flight term out there, and everyone agrees with you. They're like, oh yeah, that sounds more sophisticated. That sounds cleaner. I'm like, well, forget you guys, all right? You guys are my friends. Back me up. And no. I think it's a great term. I just like teasing it because, it's just the way I am. But yeah, folks, you can get that from them for those sticks, shipped free, because let's face it, we want free shipping. That was one of the very attractive parts to me about Cigar, because I'm too lazy to drive to South Dallas, because I live in Fort Worth, actually. And not to mention, I drive an enormous vehicle compared to everyone else in that Bishop Arts area. I drive the big truck, and they're much more into cars than I am. I can't fit the car, so there's that quality. And I think they got motorcycles. I see some people driving motorcycles now, so so yeah, so you get that. Great deal. They'll ship it out to you. They'll take care of you. Should some freak accident occur, give them a call. They always, they'll square it away. They're a shop. They know what that takes. And also they carry a lot of other things I've ordered. Like, look, you guys watch my page. You see all the normal production stuff. You can get that. But they carry a lot of that kind of boutique rare stuff. Whenever you see something unusual I smoke, there is a good chance that I got that from there. So surf around in there. I've left reviews on pretty much everything I've smoked there. In fact, that new Wildfire cigar I smoked earlier in the week and was talking about, I did a video about that. That is really great. It's smooth. It's medium bodied. So for you medium body hounds, sticks, it is a very, very nice cigar. That's made by Jeremy McDonald's group out there. He used to be at Caldwell. And, it's got that same kind of quality, right? You got that medium body aspect to it, but lots of good flavor. So I do highly recommend that. And also they have some of the crown heads to check out. They have do you have any of the Jeremy Wyatts in stock still?
I do. Yes. Those are in stock at the moment. And
Jake White.
Lucid. Have you had that one yet? That one's super good. Really enjoy that.
I had it had a different name. I can't remember the one I had.
Okay.
I'd have to look at my video.
Herbert.
That's it. That's the one I had.
There you go. That's it. There you go. Yes.
Yeah. So check out Jake White. It has unique caps. Check out the pictures, folks. That's a really neat cigar. So order the pack, get free shipping, and then you can get some of those too. Great deal. And then also, all right, I'm doing a giveaway because hey, it's cigar art, and we're going to have one of these here. I'll ship it to you. All right, one of the packs, free, if you win, right? It's going to be all the normal kind of rules. I will post that either tonight or first thing tomorrow morning, depending upon how this goes. But nonetheless, we'll have that ready to go, and I hope to get that out tonight. But it might be tomorrow morning. But, hey, it's going to go for a few days. Give us some love. Check out Cigar Art's website, and you'll have all kinds of opportunities there to win that. And then, of course, check them out. Order a pack. Hey, $34, free shipping. Get yourself a few other things. Neat, folks.
And we'll ship it out. If you order between now and 3 o'clock tomorrow, it'll ship out tomorrow. So if you're looking for some last-minute Christmas gifts, I think we can get it to you still.
Yeah, I mean, they do it. That's one thing I really like about Cigar Art when I order from you guys. Even if I order past 3 o'clock, which sometimes is the case, it's out the next day, and it's well packaged. They put them in nice boxes, cardboard boxes. It's well packaged. My stuff is 100% come in with no problems, which I dig. Obviously I order a high volume of cigars. I buy a lot of cigars, so I try a lot of different shops. I can't say I've always had that experience with everyone. Like I ordered from one shop out up north, and it was like in a bag. I was like, "What is this nonsense?" It was like in an envelope bag. I was like, "Yeah, okay, that's the last time I go for you guys." But they had something I wanted to try. But yeah, Cigar doesn't take those risks. They put in nice boxes. It's all packed. Put little notes in there, and just nice folks.
My handwriting cannot be helped. I try, but sometimes it just, So if you can't read, email and I'll interpret it.
Well, we won't talk handwriting. I mean, I've been in IT for 20 years and healthcare, and originally I went to college for pharmacy. So naturally, my penmanship looks like a foreign language. It might be a foreign language.
Hey, Mike, I have one question before you go because I'm just curious for your experience as a cigar smoker. So, the Unforgiven comes in a lot of different sizes. So, in this particular set, it's the little petite, more Corona size of it. But it also comes up to a 6x80, which I think you've had before. So, I'm curious from your standpoint, does it taste like the same cigar to you? Is it two totally different taste experiences?
No, from my experience, I feel like they do a good job of consistency and amping up the blend. I'm sure the bigger ones will have just a skosh more Ligero in it to keep that right balance between the extra airflow and the size of the cigar. But I feel like the flavor experience is the same. I'm sure for those of you who are like, I taste nutmeg and candy cane. Yes, there was someone who told me they got candy cane from a cigar. I'm like, you're dead to me. That's too far out there for me. But nonetheless, if you're one of those people that can really analyze down to the micron of some obscure flavor of something, then I'm sure you might get some differences. But for those of us who are into some of the flavors and understand some of the different intensity aspects of those characteristics, I find that they're very consistent. I noticed that the larger, heavier, bigger Carreras are equally heavy, right? There are some cigars that you can tell that when they're bigger, they're not quite, they don't feel proportionately heavy enough. This one felt significantly heavier, and I feel like they pack it with the right formula to maintain that flavor. And matter of fact, guys, I use a digital scale when I'm looking at some of these cigars and comparing them to their bigger and smaller ones and doing the math and seeing what the ratio is. So there's certainly one I felt like did a good job of maintaining that. And so that's why I can recommend this one. I like the bigger one, but the little one packed a similar experience just in a more consumable time frame.
Perfect. Yeah. So the Fratello Texan only comes in this one size. It's not available in smaller sizes. The Mil Diaz, for regular production, this is a limited edition size. It comes in a range of sizes as well. The Unforgiven comes in a range of sizes. The Rorschach is only a one size cigar.
Yeah, I know that kills me about Fratello and Rorschach because, like, for example, that's something I'm glad you brought that up. Fratello does that. Each of the models you see, that's what it is. They're not like some of the more prototypical cigar companies where that cigar comes in all the different sizes. If you see the Texan, yeah, that's the big one. If you see the Inversa or whatever it may be, it is whatever you saw it in. That's the size it comes in. It's not a lot of variation, and a lot of the black label stuff tends to be that way too. Unfortunately, I wish it came in like a Toro 654, but it only comes with the little guy. So it's great for breaks. Not so good for me after work, but for those of you who live in the frozen tundra up north, that may work out better. So you guys all ready for Christmas down there in Cigar Art?
Oh yes, as best in our hearts we're ready. Maybe not. Maybe all the presents aren't wrapped, but our hearts are ready.
Gotta get on that. I mean, come on. I mean, get some bags going. I mean, you got a week.
It'll happen. Don't worry. Like actual, personal at-home Christmas, it always comes together in the end. Do not worry. But yeah, this year that's what I tell people. My heart's ready.
Yeah, so often, because I don't have kids or anything, so often over the years, my friends are the ones, because I have many friends who are not mechanically inclined, and I'm the guy that they're calling, hey, Mike, what are you doing? I'm like, it's Christmas Eve. It's 10 o'clock. What do you think I'm doing? I'm at home. And they're like, well, I need your help. I'm like, what could you possibly need my help on Christmas Eve at 10 o'clock at night? And they're like, my wife bought this bicycle for Junior, and I have to get it assembled, she says, by Christmas morning. I'm like, well, there's going to be some problems. And they go, yeah, you know me. I'm like, yeah. So I've gone and assembled a fair number of bicycles and other such things late at night. And, be out there swearing in the garage, like, why do these things come with so many decals? And, why do they put both metric and standard nuts in the same package and putting that all together? So.
Exactly. Oh, yes.
All right.
Together on Christmas Eve is something else, but oh well.
So for all you who just joined, This is Kelsey from Cigar Art. You know, a great shop down there in South Dallas, but they have a great e-commerce site so you can order stuff. They'll ship it to you if you're in the continental USA. So that means not you guys out in Alaska and Hawaii, if you're not sure. And we got these great packs here. Okay, you got Mil Diaz Special Edition. She'll say it all fancy later. You got the Fratello Texan. You got the Black Label Rorschach and the Esteban Unforgiven, Unforsaken, whatever you want to call it, because they've had some issues with their naming. But this little guy here, big, small, you got something for all times, and just a great option. And for the first 12 people who order, you get a Cigar Hammer decal, right? That'll be in there with it. And on top of that, we're doing a giveaway too. You'll get the same package ultimately if you win. That we posted a little bit later on, so you got those options too.
Perfect. Well, Mike, I thank you so much for putting this together with us. We really appreciate you. And we hope that that you have, well, I'll talk to you before then, like, but to everyone tonight, we Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, or whatever holidays that you do celebrate. A lovely December holiday season.
Yes, and thank you for joining. Again, it's been a lot of fun. You know, you guys are great folks. I love chatting with all you guys. I'm glad we were able to do something that's kind of fun for everyone, and you know, someone gets to check out some different cigars they may not have access to. So, just a good time, and thanks for all your help. And you know, you guys are awesome out there. So, you guys take care. Again, we'll chat before Christmas, but everyone, thank you for joining. Thank you for all your support, all your time. That's why we do this, do these kind of things. We know it takes time and effort, and if you buy some money too, and but it really means a lot to us for all your support. And so, other than that, you guys check out the post later on. Thank you for joining us tonight, Kelsey at Cigar Art, cigarart.com, and everyone have a great night, have a great weekend, and have a great new holiday season that's upon us. And other than that, stay safe, stay smoky, and Hammer and Cigar Art out.
Susan Pires é uma mulher de 37 anos. Nossa, 37 anos, hein? Eu até assusto quando eu falo isso. Filha da Regis, que é uma mulher fantástica, da qual tenho muita gratidão por ser a minha mãe. Eu me sinto uma privilegiada por isso, posso ser bem sincera. Irmã da Ana Paula, a minha irmã que é minha paixão. Mãe de vários dogs, mais 2 moram comigo. Sou relações públicas há mais de 15 anos. Estudei Direito e também agora estou apaixonada e estudando mais ainda o universo do charuto. Porém, em 2021 eu fiz o curso, né? E hoje eu sou uma cigar sommelier, a primeira cigar sommelier do Triângulo Mineiro e embaixadora da La Condessa Confraria. O universo do charuto, ele tem crescido muito em relação às mulheres, né? Mas ainda tem um preconceito. Sou louca para quebrar isso. E as mulheres têm tido curiosidade aqui mesmo na Toscana. Eu tô muito feliz, sabe? Mulheres vindo, querendo entender, falando, nossa, você me representa, que legal a forma que você se posiciona. Homens também me parabenizando, é aquela coisa, aquele machismo estrutural, porque você... Mas tem também aqueles que te admiram, né? Fala que legal a sua profissão. Aqui a gente tem muito respeito, eu tenho muito respeito também pelas mulheres, pelos homens, porque aqui não tem, eu não quero, nunca briguei por essa disputa, e sim para ser respeitada. A única coisa que eu quero é ser respeitada. A Toscana é uma paixão minha e da minha mãe, que a gente tem muito amor. Cada coisinha que a gente coloca aqui, como que vai satisfazer as pessoas, mas como também nós nos satisfazemos. A Toscana, ela é fruto de uma paixão, de um sonho que a minha mãe sempre trabalhou, né? nesse mundo masculino e de charuto. Eu cresci nele e a Toscana, ele é um projeto de vida, sabe? É meu, da minha mãe, da minha irmã, que não tá à frente diretamente, mas tá ali nos bastidores. E aqui tem muito amor, tem muito acolhimento. A Toscana tem muita experiência. Aqui na Toscana a gente tem charuto, que é o nosso foco, é a parte de charutaria, né? Os cachimbos, parte de presentes masculinos, cutelaria, bebidas. Aqui na Toscana a gente não vende objeto, nós vendemos experiências. Sabe, aqui a gente vende experiência, que é o mais gostoso de tudo. Degustamos charutos, toma café, cerveja. A profissão do cigar sommelier não é simplesmente eu ir lá, fazer uma prova e pegar um título. Requer muito estudo, muita dedicação para você ter conhecimento. E o cigar sommelier é isso. Eu faço a consultoria para quem tem interesse em iniciar no universo dos charutos. Então a gente passa por todos os processos e tem também o intermediário, né, o degustador intermediário e também o já aficionado. Então a gente cria as harmonizações, cartas de charutos do mês, da semana da Toscana. A Toscana é a única charutaria aqui da região que tem uma cigar sommelier. A profissão do cigar sommelier também pode participar das confrarias, dos eventos. Posso também desenvolver junto com alguma fábrica a minha anilha, tá? E o gostoso também do cigar sommelier, eu posso fazer trabalhos diplomáticos, posso fazer viagens, tá ali criando as harmonizações para aquele agente que tá comigo. Não é só questão de loja, sabe? Tem questões de viagens, eventos oficiais, né? Eventos oficiais e diplomáticos. Nós temos 3 tipos de charuto, que são os charutos cubanos, o soft Cuba e os nacionais. O Brasil, nós estamos exportando tabaco para Cuba. O charuto Gran Amazônia é um charuto maravilhoso. Ele foi eleito em 2021 considerado um dos melhores charutos. E o enchimento dele é bom, a estrutura, a complexidade do charuto e as notas dos terços são assim, é muito gostoso. E os próprios clientes aqui da Toscana, eles falam, nossa, que charuto nacional. Olha só o preconceito que as pessoas têm, né, por ser nacional. Temos, gente, que é produzido ali no Recôncavo Baiano, alguns nacionais, mas esse é produzido no coração da Amazônia pelos próprios nativos. O charuto não é, qual que é a marca, o país, não. Primeiro, vai depender do seu paladar. Dependendo se você vai começar com um charuto suave, porque eu não posso te traumatizar. Primeiro eu estudo a rotina, né, da pessoa, vejo quais são os gostos musicais. Eu vejo também questão de paladar, se ela gosta de carne vermelha, carne branca, quais os tipos de bebidas. Então fica uma coisa bem assim, uma coisa bem individualizada. Eu pego o Jorge, por exemplo, aqui. O Jorge gosta de jazz, ele gosta de vinho, ele gosta de whisky e ele gosta de carne vermelha. Então, pera lá. Então, deixa eu estudar o perfil dele. Aí, dependendo do perfil dele, eu vou criando a carta de harmonização das bitolas, das fábricas, ou se é cubano, ou off-Cuba, ou se é nacional. Então, eu vou até intercalando, sabe? Eu faço um estudo do perfil do cliente. E assim, nós vamos desenvolvendo o paladar dele. E é isso aqui que na Toscana nós fazemos. É essa questão mais individualizada. Fazemos também a questão da confraria, que é um é mais amplo, né, geralzão. O que eu falo muito aqui com as pessoas que eu faço a consultoria? Se você está iniciando, principalmente para o iniciante, se você teve um dia estressante, por favor, não deguste um charuto. Porque você não vai ter uma boa experiência, porque o nosso paladar altera também. Agora, se você teve um dia maravilhoso, deguste. Você vai gostar. Para aqueles que estão lá na parte mais intermediária, você teve um dia estressante, você pode degustar o charuto. O charuto, ele te acalma. Antigamente, lá no surgimento, quando eles descobriram o tabaco ele era usado como uma conexão do indivíduo com os deuses e também para cura medicinal, era muito usado. O charuto ele é diferente do cigarro, porque o charuto ele não tem aquelas substâncias químicas, né? São tudo substâncias naturais, que é a nicotina. Que cada terço ele tem as suas notas. Eu gosto muito de fazer isso aqui, ó. Pego a bebida, tomo. Eu sinto mais. Porque o sabor também do paladar na hora que você degusta um charuto tá muito ligado às memórias do cheiro. E o charuto, você tem que namorar, entendeu? Ali é uma troca que tá acontecendo neste momento, né? Ele te acalma, ele tá te fazendo a sua companhia. Muitas ideias vêm quando a pessoa tá degustando. Eu falo que o charuto é como se fosse uma meditação. Você tá meditando. Um aficionado, já que o paladar dele tá bem power, ele consegue todos os dias. Ele sente até falta, porque o charuto é a verdadeira companhia dele. Tem uma ideia, eu quero ter uma ideia. Então ele vai conectar com ele mesmo. É o momento que ele tá conectando com o Deus dele interior. Entendeu? É aquele momento que ele fala, não, agora eu quero paz. Não tem gente que quer ficar ouvindo uma música. E detalhe, o charuto você trabalha todos os sentidos, tá? Porque, como o charuto ele trabalha esses 5 sentidos, paladar, olfato, audição, visão, e o que mais que eu falei? Tato. Eu sempre confundo, eu sempre esqueço do tato, que é o principal, aliás, todos são principais, mas é onde você vê a textura do charuto, os óleos essenciais que ele produz naturalmente. O charuto você não traga, tá? Você puxa. Solta. E ainda eu dou uma dica para quem tá iniciando, depois fica automático. Sabe aquele movimento quando você tá querendo sentir sabor daquela comida ou daquela bebida? Sabe? Você consegue sentir as notas. E pelo cheiro também, que te traz lembranças. Tem charuto que você pega, que você sente o sabor do campo. Como você fala assim, gente, como? Aí vem lembranças da infância, da adolescência. Memórias olfativas. Mas aí não é nem o cheiro, né? Vem pro paladar mesmo. Remete ao paladar. É muito bom. Quer conhecer mais sobre o universo Toscana? Esse mundo gostoso, delicioso, que é do charuto? Vem aqui que nós fazemos a consultoria guiada. A Toscana tem o seu diferencial, porque nós trazemos experiências, qualidade, procedência, e a gente trata os nossos clientes como amigos e eles se sentem em casa.
Now, I find that here in California, these cigar places are an up-and-coming thing. Is this true?
I think it is, yeah. It's a nice place for people to come and relax and
Good evening, everybody. This is Chevalier of Chevalier Life, and this is going to be episode 4 of Conversations with Chevalier. In a few minutes, we're going to have our wonderful guest, Edwina Brown, is going to be joining us in a few minutes, and we're going to get started with the conversation. So, hope you guys are having a great week. It's only Monday. It's raining here in Dallas, so I had to set up in the garage tonight. No fun. I wanted to be out on the patio. Those that watch me all the time, you guys know I love to be out on the patio, relaxing in the chair, but I had to set it up in the garage tonight because the rain won't let me be great. Hope you guys are doing okay. Are y'all hearing me okay tonight? Let me know if you guys can hear me okay. I need to speak a little louder. Okay. Let's see what we got here. How's that? Is that a little better? All right, we'll see how it goes once Edwina gets on. Usually, for some reason, when I start, my volume's a little bit low, but usually when I have a guest come on, it gets a little bit better. Tonight, I am smoking, and normally I don't do this, but I'm going to do it for the night. Tonight, I'm smoking on a Placentia Alma Fuerte. That's my go-to stick, and I decided for the lounge, I'm saying the lounge, but for the conversation tonight, I decided to pair it with a little Grolsch beer. I don't know if you guys have had this one. It's a Pilsner, known as Grolsch. Pairs well with just about anything that you're smoking, and so I'm just relaxing. This has been a great week. Like I said, it's only Monday. The reason I'm wearing purple is because you guys already know I support Domestic Violence Awareness Week and or month, and at Smoking Sarah 757 is a big supporter, a big advocate for domestic violence. She's a friend of mine out of Houston, sister of the Leaf. A lot of you guys know her, and so on most of the lives that I do and our show, The Lounge, that Ray and I do, I usually wear purple. Hey, Kia McClain, the poet, what's up, home skillet? I see a lot of you guys joining us tonight. Let me see if my guest is about ready. Let's see here. We'll be bringing her in, and we're gonna have a conversation tonight. I can't wait. I'm excited to have her joining us tonight. Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How you doing? Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine, but you're sideways. You're sort of
Okay,
like this.
hold on. Let's get you right. How we doing now?
Oh man, you in there now. That's
I'm in
right.
that
There you
thing.
go.
I'm in that thing. All right. What's
So the
up?
rain was killing your vibe too, because it was killing mine.
Trying
It wouldn't let me be great, man. I was set up on the patio trying to do my thing. I got my cigar. I got to come in the garage, so.
Right. We gonna do it though. Don't worry about it.
Yes, we are. So I'm just gonna get right into it. This is Conversations with Chevalier. Of course, I'm Chevalier, and my guest tonight is a very special person. She is Edwina Brown, owner of Blow and Smoke. I think you guys can see the sign back there. It's Blow and Smoke Cigar Lounge, Lancaster, Texas, out on I-35. If you haven't been there, you're missing out. Tuesday night karaoke is an amazing place. But also, Edwina is, I like to describe her as a polarizing figure. She's got a lot of background.
That's pressure.
That's pressure. Hey, that's what it is, man. Look, not many people can sit down here in Dallas and say they got a former WNBA star, on their show. A philanthropist and an entrepreneur. And so I wanted to, first say thank you for joining me tonight and having this conversation. So we're just gonna jump right into it. But before we do, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions.
Okay.
On the lounge, I always like to figure out, first of all, what you smoking. So what you smoking tonight?
Tonight, we are going with the Placentia Hexagon Natural What? You got the Maduro?
Yes, ma'am. The Armor
Look
for
at
wearing
God. Look at God. Look
Look
at
at
God.
God out here. Look at it. And what you drinking tonight?
Tonight, I have chosen the Bacardi 8. I got a little bit of rum. We're gonna give some love to Big Tex. This is one of
Okay.
his brands, so that's Bacardi 8 we're drinking on the night.
And what's your favorite music you listen to when you set in the vibe? I know in the lounge you always groove and you all over the place, but what's your favorite music?
I'm mood based. I'm mood based on smoke, on drink, music. I think here lately, I've been playing a lot of jazz. Instrumental versions of things, just kind of, getting in the zone. I find myself
Okay.
playing that a lot in the lounge whenever I'm just working before I open the doors, and in the early part of the night, we play that, and then we turn on a little R&B.
All right, all right. And the last question is, what's your favorite food or restaurant?
Mm. Favorite food would have to be Mexican or seafood. I could pretty much alternate, eat those every day, Mexican or seafood. Restaurant wise, I like to support small and local. So I've been going to Ojeda's a lot. That's in DeSoto.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
think they have a location up north. I haven't been to that one, but it's a family owned and operated company. Very good food, quick on the turnaround. Order, it's out in probably 5 minutes. And it's just anything Mexican, anything seafood and Mexican. But I've, lived all over the world, so I can eat pretty much anything.
And we're gonna talk about some of that today
Okay,
too.
okay.
We're gonna jump into that because you have been all over the place.
Yeah.
O'Hagan's is a great spot. That other location is up in the Oak Lawn area
Okay.
off of, I believe it's Maple. It's
Okay.
on Maple Avenue. That's the one I go to. Never been to the one down on the south side. I got to check it out though. We're gonna have to get down there and eat some Mexican food together one of these
There you
days.
go.
soon.
Let's do it.
All right, so jumping right into this. You know what? You're a sister of the leaf, cigar aficionado per se, cigar entrepreneur. How did your journey with cigars start?
It's interesting because in 2017, I stepped away from coaching. I landed in Dallas because I took a job at TCU. So that's how I landed in DFW, so Fort Worth. I was there a couple years. Then I went over to SMU. And so that's how I landed in Dallas. And so in 2017, I stepped back. I was up for 3 head jobs. I didn't get them. And I stepped back and said, well, let me reevaluate life. And let's see what's going on. And I took a year off. I took a vacation every single month for a year. And I said, I want to go new places. I want to do new things. I just want to try things. And so a friend of mine, matter of fact, Tex, he was like, hey, come out, smoke with me. I was like, smoke? What are you talking about? Smoke? He said, I have a group. Long story short, I went out to one of his Whiskey Wednesday vibes, and I smoked my first cigar in 2017.
Wow. And you've been hooked ever since.
And I've been hooked ever since. Yeah.
So would you call yourself a cigar aficionado officially now?
For sure, and it's aficionada with an A at the end.
Yeah.
Okay, as a female.
Okay.
But yeah, for sure, just because I smoke a ton, I probably get a chance to smoke more than most just because I'm trying blends, but I study a lot. I read a lot. I study a lot. Actually taking a course right now, Tobacconist U. So I'm always, forward thinking, just trying to grow myself as a person and really as a tobacconist.
Well, I tell you what, I've learned a lot from you just over the last year of knowing you. So, I think I need to take that course as well. But here's my question though. I got another question. Did you have any idea that you would be a lounge owner, and relatively fast at that?
No. It's just by chance. I mean, that is how God works. I believe in the Creator, so it's how He works. I went to an event, matter of fact, with Tex in this group. He's like, hey, let's come out, let's support this particular lounge that's trying to stay afloat. So I went. I didn't understand. I'm just going to hang out at this point. I'm just kicking it, right? I'm trying to learn about this thing. It's fun. I like the vibe. I like the environment. I like people. And we happened to go to the location where the original lounge was birthed. And at that time, that was my first time in the location. I was struggling. Ended up having a powwow with one of the owners that turned into, hey, I can help. Let's put a blueprint out of how I can transition into taking over, rebranding, doing some things that I want to do, and that's how it happened. Just by chance, it fell in my lap. I tell people it fell in my lap. It fell in my lap.
Wow. So that, you know what? And the next thing I was going to ask you was, how did you prepare? But it looked like you didn't have a lot of time to prepare.
No, it fell in my lap. I was like, oh, okay, well, let's, but you have to be ready. You have to be ready. Just business inclined. I'm a business minor. I didn't know how I would use it, later in life. But I always found myself, even when I coached for these universities, I was a top recruiter, but I was in charge of the budget. So just understanding how to balance, all the coaches, travel and expense reports and the budget. So I knew I had something there. I just didn't know how I would apply, into the next career.
Right, right. So once you got going though, because like you said, it fell into your lap, not a lot of time to prepare. But once you got going, what was probably the biggest challenge that you faced getting started?
Well, I'm a preparer. Like I want to study. I'm going to outwork you, right? I might not know everything, but I think that I'm going to outwork you. So because I didn't have any preparation for this, I was learning on the job. I was learning as I went, making up stuff, anything that I read that day, trying to apply it, in the lounge if I'm selling something to a customer, trying to talk about that specific cigar, memorizing the blend of the cigar, not really knowing what I'm tasting, but growing that avenue to be able to actually talk about it through experience and not just from on paper.
That's strange though. That's strange because, for me, one of my biggest challenges as I've been in the cigar lifestyle now is learning my palate.
Mm-hmm.
So I can only imagine how difficult it is when you're trying to sell a cigar to somebody and you're not quite sure what the flavors are that you tasted. How did you kind of overcome that? I mean, you just kind of pressed on and kept pushing.
Well, try new things, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my first cigar was Java Red, right? So I started on flavors. I was comfortable in the flavor lane as a consumer. So now, fast forward that I'm an owner, it's like, okay, I have to try new things. I need to be able to talk about this. I turned my palate off many days, like, ooh, that's too harsh. Just realizing, hey, how to grow it from the flavors through a mild cigar, through a medium, to a full body. And even now that I can smoke full, I still smoke flavors. Because I'm mood based. And it depends on how I feel. It depends on time of day. Just learn on the job, really. That's really how it happens.
You know what? Duly noted, because that's something, I've got some aspirations, and that's I'm going to take that to heart, because definitely that's something that I've been thinking about. Oh, so next, I got to know, what was your greatest accomplishment so far in the cigar business?
In the cigar business.
In the cigar business.
Okay. Greatest accomplishment. Ooh, that's tough. I will say, just because we are approaching 4 years in business, which is hard for an entrepreneur. It's hard for any business. They say if you can get past 3, you're starting to get some momentum. So as we approach 4, I think that is applaudable. That is something to really be cheerful and joyful about, because it's been hard. It's been times where I'm like, man, forget this. You know what I'm saying? Like I was not ready for this. But I think our 4-year anniversary being next month on the 12th, that is my biggest accomplishment thus far.
Wow. I can't wait. I'm going to be there too. We're definitely going to be there in the building.
Okay.
I tell you what, we had a good time last year. This year it's going to be epic. I got a feeling. Yes, you guys know how to put on a party over there.
Man, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
But y'all don't make it look like work. Funny thing, you don't make it look like work though, but you got amazing staff at Blowing Smoke. Customer service is top notch, and the funny thing that I don't see in a lot of places I go, I go in some different lounges from time to time, and I primarily smoke at yours, but I go in some different lounges. I don't see the staff trying to build a relationship with the customer the way your staff does, the way you do as a leader and your staff does at Blowing Smoke. I mean, it's something to be commended. hey, I live way out in 40, I live 40 miles
Yeah,
away,
that's
and I
far,
drive
far.
all the way over there just to buy a cigar, because,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm at home when I walk in the door, and
Well, I appreciate it.
that's amazing. That is
It's a
definitely amazing.
it's a lot of not only teaching, but I meet with them monthly. I'm not saying that others don't. We're in constant communication. I have some type of communication with them pretty much every day in our group chat. Just continuing to repeat the vision, how we want people to feel. And if I don't teach it now, then I'll have to teach it later when it's too late.
Right,
So
right.
that's important to me, and that's my coach background, right? If you don't teach it now,
Right.
you have to teach it later. So just constantly teaching them, showing them, literally showing them, talking about cleaning. This is how I would like things to be done. This is unacceptable. This is acceptable. Just down to the finite detail. But as far as hospitality and customer service, because that is one of our top 3 core pillars, then that's something that's harped on every day.
Yeah, and it shows. It shows. The one thing that I like that I see, some of the times I come in there when you're in there, because I pop in there sometimes and you just in the humidor doing some work.
Right.
Sometimes I catch you when you walking around out there on a Saturday midday or a Sunday. I see you cleaning. Even though you got staff there, one of the things I've always admired about you is that, just because you're part of that owner team, no task is too great or too small for you. I see you walking in, I see you shaking hands, you'll break back off to the right, ring somebody out, come over, clean out an ashtray.
I'm all over the place.
Yeah,
I know.
so that's gotta be something that makes your staff say, hey, if she can do it, then we can do it.
Right.
And it shows in doing it. It shows. That's why I love blowing smoke. That's why I'm honored to have you. So I'm gonna switch gears a little bit. I gotta go to basketball.
Okay.
I gotta get to basketball. So when did you first know in your life, because you've been playing basketball a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So when did you discover your passion for basketball?
So my memory dates back to, I believe, 8 years old. I can remember specifically playing on the playground at school. We had a basketball goal, no net, right? So I have a memory of having to have a person stand under the goal, because when you shoot the basketball, you weren't sure if it went in or not, right? It's just the ring, right? So it's hard to see, especially with the sun. So I have a memory of that. That's 8 years old. I think that's 3rd grade. And then by 5th grade, because it was right down the street from the house that I grew up in at that time, there were outside courts. So I remember going to those courts after school every day, every weekend. That's how I know that I was in love with it then.
Wow. And you started here in Dallas, or I read that you lived in Lockhart.
Lockhart. I'm from Lockhart. I've lived in Lockhart my entire life, childhood life. So I was born here in Dallas, but then shortly after, months later, moved to Lockhart, which is about 30 miles southeast of Austin.
Okay.
So country town. I'm a country girl. So the whole, how you doing? Welcome in. How you doing, baby? Hi, sweetheart. I'm a Southern girl like that.
Yeah, I see that.
It don't mean anything, or it's not flirtatious. That is who I am. That's what was instilled in me. I'm the sitting on the porch waving at everybody that drives by type of person. But yeah, since I would say 3rd grade is my first memory of basketball, and then 5th grade I knew I was excited and I loved it. I was the only girl, but I didn't care. It was something in me. Yeah, it was something in me that I continued to gravitate back to the court time and time again. Only girl out there, all the boys.
Oh wow. So what was your high school days like? Because I assume obviously you played all the way through high school into college. What was your high school days like in basketball?
Fun. It was fun. Freshman year, making varsity. I come from a town that is predominantly Caucasian, right, where the lower percentage of demographic. So, I had a little bit of those struggles, trying to battle that, I will use the word, a little bit of racism.
Yeah.
We'll just leave it. We'll leave it at that, but it definitely is real. Yeah. I remember fighting the number that I wore my entire career, which was 24. and how I received that number. There was a whole big debate about it. I'm talking about the team like almost turned their back on me and getting that number. It's a long story to it. Well, the short.
We got a little time. We got a little time. What's up?
The short version. There was an athlete that graduated the year before I entered high school, 9th grade, and she wore 24, and she ended up getting a scholarship. And so I think that the players that played with her, that overlap between our tenures, the two of us, they wanted it to be retired. And so, whereas I started as a freshman, I started JV, and then immediately first tournament, high school coach was like, hey, you know, we need bodies, and you're good enough. I'm bringing you up. So here's your jersey. Literally threw it at me. Here's your jersey. Bus leaves at this time.
Wow.
So I'm like, okay, I know nothing about, I don't understand why this number 24, it packs so much weight. So I get to the gym, you know, road trip, I put it on, you know, they're snickering and doing all that. And I don't know what's going on. I just want to play basketball. I just want to win. And come to find out it was a thing. It was a thing. So I wore that 24 my entire career. I think one professional team had to wear 23, but that's pretty much been my number. You know, we struggled in high school. My team we were good, but we weren't great. I had 5 coaches in 4 years. Do the math on that. 5 varsity coaches in 4 years.
Somebody quit or got fired in the middle of one of the seasons. That sounds like North 40 High School. You met my son. He played varsity in his freshman year out here at Forney. Same thing. The first year, they had a coach that couldn't coach. The second year, they got a new coach. The third year, they got rid of that coach, and so he decided to go to Faith Family and play. And then he couldn't assimilate into the Faith Family lifestyle. He was cool with the court. He was cool with the court. The coach is an amazing guy. But he couldn't, you know, coming from the suburbs and going down there on the lower side, it was a little rough for him.
It was a little rough.
He came back here to Forney, and he's been doing his thing, and so I'm hoping to see good things for him. But it sounds like his story is almost going to kind of mirror yours. He came back out here, and he's stepping into a new group, and he's shining, and everybody's not feeling it. They're not feeling it. So
listen, everybody's not going to feel it. They're not going to feel it. But no, I loved high school. I mean, that's my hometown. That's where my grandmother's from, and you know, all of the relatives, and those are my roots. It was hard, but it taught me a lot. I do remember, and I'll tell this last story about high school basketball. We played a particular team. I'll leave the name out of it. And you know, known as being a little racist. Actually, their mascot was a rebel, right? So that rebel flag, and they had all of that. Okay. Go figure that out.
I think I'm figuring it out already.
So they had a rebel flag. So we're playing an away game. This game is to decide who wins district, and it's away. So when we pull up in the bus, there's security. Security's ready. This is a girls' game now, not a boys' game. This is a girls' game. So we pull up in their security, and I'm like, "What is going on?" You know, I'm in it, but you don't know until. You know, life is lived forward, but you understand backwards. You don't know until you pass that point. So
right.
I pull up and I'm like, why do we need security? Like, what is going on? Okay, well, come to find out, the game starts, and halfway before we get to halftime, I'm seeing people in the stands going back and forth. You know, our fans, their fans, they're going back and forth. We come back out, they're like, go back in the locker room type of situation. We got to get the court clear, get everybody. So I come back out, people spitting, throwing stuff on us, coming out of the little, like it was really, really bad.
Wow.
Really bad. So we finished the game. We ended up losing the game. And at some point, I look back, they're pushing us into the locker room. I look back and I see my sister jumping over the bench, going after someone.
Oh boy. When that family's in the bleachers, you don't know what you're going to get.
So they kept us in the locker room for some time until they cleared all that out. But it was a deal. It was a little debacle. It was a deal.
Now, you were voted in your senior year, what was it, the Texas 4A Player of the Year. Is that right?
Stay off the internet, man.
Man, look, I had to do my research on you because I knew it was way more than this. It's going to be way more than this interview. Player of the Year, though. So you started out as a star. I'm putting it out there.
I appreciate it.
You started out as a star, and then you went to UT. And so what was that like with the transition from high school to UT? Because you're on a much bigger stage at this point.
Right. A big fish in a small pond in Lockhart going into a small fish in a big pond, you know, in one of the largest universities in the country. The good thing for me is that home was 30 minutes away. You know, that I can't imagine going to that magnitude of a university states away.
Wow.
I would have been lost. But the fact that I was able to get home in 30 minutes, my family could get there. My relatives worked in Austin. I had a large, you know, family base, second, third cousins that were in Austin that could get to me, that were at games. So that definitely helped. I do remember at some point freshman year making that call home, like, hey, I want to come home.
Wow.
I had that conversation.
Wow.
I had that conversation because I went from, as you saying, being the best at my particular level, right, for 4A, high school 4A, to being one of the best, right? You're having athletes from all over the world. We had a player from Wisconsin. We had a player from California. You know, people are choosing this university from different states. So I was just another athlete again. I had to start over.
Wow.
I was a freshman again. So I made that phone call and I said, I want to come home. Come get me.
What did they say?
My grandmother told me something that I'll never forget. She told me, baby, you're not coming home. She said, but what I want you to learn, she said, you got to learn how to fall on your knees and pray for yourself.
Wow.
She said, you call him home, you want to come home, you want prayer, you got to, she's like, you're on your own. You got to figure out how to pray for what you want on your own. So I'll never forget that.
Yeah, that grandma wisdom is something. I mean, you know, those of us, because I got a lot of friends don't even know what that's like at a certain point in their life. And I can remember going in the Marine Corps, get ready to go overseas for the first time and actually, you know, talking to mine and feeling like, man, everything is all right just because grandma said it was going to be now. Grandma don't know what I'm about to do over here. She don't know nothing about anything outside of Missouri. But just because she said it, just because she said it. So
security, yeah.
Oh yeah. And sometimes you just need that. So was it any different? I hear a lot of the guys that go off to college. I got another son that plays college ball. And I know what he kind of said. What was it like for the ladies, being a woman going over to UT and getting in and getting started? You know, was it really challenging to kind of assimilate with the other players? Because I imagine some of those players have been there longer than you. And then you went on did you get a full ride with them?
Yes.
Yeah. So did you face any challenges being that freshman coming in on a full ride? Was it like you were being tested all the time?
For sure. And something to know, in basketball, there are no partials. If you're a Division I university, there are no partial scholarships. You are either full or walk-on. And so being thrown in with the other 14 players, with the 15 spots on the roster, I didn't feel like I had to fight for a scholarship because that was already given. At that time, it's guaranteed. Once you sign, you're guaranteed your 4 years. That is not the case now. It is year to year. They may not tell you that.
Wow.
So I didn't feel like, you know, my school wouldn't be paid for. I never felt that pressure or that threat. For me, it was I wanted to start, right? We're mesmerized and hypnotized with starting. I want to start. I want to be a starter. I want to be a starter. And when I wasn't, then that shook me.
Wow.
That shook me up because I started, you know, at least for 3.5, 4 years in high school.
From freshman, you're varsity freshman, yeah.
Right. So that shook me up a little bit. So understanding, you know, I had that tough conversation with my college coach, which is a Hall of Famer, Jody Conrad, and I said, hey, I want to start. Like, that's my goal. What do I need to do to start? And she told me, I need you to cover the best player on the team. And the second thing she did almost crushed me. She said, have you noticed that you've gained weight?
Wow.
Yeah. And I was like, me? She punched me in my chest. Me?
Wow, yes, she did.
And I was like, wow.
Normally you wouldn't hear that from a woman, but she a coach.
No. She was like, I want you to see someone. So I started seeing a nutritionist. I didn't notice. A lot of it was muscle because we're lifting, 3-4 times a week.
Right.
That freshman 15 is real. Even as an athlete, it's more muscle because your body is changing.
Right.
But it still slowed me down. So the times where that first, second step, I could get past players, that wasn't happening anymore. So she was like,
wow.
If you can cover the best player, and you start seeing this nutritionist, and if you can be the best rebounding guard, then you'll start. She didn't say anything about scoring.
That's all she was worried about.
That's it.
Wow.
So I did that. I did that.
Wow. Hey, follow instructions. You asked for it, you got it.
Mm-hmm.
You got exactly what you were looking for. So you played your 4 years at UT. Hook 'em, best school in Texas. Gotta hook 'em.
Yes.
One time for UT. I know it's some people on here that don't agree. You got another lounge owner not far away from you that's like diehard Baylor.
I know. That's okay.
Yeah, he can't help it. He can't help it. Waco,
you don't know any better.
So you played your 4 years. You did your thing. Obviously, it was time to go into the draft. What was that feeling like when you knew, as you started to approach that? What was it like?
Surreal. There were some things that happened before, because I didn't realize I was a decent player. I didn't know. When you're in it, you don't know what's going on around you. Like, okay, it's not a big deal because it's you.
Mm-hmm.
But I was fortunate enough to make 2 national teams the 2 years prior, the 2 summers prior, to compete for the USA team and travel abroad. So I knew I was in that certain upper percentage. Draft comes around. Now, mind you, freshman year, WNBA did not exist.
Right.
The WNBA was established the summer after my freshman year in 1997. So at that point, I had a reachable goal, right? Before I went in my college degree, I'm the first one in my family to graduate from college. That's a big deal for me. And then the W was birthed, and now I had something else to reach for. So last 2 years, I'm like, okay, I might be doing something. I might be on to something. And senior year, the awards start coming around, and I'm like deer in headlights. Like, thank you, shaking hands. I don't know. Here you go, Mom. Put this up in the house somewhere.
Oh, Lord. Lord.
And then they said, we're going to invite 16 players to the draft. And I'm like, okay, well, cool. And we want to invite you. I'm like, okay. One of 16, that may be something.
So was that a simple phone call to you or to the coach? How did that go?
They call your coach.
They call your coach?
Yeah, they call your coach, and she has that conversation with you, kind of prep you for what's to come, what's to happen. So I was very informed, just because my coach is deeply rooted and grounded with women's basketball. This has been her entire career and what she's done for the game. She's a legend when it comes to women's basketball. So she would get inside information to be able to give it to me. So I was prepared. I was prepared on what was going to happen, what's to come on these trips, what to wear, I was prepared for everything.
Now, you know what, Edwina, you're real modest. I noticed that because you kind of skipped over that part about your accomplishments in college, So I'm just going to hit 2 of them. The 2 that caught my eye. You just kind of breezed by them a little bit. Real smooth. Like, I like that, though. That's all right. There was 2 things that I saw that caught my eye. Gold medalist in Taiwan, I think I saw, and bronze medalist in Canada.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. I was like, man, woo! Wow. What was that like? What was that feeling like to stand there and get a gold medal?
Once in a lifetime opportunity.
Wow.
Once in a lifetime. You're in a foreign country, but you see red, white, and blue everywhere, right? Especially for our game. Anyone that's passionate about America, whichever country you're from, they're coming red, white, and blue. But to be able to run behind that flag during ceremony, I think the ceremony even more than, you know, the confetti going up and you win a championship and the teammates everywhere and we're taking pictures, but that ceremony of walking with your country group,
Wow.
United States basketball, you know, in whatever sport it was, being at your training facility, you walk into a specific facility and you have all of these different countries getting treatment. They may not speak English. You don't speak their language, but you're in one location with them. It's like, okay, this is what's next.
Wow.
And you better figure it out. You better be able to adapt or you're not gonna last.
Yeah, it sounds like lots of pressure. Sounds like
it's not
lots
even
of
the
pressure.
sport. It's not even the sport. It's the rest of it. It's the off the court stuff that breaks people. Yeah.
Wow. When I read that, and I saw there's so many accolades, man. You got a long list of things, and I'm not even gonna just jump into all of that because we could talk for the next 20 minutes about your accomplishments, really. And it's amazing. I just want my daughter to meet you. I know you met my sons, but
I met your sons. Yep.
When I read that stuff, and I talk to my daughter all the time, and she's 13 years old now. I was like, this is somebody that I want her to meet. And I was reading this stuff the other day, and I was just amazed. I was amazed. I'm so proud to know you. I'm so proud of you.
You better stop it.
Man, look. I like to give flowers while you're here.
I appreciate the flowers.
Man,
I appreciate
take these flowers. They
You're
are
right.
well deserved.
You're right.
They are well deserved. So you go into the draft, right? You get drafted. So how was that? When you got drafted, I know how you felt. Great. It was surreal when the coach told you. But when they called your name, what did you do?
Well, a backstory of that, and I'm going to answer that. And it kind of ties into something that just happened in our area. You probably heard about the young lady that was shot and killed playing pickup with a friend of hers. That shot her, right?
Yes.
And how you're like, hey, just because she beat him, and it's a thing. So I was playing pickup. This is before the draft, maybe a month before the draft. So in between senior season ending and then the draft, which was at that time in April. So you got that little month gap. So I'm playing pickup, trying to stay in shape. And it was late one night, and I guess this guy was either back in town visiting, I don't know, but he wasn't a regular in the gym. So he didn't know who I was. And I only say that to say he didn't know that a female should be playing at this particular level. So I'm clowning. I'm doing him bad. And I'm only doing that because he opened his mouth. Like he said something to me. And I'm like,
right.
Like, no, it's not what, okay. So I take him to the post. Now I'm really clowning him, right? So I'm like, I got a kid on me. Like, so I'm making a move and I turn and he closed fists down on my hand and breaks it.
Oh, wow.
Closed fist down on my hand, he breaks it. Everybody's going in on him at the gym. I go get treatment and like, let's get an x-ray. So long story short, I'm at the draft with a half cast.
Wow.
So I had to prep them. I don't know when you're calling my name. God willing, you're going to call my name. I'm here. I'm assuming you're going to call my name. But when you call my name, I'm going to take my cast off and put it under my chair. And I'm going to walk up there. And when you shake my hand, just know my hand is broken. My name's called. This is the backstory. I go up and I shake hands with 3 fingers. But the moment was great. But this is what I remember about my birthday.
They didn't put the super squeeze on your hand, did they?
No, they didn't.
Thank God. So who drafted you? Where'd you go?
So I was drafted to Detroit. I was the 3rd pick in the first round. At that time, my draft, which was 2000, was the last draft for the ABL. So any basketball, women's basketball buffs, we had a semi-pro league that was the ABL. That league folded. It dismantled, and so those players were being drafted into the W. So my draft was the last one. So I went 3rd. I was the first college player because of the 2 ABL players that were drafted before me. So I went to Detroit and spent 3 years there. Nancy Lieberman was the coach at that time. They drafted me. Yeah, she drafted me. So it was a fun experience. all the experiences were fun. For me, just being in a different part of the country, I had traveled to different countries, but being a different part of the United States. I'm a Texas girl, stayed home for college in Texas, and now I'm launched into Michigan.
That's a culture shock. That's culture shock right there. Detroit is a whole nother lifestyle, unlike anything in Texas at all. I bet that's a far cry from Lockhart.
It is. But I enjoyed it. Only
Yeah.
because when you're a part of a team, that's your family, right? That's your immediate new family. So you immediately have family in that location.
Wow.
Right? And because
That's
we
true.
spend so much time on the court, so much time traveling, all we know is our teammates and our coaches.
Right.
That's really it. So to enjoy the city or to meet other people in the city, it doesn't happen as often as you may think.
So did you, when you first got up there, and of course, just like going into college, did you feel that same pressure like you did going into college, and in a sense that you've got to really step up and, make your mark and make yourself known? Did you?
Definite. I felt the pressure, one, because I'm their number one draft pick, right? And then they traded 2 spots to get that spot. That 3rd pick, they traded 2 players that were on the team prior. One of them is now a Hall of Famer to get my pick.
I was going to ask you who you played against, but go ahead and finish because I can't wait to hear this.
Yeah, so that was a lot of pressure that I had to replace, those all-stars at the time. One of them, Genazi, was an all-star for sure. So they traded her to get that spot in order to draft me. And then the added pressure of arriving at training camp with a broken hand.
Yeah. How much time did you have between the time you got
draft
started
day
to playing?
Draft day and practice.
Really?
Between draft day and practice, maybe 8 to 10 days.
That's it? You didn't have some weeks? So you was playing hurt for a minute then?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. That speaks to your intestinal fortitude. That's what we call that in the Marine Corps. That's intestinal fortitude. Yes.
Yeah.
It's the drive and the ability to persevere through great pain and sacrifice. They talk about that a lot in the Marine Corps. When you go to battle, you want to live. And that was your battle. You were stepping into battle, and you got to survive. You can't die. You got to go in there and suck it up and get it. It goes past being brave. It goes, the biggest fight that any person can ever have is with themselves.
Yes.
That's the one battle that you never want to lose. That was one of the lessons I learned at 18 when I first went to the Marine Corps. You don't ever want to lose a battle with yourself, because your end result in war is to live. So definitely. So after your time in the WNBA, you played some international ball too, huh? I found that out because I was really Googling you a lot.
Lord have mercy. You did your homework.
I did some homework.
No, it actually was at the same time. So with the W, because we play in the summer, then we have that 8 months, right, off. So at that time, majority of players were going overseas. Now that percentage of players going abroad is less, right? Because you're getting endorsements and the game has changed. The landscape of women's basketball has blossomed, it's groomed, it's grown. So at that time, I went overseas. So there were times in between the W season and the international season where I would have 2 and 3 days at home.
Wow.
So I may have to pack up in whatever city, Detroit, Phoenix, and Houston, that's who I play for, and then go home for 2 days, unpack, repack, and then get on the international flight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And you're gone until you normally get a Christmas break to come home, whether it is a week or 2 weeks, and then you go right back and you're there up until your W season. But some players, a lot of European, like Russia, what's going on with Russia would be
right.
But there are other countries where their league extended longer. So they may be well into training camp before they would arrive back to the Americas. So there were times you had no days off.
Wow. That's something. So was the compensation, I would imagine now it's a lot different back then. Were WNBA players getting rich or very, very comfortable? Because I think the endorsements, I don't know how the endorsements went back then, but I remember.
My little sign is falling. I'm sorry.
That's
Look
all
at it.
right.
Look at it. Look at it. You got to keep the branding up here, brother.
Yeah, I know that's right. You should have got right in front of it so we can see the blowing smoke. But you know, I tried to do that in all of the advertising. I tried to put the bee up in the sky on the ad that I was doing. You know, I want to
Now,
make
is
sure that
that on your
everybody knows.
wall? Don't grace past that. Is that on your wall or is that?
No, so that's part of my display for when I do my vending.
Okay.
And so I can set it up. I usually set it up when I do a live or something like this. When I do
I got you.
conversations.
Look at me. Look at me. Let's scoot this thing over. This wind, you know.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
rain
you
is
gotta
fucked
get
up.
it right. Take your time. Take your time.
Oh,
You at
you're
home.
good.
You
You're
at
good.
home right now. You with family. So after all of your international play, and you know you kind of segued over or you transitioned over into coaching. What was that like? Did you feel like you were starting over when you started coaching?
Yes, of course, because you're learning something new. I think for me, because I knew that I would be retiring within the next 2 years of when I started sending out emails, right? I don't know what gave me the presence of mind to send out emails to college coaches to say, hey, I'm Edwina Brown, Penn University of Texas, a little bit of my resume, and I'm interested in coaching, would be interested in your staff. I started sending out emails. And then when I got back home, I went and had a conversation with the head coach at the University of Texas because my coach had retired. I had a conversation with her, and I said, hey, want to let you know I'm probably going to hang it up in the next year or so and would love to be on your coaching staff. I have a passion for, you know, coaching and teaching the next generation and giving back as it pertains to my gifts and talents, and I just want you to think about me. So I came home in 2010, December 2010. In January of 2011, she said, hey, just be around the team. Just be around. I'm gonna throw you responsibilities. This is gonna be a volunteer basis. I said, that's fine. I had a house in Austin at the time, so I lived there. And I said, that's fine. And by April, I had a job.
Wow, and that's when you became the strength and conditioning coach?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Man, you know what? I wish that I had a bunch of young people on this live right now because the story, you know, I when I started conversations with Chevalier, I didn't want it to just be about cigars. I wanted it to be conversation over cigars. A great cigar, a great drink, and some great conversation, an opportunity to learn and grow, you know, and inspire. And right now, I know one of my sons is in there playing PlayStation. You know, I saw one of them jump in here, but every young athlete needs to see this live.
Thank you.
They need to know and understand this journey. What you've laid out, you can safely assume in between all of the gaps that we haven't really filled because we don't have that much time. There was a lot of work and dedication. A lot of work and dedication, and they need to know that. They need to know that it's not just about the money, it's not about the shine, it's about intestinal fortitude, you know, passion and dedication. And so you embody all those things, Edwina. It's just, I just feel good about even talking to you tonight. So I'm gonna skip through the rest of the coaching stuff because you did a lot of stuff with University of Texas, University of New Mexico, TCU.
Yeah.
And then SMU, which we got some SMU alums on here. Shop She Smokes has been hollering in the comments for the last 10 minutes. She been hollering in the comments in the last 10 minutes. So, you know, she gonna rep her Mustangs. That's what she does. She's gonna do that. But you also, after coaching and maybe even during coaching, you started with some philanthropy and you came up with a group mapped out.
Yeah. So I actually started mapped out at the end of my playing career. So around about 07, 08, I retired in 2010. So 07, 08, I started that as I was trying to build business opportunities and, you know, give back to the community. So I started that. I had a few years where it was really growing. And then once I jumped into coaching, I couldn't figure out who to hand it off to.
Wow.
So as a college coach, there are certain rules, there are NCAA rules that you can't cross those lines. And so
Right.
the contact with the young women and men, right? Because it was for boys and girls, I couldn't have. It was a lot of providing, camp tuition or apparel, just kind of standing in the gap, right? Standing in the
Yeah.
gap for those that were less fortunate, like myself, because I had
Right.
someone that stood in the gap for me growing up. That's what it was about. So Mapped Out was MAPD, mentoring athletes and providing dreams. So it was a lot of that. Once I got to college coaching, it had to dissolve. I took a year of trying to figure out who to hand it off to, if I can kind of work idly in the background, but not cross the NCAA rule. But I couldn't figure out how to make it work. So
Wow.
when I stepped down in 2017 from coaching, here I am. I took a year to just let my hair breathe in the wind. Cigars fell in my lap, and then I said, you know what? This is a passion of mine. I want to do this. I want to pick this back up. So then at Wiener Brown Foundation, I wanted to have my name attached to it, just so people understood, who's the founder. You'll see a lot of pro athletes that have their name foundation, their name charity,
Right.
their name, so I wanted to keep it in that vein, and have a Wiener Brown Foundation. And so that was established. I would say I really got going maybe a year and a half ago, or really trying to push that, and really grow it, maybe 2 years. And with this first round, I want to be able to offer scholarships to two young students. I wanted to start in my high school, and this is no shame to them. I have
Hmm.
not been able to get in contact with any of them,
Wow.
which is sad. I've reached out.
Wow.
I actually went back home a few years ago. Thought that would make the contact, but it didn't. So I think I'm just going to choose the school here, push out the criteria of how to qualify. There's going to be an essay that needs to be written in order to receive this scholarship, just to provide and just to donate and just to help some people along the way.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's good. We don't have enough of that either. I watch the AAU kind of system and how it works, which is good, but sometimes it seems like it's becoming more big business than it is
It
about
is.
the
It
team,
is.
the players. It's not
It's a lot
about,
of that.
I don't, I've seen some teams that are good about really mentoring these, young people and teaching them how to carry themselves, not just how to be on the court, but off the court. But now, this last couple of years, I haven't seen a lot of that. And so, it sounds like the Dwayne Brown Foundation is going to be contributing to that. And
I
that's
believe
a
so. I
beautiful
hope so,
thing.
for sure.
Yeah, that's a beautiful thing. So let's change gears. We're going to get back over to the cigar world a little bit.
All
So
right.
right in us just talking about your history, it gives me a full view of who you are now and why you are the person you are in the cigar industry.
Yeah.
And, I know we don't have a lot of time to talk, but I just want to say, I just want to commend you, Edwina, for being who you are and staying true to yourself. One of the things that I've learned about you in being around you is two things, really. It's got
Uh-oh.
to, you know what?
Uh-oh. I can't wait.
If it don't make dollars, it don't make
It
sense.
don't make no sense.
I learned that about you. You didn't have to tell me. And you're a woman of your word. You're a woman of your word, and you are. You don't let everybody in your circle. So if a person is in your circle, then they earn the right to
You
be
in
there.
in. Yeah,
You in and you in,
Yeah.
and you keep it 100 all the time, and you are low key supportive. A lot of people don't know just how supportive you are behind the scenes, and I've experienced it personally.
Okay.
Without you ever telling me, and I found out, oh, this shit happened because of a Dewey. Dewey did this, and I really appreciate that. A lot of people, like I said, I believe in giving roses. Men, women, it doesn't matter. I believe in giving roses, and people need to know, about you on the cigar scene, that you don't only talk the talk, you walk the walk.
Absolutely.
And it shows in your business acumen, how you run your business, how you go out and support others. And I saw once you over at Roz's spot one night a couple of weeks ago. You went over to support her. I saw that. And it's really, you set a fine example for all of these young guys like me coming up in the cigar industry, that it teaches me, hey, you know what? In order to receive, you gotta give.
You got to give.
You gotta give. You gotta
Gotta
give.
Yeah. You have to invest. It's fundamental, right? It's
Right.
fundamental in whatever you believe. And I'm not trying to be all religious or spiritual, but you have to give to receive,
Right.
right? So let's think about daily life. Investing into stocks. Investing, putting money in the bank. You can't go to ATM machine with ATM card and withdraw if you haven't put in, so it's fundamental. So if I want support, or if I want, and I live by the law of reciprocity,
Right.
I believe what I give, I want to receive it, and we'll keep that cycle going. So if I can go and support one, because I want to show love. I want to show love, and I want to remain visible. I believe that if I show support, then I should receive that. That's just what I believe. And if it doesn't happen, that's okay. I'm going to do my part.
Right.
I'm
That's
gonna do my
word
part.
right there. That's word right there. Now, I got a question for you, because I'm kind of switching gears back into the cigar vein. But so, Sister of the Leaf, starting the lounge. Do you feel that the cigar industry supported you, or was accepting of you as a woman coming into the cigar industry and the lounge owner? Do you feel that they were welcoming to you
The industry
as a whole? Yeah, as a whole.
I can't say yes. I don't want to say hard no. I have a few hurdles that I have to jump every day. One, and it's not a cry me a river moment. I'm female, right? I'm female in a male dominant hobby, right? Now career, right? So that's one, and that's a given. I have browner skin.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna keep it real.
Yeah.
It is a thing. It is an issue with some. And I'll leave it at that. So those are the main two hurdles that I jump every single day. I even have to fight the good fight, so to speak, on the daily in the lounge. Let's just say, obviously you do this pretty much every day. You're visiting different shops. You're inundated with the culture. You know what's going on in the community. But for those that are not on social media, for those that maybe are passing through on 35, enter in Dallas, Googling cigar shops, find my shop, walk in, see a female, and, go in the humidor, and then I walk behind and was like, hey, what we smoking on today? How can I help you? And then they're rude, right? And they're rude because of the female thing. I've even had people say, is the owner here? And I just laugh. Or I've had people to say, they'll try to test my knowledge. I like Fuentes. What do you have in the Fuente category? So I start talking about the couple Fuentes that we carry, and they're, what do you know about it? Or it sounds like you may know a little something.
Wow.
Like, well, I kind of have to, so I get that disrespect, whether blatant, whether subtle. I get it every day. But as far as being a lounge owner and communicating with manufacturers, communicating with cigar companies, there's an extra hurdle or two that I have to jump. But because I work hard, I don't care. I'm going to figure out how to get around it and get to who I need to talk to, or know someone that can talk on my behalf. But that happens on the daily.
Do you see it changing in the future? Because I'm seeing a lot of ladies are kind of coming together, like they have the SOTL global movement, and those ladies are doing a lot of work to, I believe, kind of change the narrative as it relates to women in the cigar industry. What do you think about some of those groups like that? Do you see it changing, in the near future?
I think that it will change on the consumer level faster than it will on the owner level. So when you are a consumer, you're talking about those different groups that are moving around, and because ladies are part of certain groups, and ladies are doing philanthropic measures around cigars, I think that you'll see more movement on that level faster than you will on my level. In my level, it is more of going to these trade shows, taking these trips, going to these big time cigar events where manufacturers or the farmers are present, where you're getting to know the people that are picking that cigar, that leaf, that tobacco, that tobacco out of the ground and starting the process. Once I get in with those folks, then that's when some movement takes place. But there are not a lot of female lounge owners, for one, and then there's not a lot that are doing that. So when you see me traveling and moving around, it is for that purpose, specifically outside of DFW.
Yeah, I saw that you were at PCA this summer, and I had an opportunity on another show that I was doing on Facebook Live to interview Scott Peterson from the PCA, and I mentioned your name, and he knew exactly who you were, and I was kind of proud because I was like, she's from Dallas, Yeah, I mentioned it because I had a lot of questions, and when I was talking to him, the interview was supposed to be an interview with him just talking about what the PCA is all about, but naturally, being who I am, I wanted to dig in a little bit. So I wanted to ask some questions about, minority inclusion in the PCA and, what are we doing? What is the PCA doing to attract more small business cigar accessory companies, small lounge owners? What are we doing to just bring more minority business? And he answered my question and I was impressed. But during the time when he was talking, I said, yeah, I knew a couple people that went out, and I dropped your name in Lawrence, of course, from Easy Ash. And he said, oh, yeah, I recognize both names. I think I met them both. I know I met Lawrence. But it was just the idea that they were paying attention. What do you think about the PCA's role in the cigar industry today? Do you feel that, it's advantageous to go to PCA?
I think that is vital. What they're doing is vital because there are governing body when you're talking about fighting tobacco laws, trying to advance the culture. For example, you probably heard of this. A lot of the flavor cigars they're trying to take off the market, right? So PCA gets on the front lines that are fighting for us to keep that, especially Drew Estate. That would knock out.
That would kill them.
Percentage, 20%, 30% of their offering, but. That we like those cigars. I mean, that's how I started smoking cigars. That's what drew me into the country, so into the industry. So I think that what they're doing is vital. The other thing that they're doing, and I don't know if you guys know Jay Davis. He's at Blue Smoke. Jay has done a lot for me behind the scenes. He's actually on the board of PCA. So having conversations with him and just about the laws, that are helping us, hurting us, who to vote for. Not telling you who to vote for, but just understanding who's pro tobacco, and all of those things are vital. So going to that show, especially as a new company, a small company that's trying to get my footing and to grow roots in the tobacco industry, I have to be there. If I'm not there, I'm not meeting these owners. I'm not making these deals. I can't order 100 boxes from every company. I can't store that. I can't afford that. So having the face-to-face, even if it's at the bar, a lot of business takes place outside of the show at the bar.
Right, I heard.
Yeah, actually, that's how I met Carlito, who I think you had on your show a couple weeks ago, if not last week, at the bar.
Yes.
So, and I saw him chime on earlier and comment, but meeting these people that can say, hey, I know her, I met her, open her account. No, she doesn't need a minimum, she's good. Or her minimum doesn't need to be X amount, let's have her minimum this amount. Those are the deals that take place that help someone like me, who is a up and coming small company that's working with a budget that is growing, not grand, but it's growing, it's progressive. I need that assistance. So the locking arms is what PCA and also TPE, that's what it has done for me.
Yeah. So where do you see Blowing Smoke, Edwina Brown, in the next 5 years? Where would you like to see?
I think for the original Blowing Smoke, and I did use that word specifically, for the original Blowing Smoke location, we would like to get to our own building. get out of having to pay a landlord, and you're paying so much money in rent 3 to 5 years that you're in that space that could obviously be going towards real estate, towards your own company, own name. So we would like to have our own location. We would like to have multiple locations. That is something that was very close to happening in the past, but things happen for a reason. The deal fell through really at the 12th hour, as they say. It fell through at the last minute, but it was meant. Maybe we weren't ready. Maybe the landlord at that time wasn't someone that we would be compatible with. So it didn't go through. So we definitely want to. I'm learning a lot, even in this location in Lancaster. I've learned a lot in 1 year. We're going to be there a few more years, and then at the same time, look for our own building, but definitely multiple locations, and not just in DFW. We've had a lot of people to ask questions about launching in other states.
Wow.
And putting the brand on it.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. I'm so proud of you, my friend. I'm so proud of you. Carlito's still here. He just commented. He said,
I see it.
Still here following every word. Next time we run into each other, it is I who wants an autograph from you. You're a real inspiration to the positive things in the industry office.
Yeah, I see
Carlito, thanks for chiming in, my brother. Yeah. It's always good to have you in the building. We're going to have to talk again real soon, man. But he's right, though, Edwina. You set the tone. You set the tone. And I think a lot of people what my goal for this interview was not to just talk about cigars, but to talk about you, because you are blowing smoke,
Thank you.
And I think that, hopefully somebody, maybe it was one of those assholes that came in there, he might be watching this interview. Maybe now he sees, hey, I'm dealing with somebody that knows more than most. And I need to take the time to be a little bit more open. And then for those that think they know you but don't know your journey, maybe they learn a little bit more and maybe respect you just a little bit more and understand your journey and support just a little bit more. That's what it's all about.
And why I don't know why they coined this phrase, I'm aggressive. I'm an athlete, bro. I'm going to be aggressive.
Oh, well, yeah.
And you can't come at me sideways. Perhaps I am aggressive.
Hey, but if you're strong, you can deal with aggressive. You just got to be strong.
Say that.
If you're not strong, you can't deal with aggressive. That's all. It's not going to matter what they learn tonight. If they soft, they ain't going to be able to deal with the aggressive tomorrow.
At all.
Just like they couldn't yesterday. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. But I want to thank you for joining me tonight.
You're welcome.
I just want to thank you for supporting me the way you do. I'm new to this whole game. I've been around here for a year now, and it's great to know that I have people like you that I can lean on and talk to and learn from. And you've taught me a lot just through example. I don't think I've ever walked up and asked you a question, but I've learned a lot just sitting back and watching you do what you do. And I say thank you to you. And before we go, what's going on in the next couple of weeks at Blowing Smoke? I know we got Rocktober this week.
Rocktoberfest on Saturday. Yeah, I'm excited. There's a panel. Rockstar wants to do a cigar ed piece, which I love. I'm all for education of the industry. I don't know his question lineup, but he has to host it at my lounge, I think, because the stage is a perfect setting. That's going to be this Saturday, 4 to 7. I'm slated to be on the panel, so I'm excited to be able to share whatever questions are directed my way. And then on November 12th, we have our 4-year anniversary.
Yes.
So we actually had a situation that happened last night that we got to pivot on our cigar company, but I will release who the new cigar company is going to be in the next couple of days.
Okay.
But we will have a cigar company in the building doing a phenomenal promo, and then we're going to bring back Soulful Sounds. We're going to bring them back into the build. Yeah, we're going to bring them back. They're going to do a longer segment with the band. So that's going to be Saturday, November 12th, 6 o'clock. We'll do our Herfador. I'm calling it a herf. So it's basically a smoke. So a cut and light. But our welcome herf is going to be with the company that I'll announce in the next couple of days, and then we'll
Okay.
roll right into the music. So it's gonna be good times. Get your table. I will say, and I'm not just saying it to say it, you may want to reserve a table. We were
I got my
sold
table.
out. Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah,
I'm just saying, if
I'm in there.
everybody else, I don't know that we had many seats available last year for our 3-year. I think we had a couple on the wall, but you might want to get your seat to get your table.
I definitely recommend you guys contact them and get a table, or you'll be standing up. You still gonna have a good time though.
Yeah, you got
I
a good
had a
time.
table and I stood up, so I
Yeah.
you know it was a good time. You will never have a great time like you will have at Blowing Smoke. Don't forget they have karaoke.
Oh yeah.
Every Tuesday night is going down for karaoke. I'm always doing the lounge with Ray, so I
That's
never
right.
get to come anymore. But
That's
you
right.
know, I've experienced it a couple of times. I was at the first one, and
Mhm.
it was a great time. So you guys get over to Blowing Smoke. It's in Lancaster, Texas, 3504 South Interstate 35, right?
Where did you get that address from?
Is it 3504?
No, sir.
What is it?
That's okay though. You're close. 1604 North Interstate 35.
Man, I was only 20 some blocks off. I was only 2,000 blocks off.
1604. 1604.
All right, man. And I just want to thank you. This has been Conversations with Chevalier, with my friend, my mentor, my partner, Edwina Brown.
Thank you for having me. I really do appreciate it.
All right, and thank you for joining us. This has been our show tonight. You guys make sure you stay safe, stay smoky, and remember the Chevalier lifestyle. We smoke the cigar, sip the whiskey, sing to the music, and savor the cuisine. Chevalier's out. Y'all have a good evening. Good night, Edwina.
Have a good night, everybody.
See you this weekend.
All right.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am here with Ariel Dikowicz of La Serena Cigars. She is the brand manager, and she's been kind enough to have a few minutes with us to talk a little about her brand and the cigars she's doing. We're actually coming to you from a mobile cigar lounge and retail shop here, sponsored by Event Cigars, and we're also outside of the Alwyn Cigar Store, where Ariel's here to do an event tonight. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for giving us a few moments. My name's Will Cooper. I am the editor of Cigar Coop. I'm joined by Stace Berkland. Hey guys, how you doing? And we're going to have a little conversation, learn a little about Ariel, her brand, and a whole lot more.
So first of all, Ariel, welcome.
Thank you for having me. This is really cool.
Yeah, we're excited to have you here in Charlotte, Outland Valentine location. This is your first trip to North Carolina?
Mm-hmm.
Great. What we wanted to do before we jump into the sticks, because it's all about the sticks, I wanted a little bit of background about your family history and just who Ariel was before you became the brand ambassador and then was promoted to brand manager for La Serena. So would you just tell me a little bit about who Ariel was before you hit the cigar industry? What were you like growing up as a kid?
Oh goodness, as a kid. I think I was kind of wild and crazy then too. Love theater. I was a theater major in undergrad.
Okay.
I still love, to do that on the side, acting and stuff.
Okay.
I'm always going to a Broadway show. I tweet my shows, my grandma, my mom, I just love the shows.
Nice.
And my dad too. One week now. Then I studied health and behavioral science and special education for deaf and hard of hearing.
Okay.
Got my master's in that. And that's me. in a
Okay.
nutshell.
So that was like college age and stuff. So going back, was your father, did he have the cigar store when you were a young child? Or when did that come about, and how did you transition from where you are now, where you were as a child to where you are?
My dad bought into the cigar shop maybe 6-7 years ago.
Okay.
He was in construction with his family. Cigars were always in our life because my grandfather smoked, my uncle smoked.
Right.
So I was always around them. I always loved them.
Nice.
But it was, a totally different experience when my dad bought into Tobacco Plaza. It was so nice having him, work right around the corner.
Right.
I would go sit, hang out with him, watch the Yankee games, bring him dinner. I ended up just loving, being around the cigar atmosphere. I didn't start smoking yet, not at this point. I just enjoyed kind of the smell and like the people. That's where I met Rene Castaneda, who at the time was the New York sales rep.
Okay.
And he hired me. He said, "Oh, you don't mind cigar smoke? Come work for us. You'll be a cigar model. You'll hand out, cigars at events and stuff." And I was like, "Oh, that sounds like so much fun." This is when I was in college. This is when I was an undergrad.
Okay.
And I did it. 30 minutes into my first event, I called him into the humidor. And I said, "Can you teach me about the cigars? Like, I want to be able to talk to people about it." And that was kind of it. It was the first time I really asked questions about the cigars. Fell in love with it. You know, I didn't know that different sizes give you different flavors, and that the same exact tobacco from the same country put in a different ratio changes it dramatically. I didn't know any of that stuff. Fell in love. Then I started traveling. I went, to see factories in Honduras, Nicaragua, Dominican Republic. That was it. Then I was hooked. Then I started smoking. We all know how this turned out.
All came out from there. Okay, great. That's awesome.
And by the way, my origins are very similar. I hung around cigar lounges for about a year before I actually lit up a cigar and smoked. And I was in New York smoking with a lot of my buddies, or not smoking, I should say, but hanging out in the cigar lounges while they were smoking. I'm not going to smoke. I'm not a smoker, right? Then I moved to North Carolina for my job in 2008, and I missed being in the lounges. So I started going to the lounges, and then I started lighting up because I just couldn't sit there by myself.
And it changes the experience.
And it changes it. I was hooked after that, so I can relate to that as well.
So you want to transition into the La Serena brand?
Yeah, let's talk a little about La Serena. Tell me how the name came about.
The name was the last part of the entire operation. We had our blend ready. We had played around with a few different names. I didn't really want it to be called Ariel or anything.
Right.
You know, my name. I didn't think I wasn't at that point in the industry. I still don't think I am. But I wanted it to relate to me. I wanted it to be something fun and exciting. And I was sitting at Club Macanudo. There was about 7 to 10 guys sitting in a circle. Everyone was speaking Spanish around me. So I'm like, okay, I look at the guy next to me, and I'm like, hey, how do you say mermaid in Spanish? And he's like, La Sirena, and turns and finishes the conversation, and I was like, yep, that's it. Took a cocktail napkin, wrote La Sirena, passed it to Renee, and he said, yep, passed it to Nestor.
Nice.
That's how we had our name.
Okay, so how did the collaboration with My Father's Cigars, how did that come about?
We wanted a full-bodied, full-flavored cigar. We were having it more in Nicaraguan, Dominican. Once we decided we wanted Nicaraguan, who else can you go to besides, Don Pepin or Jaime Garcia to make the best full-flavored, full-bodied Nicaraguan cigar?
That's a great cigar. So tell me a little bit, what was it like working with the Garcias, with Jaime and Don?
It's amazing working with them. My Spanish is not so great, so
nor mine.
So we just do a lot of hugging, a lot of head nodding. Obviously, I became very close with Yanni. I love other women in the industry, so it's super fun to have that sort of. And I actually really have the utmost respect for them and what they do. So working with people that you look up to, it's an amazing experience.
How many did you have a large number of blends to evaluate, or what was that like going through the process with it?
This is like one of my favorite stories. I had a flight scheduled to Nicaragua. They sent us a few sample blends so we could have a starting point. Oh, I like this, I didn't like this, I like this. Smoked the first one, it was good. I got, okay, we like this, we don't like this. Second one, okay, whatever. Third one we smoked. Me, Renee, my dad was part of this. We all looked at each other and we were like, that's our cigar. Like, cancel our trip to Nicaragua, put it in production. Like, everyone said that you don't pick a cigar in 3 blends. It doesn't work like that. And the fact that we found, they blended us a winner on our 3rd cigar was incredible. I wanted to take more of a part in picking a blend, but when you have the right cigar,
it stands on its own. So that's an interesting story. I'm glad you shared that with us.
So the line, in my opinion, the line's been highly successful. I mean, this has just been. When I first had this cigar, I called him up. I was in Chicago and I tried this cigar. I said, "You have to try this cigar. It's a full-flavored, full-bodied, full-strength cigar like I hadn't had before." And a lot of folks still aren't full-bodied, full-strength cigar smokers. Why do you think this line's been so successful?
I think it has more flavor than it does strength. It's definitely, medium plus, medium to full, strength-wise, but it's the flavor that's really, kind of captivating, and I think people that are slightly hesitant going towards, the word strong, when you explain to them, this isn't, it's not going to make you sick or knock you down, it's just, it has so many flavors in it that the strength just kind of balances equally. I think that's kind of why.
And another thing you folks uniquely did was, when I was in Chicago, I had this cigar, but I came back east. It was February 2010. 2011. I had it in Chicago. I came back east. I couldn't find it. And what I started to learn just from various folks is that you guys were doing a slow, gradual geographic rollout. Why don't you talk a little about that, because that was kind of unique.
We wanted to kind of build up the hype. We also, we did something different when we had at the show in New Orleans, before. We gave unbanded samples just to kind of get people talking about it. Right. That was something, I think a lot of people hadn't seen before. And we wanted to continue with that, get people excited. It's a new cigar. We want this brand to be long lasting. We wanted to build it up, build up the hype. So what we did is we had our launch in Chicago. A month later, we did it in Miami. We brought it to New York a month later, and then January of 2012 hit the stores across the U.S.
Excellent. Nice. Excellent. Okay. Can we transition a little bit from La Serena today to La Serena future? Tell us a little bit about where you're going and what we can expect here in the near future.
I'm really excited about this. Like I said, we weren't sure if originally we wanted to do Nicaraguan or Dominican. Now we're like, why not do both?
Okay.
So,
right.
Who else are we going to work with in Dominican besides Guillermo Leon?
Guillermo Leon, right.
Who makes, incredible,
phenomenal
fabulous cigars that, you're always going to, the quality is always amazing, you know what you're going to get. And I thought it's time for something a little bit more medium. There are, like you said, there are a lot of people who aren't ready for, full-bodied cigars yet, and I wanted something just a little different. So when I do an event, or I meet someone in the shop, I can say, oh, you prefer a little bit more medium to full? Here, try this one. So we're coming out with that, hopefully, this summer, and it's going to be called the Merlion. It's going to be 3 sizes. You don't have to worry, the band will definitely not disappoint.
Okay.
It will be equally as gorgeous as the original La Serena band.
Which is what we're smoking here, by the way. Thank you. Do appreciate it.
One thing I love what you did with the band is I love the big band. Actually, I was a huge fan of it. It was just, in my opinion, groundbreaking. But I loved how you put the second band on here as well, because what happened is you do have to take the band off at some point. But what I like is, with that second band, the cigar still has its identity. And it was just a great idea that you had. I know the first releases didn't have it, and then it was around last summer where that was added.
That was consumer feedback. My email address, my Twitter, my Facebook, I run all of that, and I was serious when I, gave it out the first time, and I said, tell me what you think. And the response to the band was so mixed. People loved it, but they hated that I had to take it off too soon. So we were like, what can we're not giving up the band. We
Right.
loved the band.
Right.
But what can we do to balance that out? And, Jason in the office, he's like, what if we just do a second band? And at first we were hiding the second band underneath, so people were like, ooh, I feel like a lucky winner, a little surprise.
Right.
And then it was still a little bit too low, so we moved it up, but people have really, really appreciated it, especially the fact that it came from their ideas.
Right.
So I think that was cool.
The La Serena A was actually, I had it at your dad's store. That was where I first had it, and it was a nice surprise when I actually had pulled off the big band, and I said, there's a smaller band there. So it was actually, I was nicely surprised, and I was glad it extended to the rest of the line.
Those were the first ones that we did it on, because when those came out for my birthday, that's when the idea happened, and then since then we've been rolling them out with the second band.
And it's a mix of old school and new school. So the smaller band is that kind of an older feel to it, and then you have this modern band, which I just love. So it brings the best of both worlds there.
I want to transition a little bit to Miami Cigars and talk a little bit about your life as brand ambassador / brand manager for a line carried by Nestor in Miami.
It's the coolest job in the entire world. I thought my dad had the coolest job, getting to hang out in a cigar shop and smoke all day. I get to hang out in cigar shops across the country and smoke.
And a mobile lounge now.
And a mobile lounge now.
Event Cigars Mobile Lounge.
Event Cigars Mobile Lounge.
This is definitely
Charlotte.
a first for me.
Great.
This is pretty awesome. And I get to meet people. I get to meet cigar smokers who love it as much as I do and make very, strong relationships with them.
Right.
We met on Twitter.
Exactly.
We became friends through social network, and now, we're hanging out in a mobile cigar lounge together. It's just the
Pretty
coolest
cool.
thing in the world.
Yeah. We've got a lot of respect for Nestor and Guillermo as well, and Jason, and the people that Miami surrounds themselves with. I mean, our rep here, Matt, is just a great guy as well. So I just wanted to get your take on, you know, coming in there and working with them. It seems like it's one of the coolest jobs.
Oh, it is, and you become family. You know, Nestor, I worked for a lot of different companies when I was doing the New York, you know, event thing.
Right.
And I loved every company I worked for. I really appreciate everyone in the industry, but Nestor and Renee, they were the first ones to hire me, and it really just felt so fitting when we were starting a project like La Serena to work with, you know, the guys that brought me into it, and they really are family now.
Nice.
And I mean, the reps, the girls in the office, like I can't wait. You know, I get to see them a lot, but the 2 or 3 times a year when we're all together in one place, it's like my favorite. It's like Christmas.
Nice. And Miami Cigars is uniquely positioned in that you do distribute La Aurora, but now you're coming out with your own brands as well. And I think that's kind of a unique thing that Miami Cigars brings to the table. A lot of other companies aren't doing.
Yeah, I thought it was great. At first, you know, Nestor just distributed other lines, and then I guess he thought, why not me?
Right.
You know, started working together with also the Garcias and came out with amazing blends.
Exactly.
Built a whole portfolio of, you know, great cigars.
His Grand Reserve's phenomenal.
Yeah, that cigar's amazing.
So how do you like North Carolina so far? I understand it's your first time you've been in North Carolina?
Yes. Well, I think I might have been here once when I was younger, but this is my first time in Charlotte, and you know, I messed up my flight and got here a day early, so I had, you know, an extra day and night on the town, which was wonderful.
Good.
I really had such an amazing time, and the weather's perfect, so I couldn't have asked for more.
All right, so you and I are both New Yorkers, and now you've seen Charlotte for the first time. What are your impressions? Because I actually love it down here.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. It's so fun. I'm still, you know, to me a city is like where you can walk everywhere and it's blocks and avenues, so going to a new city, it always changes my mind a little bit.
It's a little different when you can walk from one end of downtown to the other very quickly.
Absolutely.
I mean, it does take a little bit of an adjustment, but it's just a great cigar community you'll have down here. The cigar smokers are all real close and they're all real passionate about cigars.
Yeah, that's amazing. I'm excited to spend more time here and, you know, meet more people that I've been talking to and stuff. I like North Carolina.
Excellent. And I know you folks are heading up to Raleigh tomorrow?
We're going to Raleigh tomorrow and then finishing our tour in Greensboro.
Okay, good.
And I'll get home just in time for Mother's Day.
Right. Perfect.
Excellent.
We really do appreciate you taking the time to talk to us today, Ariel.
Well, thank you guys really for having me. This is awesome.
Thank you, too.
It's meant a lot. Once again, we want to thank Outland Cigars. Outland Cigars Valentine location. We've got a great event tonight with Miami Cigars and the lovely Ariel for La Serena. It starts at 6 o'clock tonight for the public, so come on down. And also want to say a big shout out to Event Cigars, which is the big mobile cigar lounge and retail humidor. So check it out, look online, and thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you very much,
Appreciate
guys.
it.
Thanks, Ariel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Stogie Show. We're doing a special edition here at Tampa Sweethearts, and I am pleased to be joined by 3 generations of Fuentes here from Sweethearts. 4 generations now. I'm part of the family, so 4 generations now. So we've got just a world-class lineup here, and I'm not going to steal any of their thunder because they've got a few special things they want to tell us about Sweethearts, from when it was founded to a change in leadership to what's next with Sweethearts. So without further ado, we're going to start down on the end with Mr. Arturo Fuente. How are you, sir?
I'm fine.
Nice to see you again.
You got a nice accent.
He does. Look at that. What are you smoking? 858. Look at that ash on an 858.
That's our flagship, the family flagship.
Absolutely. 1960. Very nice. Very nice. And then when we come on down a little further, we've got.
I'm the youngest.
The youngest.
I'm the youngest.
I'm
really the third.
The third. Really the third. And then moving on closer to me, we've got Kristen Fuente. How are you doing? Kristen's a little camera shy, so we're not going to talk to her too much. So Kristen.
You give her all the questions.
So she's going to field all the questions tonight. You know, a lot of people know of your family cigars, and you know they're world class. world-known brand. You know, probably up there with Coca-Cola. Certainly in the cigar world it is. Past Coca-Cola. That's right, past Coca-Cola. But a lot of people don't know that we have this very interesting place here, right next to the warehouse of the headquarters, that actually retails the family cigar, which is Tampa Sweetheart. And Tampa Sweetheart was founded when?
It was founded in 1995.
1995.
That was to honor, my father wanted to honor my grandfather.
Yeah.
And that was Grandpa's first label back in 1912. And this year is 100 years for our family.
100 years.
And we're the last family that started Tampa still in the cigar industry.
Unbelievable.
Where we're at today because of my uncle, Carlos Sr., and also my cousin, all that. It's just fantastic.
It really is.
And Tampa Sweetheart was Grandpa's, like I said, Grandpa's first label. My dad wanted to honor my grandfather, and we started a retail shop in our mail order business in 95, and we continue to be strong. We sell all our family cigars. And a few other brands that are our own personal brands, like the Four City line.
Yeah.
And we've been smoking, and I'm smoking as well. The number 8, that's our number 1 seller. But yeah, we're very, very blessed.
So you started the retail end of things the same year that the Opus came out. Because the Opus came out in November of that year, correct? Yeah. Wow.
Good year.
Yeah, very good year. Good year for the Fuente family. So your father has since decided that he wanted to retire, which he'll never be out of this business. But he decided he wanted to retire, and you have taken the helm on Tampa Sweetheart.
Yes, myself and my daughter have. And we're always proud of our families and our family roots and everything that our family has done for the cigar industry. And we enjoy every day selling our family's products. And there's so many different products that we make. Not just for us, but we also make the our family, the Ray brand, and also the Aston product. We all sell that, and we sell that through the internet as well.
Very nice.
And like I was saying before, the Ybor City line is our number 1 seller. All the points we sell. And it's a wonderful cigar. You know, they come in 11 different sizes. And my favorite is the Bellicosa. It's my everyday smoke. And for the price, everything you can't beat.
No, you can't beat any of the prices on any of the cigars. And, you know, you can always find what you're looking for here. Even if anywhere else around the nation is out of stock of a certain cigar, you can always find something here. So I really appreciate that, and appreciate being able to come down. And you know, if I'm running to a meeting or something and I want to have a quick cigar, I can stop in and get a number 46 añejo for myself, or a Don Carlos, or you know, something like that. So. But I was looking inside, and you have a couple of interesting items that are in there. One we brought out. Yeah, one we brought out. It's
Where do you get that one from? I'm sure you got it here.
Yeah, Tars the Bull. This is 2011 Tars the Bull right here. So one of the in the Opus line.
Very rare cigar.
Very rare cigar, but you can find it here at Sweethearts. Now we know you have the Opus line in there. You have the añejo. You have all of the normal products. But you were talking earlier about the Ybor City product. Tell us a little bit more about that one.
Yeah, those that's an old product. It goes back started back in the 70s. It started out 4 different sizes. They were all boxed back then. And nowadays it comes in 11 different sizes. And like I said, the Bellicosa is one of my favorites, the Pyramid, all of them come in Connecticut shade, mild wrapper, or they come in full body Maduro, and several sizes come in the sun-grown wrapper. And our number 8 is a 6x6. That's good. Wonderful everyday cigar. And I'm sure you, Josh has done a wonderful job. I mean,
He has.
You can't get a better person than Josh. And he knows all the customers and works very well with all the customers. You know, with you, Brian, and everything else.
Yeah, you know, Josh has been great. He's actually behind the camera. He doesn't want to be in front of the camera tonight.
He needs to be over here.
For whatever reason. Josh, come over here. Let everyone see you. And check out this head of hair that he has.
It's gorgeous.
Ladies and gentlemen. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
His girlfriend wanted a little bit close. I'm glad it's getting a little bit longer now.
going out.
He was the Josh
Groban of the cigar industry. Yes. But you know, if you come down, you can any given day you can find one of the Fuentes here, and you can also find you know, just a world-class selection of cigars that are in there. But sad to say, this place is going to be going away, and you're going to be moving to a new location.
We're excited about that.
Yes. So tell us about what's going on with the new
Yeah,
location.
we've been wanting to do a cigar lounge here in Tampa. Cigar Roots, where Grandpa started at. And we wanted to make sure it stayed here in Ybor City, the cigar capital of the world, and more cigars produced here than anywhere else. And we found an ideal place here on 46th and 8th. The oldest building here in Ybor City is right next to Ybor City, Ybor Square, which was Vicente Ibon's factory. And this was built by Vicente Ibon's factory. And that's where we're going to do our cigar lounge. So we're excited about that. Things have been taking a little bit longer with all the permitting and all that, but hopefully we can all this year we'll have it open. And we're going to be selling all our cigars. We're shipping a company there. We have full liquor all lounge, full liquor, VIP, upscale, VIP area with Brian. You have your own personal locker there.
There you go.
With some
You heard it.
cigars, with your name on there, with your gold key and everything. You'll be all set.
And I'll talk with Josh to make sure
Josh
it
will
stays
have all
stocked
those
full of
special-
Fuente cigars.
Yeah, all those special cigars.
That's right. And rum. And rum. The rum.
And he will inspect the cigars every day.
There you go. You can't get any better service than that. So I know that part of the reason the permitting has been taking so long is because, true to your family's form, you like to do things right. And you wanted to restore the building back to some of its original glory. And unfortunately, when you're dealing with historic boards and whatnot, that just takes time.
Well, to tell you the truth, the Barrio Latino has been wonderful to work with. And really, the biggest thing with us has been that corner has a streetcar coming by, which is ideal. The streetcar goes right by the building.
And there's going to be a stop right there as well.
There's a lot of utilities there. So, you know, with the utilities and all that, and getting everything right, that's what's taking long. But the Barrio Latino has been wonderful to work with. And they have provided many suggestions to make it even more historic. Yeah, very supportive. And, you know, this building, you know, we've got a lot of historical things, not only our family, but Dad and his partner, Tom Vance, is one of the largest collectors of cigar labels.
Yes.
So we want to feature that in this building. So we're going to have a lot of tourists that have walking tours that go by there. So we want to make sure that we cater that. So we'll have certain rooms dedicated to all the labels from Ybor City, from West Tampa, and part of our, and also our family history as well. It's very unique, and we want to concentrate on the history of the cigar industry, not only our family, but of Ybor City. This was the cigar capital.
Very nice. Now, what would you say is
so we can even include your picture in there, one of those
That's right. I should be there.
Yes, absolutely.
Brian the Lion should be there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Now, what would you say is the oldest cigar label that you have on hand?
I got all the countries. And you still got the Progresso of Tampa Sweetheart. Tampa Sweetheart goes back in 1912. And we have the Progresso, you know, those are all the different...
That's 100 years old.
Absolutely. And those are all the different plaques, you know, in order to make that label. So we got the whole book, it's like a little book, a little book.
Very nice.
It has all the different slides to make that label. It's a beautiful label. Yeah, from other companies.
Very nice. So if you want to grab a great cigar, come down and get an education on the history of Ybor City, or just check out some really cool stuff from old labels and rare and hard to find Fuente products, you definitely got to come to Tampa Sweetheart.
And if you want to find Brian's special, just come any day.
That's right.
We'll tell you which ones they are.
Because I can tell you, there's no better place in the world to people watch than Ybor City. So maybe we'll have some history from all over Ybor City, like you were saying.
A dear friend of ours for many years just passed away, Marcelo Marcela, and he was family to us, and he loved the long cigars. He smoked the Ybor City Presidente, what we call it, 8.5 by 52 ring gears. And he's 92 years old, blessed all these years. And what kept him going all these years is that fine cigar.
That's right.
And his wish was when he passed away, and he wanted 3 cigars on him. He wanted his favorite Presidente, he wanted the Tampa Sweet cigar, and Puro Fuente 858 cigar.
Very
He
nice.
wanted those 2 cigars on his suit there, on his casket. And the priest saw it, and he said, boy, that is great. You got 3 cigars. Look at that. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. But anyway, bless Marcelo. So on our new place, we're going to dedicate a special spot for Marcelo.
Very nice. Very nice. Here we are with the world-class Tampa Sweethearts Fuente family. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the Stogie Show, cigars are our passion. We would invite you to find out what your passion is in life and take that small flicker and turn it into an everlasting flame. For the Stogie Show, I'm Brian the Lion.
¿Qué tal, amigos? Les saluda Claudia Trejos y hoy con la grata compañía de mi compañera Beatriz Cáliz y estamos aquí en Empire Social. Este es un cigar lounge donde tenemos la excelente oportunidad no solo de disfrutar un buen puro, sino también disfrutar de buen alcohol. Pero mi querida Bea, yo no sé si esto es un podcast, esto es un show.
Let's not label it because this is only, like you said, an excuse to smoke.
I said it?
And just chat. Yes, you just said it. Let's not label. If you call it podcast or show,
This is really known as a descarga. That's what it is.
Total. Esto es una descarga, tomadera, salud. We're waiting to start the show to drink, but
Salud.
Salud. I haven't drank in a couple of months, so I deserve my first mojito.
Bueno, para decirles un poquito, vamos a discutir lo que ha ocurrido en el 2020. Tuve la oportunidad de conocer a Beatriz y solo para darles un poquito de background, what she does. Actriz, entrenadora, fitness, y all around just a millennial girl, lady, woman. And I have the fortune of working out with her. Así que me tiene de la manito y corriendo con ritmo.
Yeah, con ritmo. Yeah, actually, I met Claudia because she was my client. Now, besides my client, she's my friend and also bodyguard. Because believe it or not, she's a diva, pero también mete miedo. Cuidadito con ella.
Yeah.
Claudia Trejos over here, lady in red, baby. Aplausos.
Today I just walked out of the ring and the NBA and everything that has to do with sports, but not really, porque aquí seguimos discutiendo a little bit of sports. Pero en realidad, como dijiste, this is an excuse. So I am having a beautiful, beautiful Ashton Symmetry.
Ashton Symmetry.
That machea con mi
I
vestido.
picked the cigar actually because it matches, look, Playboy, like magazine.
Stop.
This is like, I'm sorry, okay, let's not get into the details.
Beatriz has been on a diet for almost all of 2020 porque ha competido in a couple of occasions. Congratulations.
Thank you. Let's not get into details. Let's light the cigar first. ¿Qué cut quieres?
No, ¿qué cut ni qué cut? Mine is the nail cut.
She's old school. Well, I'm gonna get the V cut because it's more precise and I like it. No me gusta con mucho humo. Y además yo, como no puedo comerme las papas fritas, me las estoy fumando. Me estoy fumando un cigar de Drew Estate. Papas fritas, como dicen los gringos.
Papas fritas. Okay, papas fritas or just chips. Pero niña.
The French fries, mamita. The French fries.
They're just chips. They're just chips.
Papas fritas. Papas fritas.
Or pommes frites.
Actually, it's a great cigar. It's very.
I think mine is better.
But
just because it's a symmetry.
Actually, there's no. You know that I used to get that a lot from a lot of my clients when I was doing the cigar tours.
Sí, because I forgot. Entre todo esto, connoisseur de puros, tenemos que hacer un tobacco tour.
That's another thing that stopped with the pandemic.
Totally. But hablemos de 2020.
Okay,
Let's talk about 2020 because in reality, everything came to a full stop. But it took a long time y todavía estamos como en que yes or no. Working out, training, the show, everything paró.
Everything stopped. 2020, this year, este ha sido un año para reinventarse totalmente.
¿Cómo te reinventaste? What did you do?
Bueno, everything shut down. I used to work at a gym. I used to have private clients, of course. I used to have the tobacco tour company that I used to do cigar tours to Cuba. The show, everything stopped. And then I'm home and I'm like she said, yo soy hiperactiva, la cuca que no se está tranquila.
Relentless, unstoppable. Cockroaches don't die.
So-
Therefore, she's cuca.
Die, cucaracha. So I'm like, you know what can I do to actually be better, help my clients, and actually do something that I actually like satisfaction, de que te dé satisfacción. Y dije, you know what, I know my body very well, I train people, I'm very active, I want to start doing bodybuilding. Bodybuilding. Y ahí me decidí.
Y ahí te conocí.
Ahí fue cuando tú me conociste. Yes, I met her like during the pandemic. And I'm like, I'm going to start doing bodybuilding. And I start preparing for the competition that I did a month and a half ago. The first one, my first competition, wow. In bodybuilding.
Y ya van dos. Now she's competing in dos.
And I competed like 5 days ago again. And yeah, it was a great experience, but I never thought that I was going to be able to reach that level.
Cuando yo crezca, yo quiero ser como ella. Yo quiero ser como ella.
But anyway.
Hablemos de reinventarse, porque I had the opportunity during this pandemic to finally get a chance to speak to everybody que está involucrado en el mundo de los deportes because nobody could go anywhere. Recuerda, 90% of the people were stuck at home. So, for the first time en casi 30 años de vida, de experiencia, de vida como periodista deportiva, I had
Permiso, porque cuando digo que es una diva, she's a real diva. She's covered fights for Canelo, Mayweather, everybody. She's the real deal right here. ¡Aplausos!
¡Salud! Pero sabes que for the first time I actually had a chance to llamarlos y me contestaban. They would answer the phone. Y tuvimos la oportunidad de hablar. And a lot of times, you know, we meet en estos eventos, en la NBA, las finales, Major League Baseball, World Series, pero por primera vez, everybody is at home. Y ¿sabes qué? Algo que aprendí, yes, it's been tough for everybody. Emotionally, financially, ha pasado la cuenta de todas formas. Pero ¿sabes qué? También nos ha dado un regalo. For the first time, we have to sit and see each other 24/7.
It's been
Our
a gift,
family
too.
members. Conozco gente como yo that 3-4 semanas del mes you're out. And for the first time there was nowhere to go, there was no fight, there was no game, there was nothing. Y por primera vez, and I had a chance to speak to trainers and athletes in general, y todo el mundo me decía, oh my God, I had to entablar conversaciones, chat, speak, talk to my family. And I reconnected. So yes, 2020 has given us the opportunity to reconnect. Por primera vez in almost 30 years, I said, ¿sabes qué? I used to be an athlete. I want to get back to the physical condition that I once had.
And she's doing, ladies and gentlemen, she's doing a great job, by the way.
Mentira,
Yes, she is. But I want to say something that actually, because I always used to travel to Cuba. I would always be.
No, you were never home. Nunca estaba
surrounded by people and training people and traveling to Cuba and doing the tours and setting up things and the show. But this is the first time in years that I get to focus in myself.
You've done such a great job.
Ay, amiga.
Yes, you have.
Thank you.
I'm so proud of you.
Aww.
But you know what? En ese concentrating, in you focusing on you,
I learned so much about myself, and I actually understood sometimes when we're on a daily routine and the craziness and times and families and work, kids, this, that, you don't get to stop and realize this strength, the dedication, and the challenges that you put yourself that sometimes you don't have the courage to take. Y en este tiempo ha sido verdad una bendición, porque tú dijiste, bueno, voy a proponerme esto. Now there's time. Now there's opportunity. Now everything's on me.
Exacto. The bet's on you.
The bet's on me.
The bet's on me too.
That's what we're here, baby.
Yes.
Salud.
Salud. Porque the bet is on you. 2020, the pandemic, pasamos por muchas dificultades, pero el reto, the most important challenge is to find you. I wrote my book. I got a chance to finally put pen and paper together.
I want to know, where is your book? How can I get your book? Because I trained you yesterday. We were screaming at each other. You were complaining about me. Cuca, muérete, no sé qué. And I wanted to ask you, but I never asked you.
It's okay. ClaudiaTrejos.com. You can register. It's up for 2021, the first trimester, and you don't want to miss it. Tiene mucho que ver con deporte, pero nada que ver con deporte.
She's single, by the way. She's single, so I'm telling you. Oh, wait. Let's not even get into that. The single area. That's going to be for the next show because that's a lot to talk about.
Pandemic, remember that libro by Gabriel García Márquez, El amor del tiempo del cólera? You know what? Amor en el tiempo de la pandemia.
Total.
I found myself loving myself more.
I agree.
¿Cierto?
I had to love myself more by force.
So,
por fuerza, no me quedó otra opción.
Ya no nos queremos más aburrir. Además, I want to finish my cigar and I want to finish my drink. It's a beautiful single malt. I'll tell you guys all about it in a little bit.
But before we finish, I want to tell you guys, I want you to share with us what was 2020 for you? What happened to you? We're gonna read all the comments. If you want to DM us, whatever.
What is your handle? You're on Instagram, very active, by the way.
I'm on Instagram, Beatriz Caliz, like my name, and of course, Claudia Trejos here, Mr.
On Instagram, on YouTube, you can find us there too. Así que, óyeme, cheers for 2020. You're not alone. We're here. We're
here too. We have an excuse to drink and smoke.
Yes!
Chit chat with you guys and just talk about life. Of course, if you have salud.
Always
if you have any recommendation of what you want to talk or any subject, cualquier tema, chisme, esto, aquello, la vida, los novios. Los novios.
Bueno, en fin, lo que sea. Mientras tanto, vamos a terminar con esta belleza. Un Art and Symmetry espectacular. Y gracias a Empire Social que nos tienen aquí como unas reinas. You're the queen of the day.
Actually, if you guys like to smoke cigars
and you come to the city of Miami.
Yes, Miami, actually in Brickell, there's a full bar, whiskey, and they have the best selection of liquor. They have a great
Oye,
cigar
no nos
selection.
Están pagando. We're just doing it here because
we're actually accepting sponsors.
But in the meantime, you know what? La NFL viene al final. Mucho boxeo para el final del año. I'm going to get a chance to talk to you about it a little bit para darte un poquito de instrucciones.
Please.
And of course, we're waiting to see a whole lot of baseball coming up el próximo año because we're going to have a full season. El 2021 pinta bien, so keep your hopes up.
Please don't miss the next show. And
Cuca, we gotta go.
Cuca, we never said what we call each other. Cuca.
Yeah. Porque es que she's relentless, like roaches, cucaracha en español. No para.
Okay.
No para.
Okay, so let's see. Let's give a name.
What are we gonna show this?
Let's give the name to this XQ podcast show, whatever / whatever you want to call it. Descarga woman woo / men's world.
I like.
It's like woo men's like woo women and men's world because this everybody we can share this with everybody, women, men, everything. This is a space for everybody, so you can feel comfortable, you can talk, you can communicate.
Bueno, como ella sabe tanto de todo, just antes de despedirnos, ¿quién se ganó el Super Bowl?
Tú eres la deportiva. Yo hago los deportes y tú eres la que los comenta. Tú eres la que sabes de los detalles. ¿Quién ganó?
Ah, mira.
Super Bowl.
El Super Bowl. Yo creo que los Bucks van a hacer un buen contendor.
Miami Dolphins.
Ahí está el camarógrafo.
Yeah.
Our
representation. We love you, baby.
Anyway, hasta la próxima. Los esperamos aquí con otro buen puro, un buen scotch. Till next time. Betty. Cuca.
I love you, baby.
Bye.
Bye.
It's like out there in the world. We're live. Hey, everybody. Where's our intro music?
Here's copyright reasons. This week will be brought to you by Western Furniture Mart, who does not make our speakers work.
No, our show is brought to you by Tampax tampons today.
Oh boy.
What about some champagne?
Yeah.
Could be
let's
sponsored
toast.
by champagne.
Toast to our first show.
Yeah, this would be fun.
See that right there?
Yeah.
That's good.
That's going to be held and slid to the right to stop it.
Oh my gosh.
That's
Okay, I feel like I need.
And also,
Let me get
if you
close.
touch, just don't
Sorry.
touch this thing, whatever you
Don't
do.
touch it.
If you touch that, it's gonna be zoomed at you the whole
Oh
time.
God! Oh God!
Get that out. That's
so you don't
it's
want to
too
do
close.
that. Okay.
Wait.
Who
yeah,
we got?
Come
We got
closer.
Frank Tomaszewski in. All right, let's take a look. Let's see if we're
Frank.
live. Get ready, because there's your timer right there. You're at 2:40.
Oh gosh, that was my shoe, you guys.
Ripping, rocking, rolling, ready to go.
Nikki's already ripping them.
Whatever. I mean, I'm
Nervous farts.
nervous farts. Yes. Is that a thing?
I don't know. Nervous poops is.
Well, I don't have that problem, so I don't think the farts would be my problem either. But we'll just blame it on the shoe.
Do you know? Because I knew I was going to be on the show with you. That I had Grace come help me with my wardrobe because I was like, dude, I am going to be up against Tits McGee. Like, I need to compete.
That's a good point.
I almost wore something a little bit more modest, but I was like, I just can't. Isn't
I,
that
no, it just wouldn't be you. But I mean, this is
Exactly.
as much as I'm going to show. But
It's definitely spicy. I like it.
a little spicy. I do have to say, my husband liked it.
Oh, good.
All right,
Hey,
that's
that's,
enough. I'm leaving now.
that's total winning.
Brandon,
You guys,
come on.
You guys do your thing. Best of luck. Godspeed to all of you. To
Yeah,
all your
I feel like we're
viewers,
gonna
go
need
ahead and
it.
just go ahead and give this a share to everybody.
Julie.
Is that
Yes,
light-
from
is that light
LaGrange.
blue?
It is blue.
It is blue.
Does
What's it
my-
supposed to be?
Wait, hold on. Does my hair look okay for real?
Oh my God.
Well, you have
A minute and
this is
30
all-
seconds.
This, yeah, this is accurate. You've got a little lag time here.
Do we not have something I can hold it up like this? Because it's hard for me to read it down.
You'll figure it out. You can. I have
Oh my
all the
gosh.
faith in the world. Oh, I missed it.
Kayla.
No, we're just getting started.
Kayla's in the house. Clerkin's in the house.
I've never seen what I'm saying in the subtitles or whatever those things are before. That's
Julie, we
interesting.
love you. Come back.
Okay, ladies, best speed.
Thank you. Cheers.
We got a minute, so let's guzzle down the champagne.
Please do not get us canceled.
We'll do our best.
Adios. And just enjoy that lighter. Use that as for good luck.
Oh, good. Okay. It's a little bit
Which
different
one?
to manage this one. In my opinion.
Do you know how to
because
use it?
It took me a second because it's on the side.
Oh, let me see.
Yeah. Okay, we have 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh, this is so funny. Dude, I'm not using that one.
Yeah, that one's probably easier.
Yeah, that one's.
Okay, here we go.
Are you ready, Donna?
I'm
You
ready. Let's do this.
Hey, Lynx ladies, we love you.
Love you all, and Sisters of the Leaf.
Yes. All right. 10,
Wait, we're on this one, aren't
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But that's red already, so are we live?
I think so.
Oh my
I
God,
don't
we're
know.
live. Hey, everybody. I'm Queen Bee, and this is
Nikki.
And we are the Lynx ladies of ICC.
What is the hot?
Yes, very hot today, I'd say.
Yes. We're
You're looking good.
Thanks. So are you.
Thanks.
You look marvelous, darling.
Oh, yes. This is how I wake up every morning.
I know, you just called me like an hour ago and said, come up, and I'm like, okay. I'll be
So,
there.
for the viewers, for people who don't know what Lynx Ladies is, what is Lynx Ladies?
We are ambassadors of ICC.
Very good.
Who help share the brand and the love of cigars.
Absolutely. A lot of us are newbies to cigars, so we're going to start off.
That's me.
What are you smoking today?
I have a Bocock
Awesome.
World
Awesome.
Traveler.
Awesome.
One of
And-
my new favorites.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Awesome. And I've got the Angelique from Principal Cigars, so
I know,
I'm
a good
excited. So, ladies, you don't have to be a professional. Listen, this cutter here literally is foolproof.
Okay, yes. I was just looking to make sure because I have one that it's not foolproof.
Okay.
and It gets
So the reason why I say that is when you open it up, you see the black there. Your cigar cannot go through it to come out the other way. So
that's what I need.
So what we
mess
want
it
to
up.
do is we just want to cut off the cap or the tip. That's what she said.
Just the tip?
Just the tip. And then you will just, there you go. It's a perfect cut. Straight cut.
Straight cut.
You'll shake it a little bit.
Okay, well, I don't do that step.
Yeah, I want to get all the loose tobacco off of there so it's not in your mouth.
How long have you been smoking cigars? Because it's obviously longer than me.
Okay, well, my family, like the guys, they smoke every day, obviously. I'm not as frequent. I'm running now, so it definitely is less frequent than before. But I smoke about a couple times a month. But when my girls are in, we all kind of share a stick. But the great thing is, that's how we all met. We met through the cigar, right?
Yes.
Our spouses, boyfriends, whatever. They were members here. They started bringing their spouses in, and I got to meet Nikki. I still remember the first day I met you.
Okay, I think I did too. Were we sitting at the back table?
Yep, the high top.
And Sarah Trombley was
Yes,
here
yes,
too
I
as well?
introduced you to them.
Yep, I remember that as well.
So, yeah, awesome. So
Yeah.
let's get this started.
If it hadn't been for that, I would not.
So what are you doing now? You toasting the cigar?
I am with
Look
this
at you.
fancy lighter that I've never used this one before.
Oh, she's gonna use that, and I'm gonna use the cheap one.
I should.
It's
I
on the
forgot
table.
mine at home. I was in a rush because I'm always
So you
late
want
for
to toast
everything.
it? See, I've been watching the guys.
Hey, you learn from the best, right?
Yeah, that's right. You want a really good toast on that. I think I burnt the end.
Oh, that's delicious. I feel like we should do this every day.
Okay, ladies, if you have not smoked a cigar and you just want to try something new out of your comfort zone, this Angelique seriously is rock solid. You can't go wrong. Have you tried the Angelique?
I have, and I will be honest.
Yeah, absolutely.
It is good, but for me, it's a little too sweet.
Right.
So I can only do a little bit of it. I like something that's more bold and smooth. Yeah.
Just like your men.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Interesting.
Okay, so I have a question.
Okay. For me?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it'll be for both of us, but more so since you're here. When you walk into the humidor and you are looking at the hundreds of cigars around, how do you filter? Is it like you're shopping at the mall? You go in, you're like, hey, I'm gonna shop by brand. I'm gonna shop by size. Hey, size matters.
Size definitely matters. But honestly,
yeah, I want to know how you shop.
By brand, what I'm familiar with.
Okay.
And by recommendation from the guys up front. So I'll tell them what I love, which is Money to Burn. It's my favorite.
All
and
right.
There are no more for right now, apparently. So I was just up talking with Ted, and he recommended a couple of them for me that are similar.
Oh, wow. That's
So
good.
I shop by, what I'm familiar with and my palate, based off recommendations.
Okay, do you like a lighter cigar or do you like a really heavy one?
I actually like something a little more heavy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Look at you. Some meat in
Graduated.
there.
I'd like the meat, yeah.
That's what she said, not
Oh my
me.
gosh.
She said it. Awesome. When I go in there, I honestly, when I look around, I look at design, the box designs. If something is really cool, to me, I'm like, okay, they spent a lot of time designing their boxes, so their cigars got to be pretty awesome
Legit.
too. Yeah.
Interestingly enough, I don't look at that at all.
Really?
Really, yeah.
Huh.
That's fun to hear because we all shop differently.
Yeah.
So have you had success with the design? Have you
Yeah.
liked the cigars based on that?
Yep. And then also, I do shop by size because when I go in,
size does matter.
It does matter. The reason why I do shop by size is for two reasons. Well, actually, it's for one reason is if I don't want to sit for like 2 hours smoking a cigar, obviously I'm not going to get the one that has the biggest ring gauge and the biggest cigar in there. I just couldn't handle a 2-hour cigar.
I feel like that doesn't scare me.
Really?
Yeah.
Ooh, guys, she's single, ready to mingle. What's up?
I will say I have not branched out too much to try the bigger ring gauge cigars, so I will throw that out there as well, but I'm not scared.
We have the Soprano ones where it comes with a baseball bat, and I'm not even kidding you. This baseball bat is like this. Comes with a champagne bottle in there. These things are huge. I got them for the boys the day before we even had the lounge. I gave them as gifts. I bought like 4 or 5 of them, sets of them, and the boys actually sat down. Andrew, I think, and the boys smoked it.
So how long of a smoke is that?
I don't know. I lost track. I left because I was like, it's a lot. So
okay. I've seen like the smaller ones that look like a baseball, but not. I think what you're saying is probably bigger than what I've seen.
yeah, they're way
Sounds bigger.
Yeah, it is. I'll have to bring it in for a show and tell for everybody to see that. But all right. So this is the segment that everybody is waiting for, right? You want pillow talk?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Nikki, this segment is called This or That.
Oh my gosh, I'm scared.
Nah.
A little bit. I'll be honest. Because I have no idea what you're about to ask me. Makes me a little nervous.
Okay. If you had the attention of the world for 10 seconds, only 10 seconds, what would you say?
Oh my gosh, that's like a really tough question. I feel like Miss America right now, like being on the spot for like
world peace.
Crown, please donate to the SPCA and Operation Kindness.
Oh, that's
because
true.
The animals cannot help themselves. We have to help them. That's what I would say.
That's awesome. That's good. I think me too. We're both dog lovers.
Big
We
time.
have about like 10 dogs each, one away from owning a zoo.
Seriously.
At least that's what my husband says.
You have a few more than me.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I can't help it, guys, really.
Nothing
Okay,
like that.
this is really interesting, and viewers, we want to get your feedback on this as well.
Who's watching?
Oh, let's see who is watching.
Oh, hey, there's my sister-in-law.
Travis, hey!
And Darren. I'm waiting for
Darren, I got
the
the
end of
cigar.
the year.
Darren.
I know we spoke
awesome.
on Friday.
Okay.
What else? Oh, yes?
Would you rather live for a week in the past or live a week in the future?
Oh, in the future, for
Yeah.
sure.
Really?
Yes, past, been there, done that. I'm ready, like, full speed ahead.
You're like, I don't want to relive that mess.
There was a lot of fun times, but I feel like, okay, what is it? Hot Tub Time Machine?
Yep.
Have you seen that?
Yep.
So where they go into the future and it's like Lugal instead of Google or whatever it was.
Yes.
And it's like they make all the money, so I don't know.
That's you.
I would gather a little information and use it to my benefit.
See, I thought about that and I was like, okay, but I don't know if I really want to know what lies, because if it's something devastating, then I know it's going to be coming up and be anticipating. I've got anxiety, so I think that would be horrible. If I could live a week, I probably would relive a week with my dad that's not with me.
Okay.
So
No, that's great.
with somebody that I miss.
Mhm.
So I was like, hey, if I could
Spend a
do
little more time
1
together.
week, yep, I'd have 1 more week with him.
I think for me that would be like I don't like rewatching movies.
Okay.
Unless it's like really, really good. So that would be like a rerun type situation. But I think either way, I'm gonna go a little deep here. I think either way, you have the potential to change. Going back, you could change the future. Is that part of this? Are we going deep and like complicated?
Wow, you're going really deep. I was just asking a question. Okay.
We'll move on.
You guys, it's time for this or that for Nikki. Let's get to know Nikki. Nikki.
Yes.
Perfect teeth or perfect hair?
I feel like you probably already know the answer because we talked about, or at least I did, my hair. I would go perfect hair.
Really?
Yes.
And just never smile again.
Yes.
She would have a permanent mask on for the rest of her life.
I feel like
she's this beautiful girl. Have you seen those guys? You're like, oh, he's handsome, and then he smells. You're like, oh shit.
God,
Oh, no, pass. Don't talk to me.
Next.
Couch or recliner?
Couch. There's room for two.
Aww.
Or more. Like the dogs.
That's
like the dogs. Oh my God,
That's what I was thinking. I was like, duh, couch. I could fit my whole like zoo on there.
Exactly.
And my husband's somewhere in there. Honey, I love you.
You have your feet that. Sorry, Dave. But rubber feet.
What's worse, laundry or dishes? My family knows this about me.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you love both. Hey guys, she's single, ready to mingle, and she loves dishes and laundry.
Coming at ya. No, I don't have a problem with either, but okay, so here's the thing. It's probably dishes because I do not hand wash anything. Don't buy me anything that needs to be hand washed. It's not going to happen. It's going to go in the dishwasher and it'll probably get ruined.
Awesome.
That's my
Okay.
answer.
TV shows or movies?
Oh, that's tough. Would a mini series fall into the
Oh, you're
realm
overthinking
of-
it.
I am.
Come on, fast. These are fast, quick.
Oh.
TV shows or movies?
TV show.
Awesome. Cake or pie?
Cake. Cake pop.
Okay, this is the question I want to hear even from the viewers. Toilet paper, over or under?
Oh my gosh, always over.
Yes!
If you pull
Thank
it from
you.
under, there could be a spider or something that's going to eat you. It has to always be from over.
Hey, Big Shirley, I see you, girl.
Don't mess that up. Everybody.
Julie, laundry. Me too, Julie. I hate dishes, dude. That's why I have disposables at the house. I've got, like at Costco, I've got such nice china.
Like
I go to Costco, I'm like, 500 plates, 2,000 spoons and forks. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Make a really nice meal, and I bring out the paper plates. Gourmet.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. It's easier.
No.
Easy cleanup. We're saving all day.
Awesome. KO, over. Julie, over. Chris, over. Yes.
Okay, everybody's doing good.
Oh,
We're all
Chris,
good friends.
who is one person you would smoke a cigar if you could pick only one, dead or alive?
Ooh, Frank Sinatra.
Ooh.
Boom. Done.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, here's one.
Well, hold on. Hi, Brad Pitt. I love it.
Oh my gosh.
Over unless you have children or cats, because they'll
Over, duh.
mess that up.
Yeah.
Interesting. I love it.
I'm with you, Kelly. So with you on this. Okay, touch or taste. Don't overthink it.
Oh God. I could go so many ways with that, though.
Oh my goodness. See, guys, she's very flexible.
Touch. Let's go touch for sure.
Okay,
Yes.
awesome.
Yeah.
Bra or no bra?
I'm gonna go bra.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
You surprised me on that one. Guys, what do you think? Should it be like a new law that gets passed? No bra?
Like a no bra mandate instead of a
Yeah.
whatever.
I mean, at my house during quarantine, it was no bra all the time. Poor Nathan. Move out, Nate.
Wait,
Move
what?
out, Nate.
Yeah.
Okay, do you prefer a man in boxer or briefs?
Well, boxers. Like boxer briefs?
Tighty whities? Or
No.
boxers?
No.
No?
Boxers.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
Okay, are you a sunrise or a sunset?
Oh God. I am gonna actually go with sunrise.
I think I'm more of a sunset. I'm not an early riser at all.
I used to be, but kind of gotten off schedule lately the last couple of months, so I'm becoming more of a night owl. I do love my sunsets a lot. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
Can I change my answer? I mean, is anybody keeping count?
Movie at home or movie at the theater? What do you think?
Okay.
Are you more like a homebody, like date night?
I'm gonna go at the theater because it's more of an experience.
Okay.
The big screen and
You like that popcorn?
Yes, or they might serve drinks or food or whatever. So yeah, and they've got like the seats that recline that are heated. You know.
Oh, look at you, bougie. Look at her. I'm going to the wrong theater.
Learn from the best around here.
Okay, burger or taco?
Ooh, taco. No question on that one. Taco.
Okay, skydiving or bungee jumping?
I will never bungee jump. I will skydive.
Really?
Yes.
What's the difference?
I just feel like bungee jumping is less safe.
Okay.
Okay, y'all, come on with my people are gonna combat me on that, but I just feel like if you bungee jump, like you're stretching your spine, aren't you? Like when you're jumping and you're being pulled back up. That's just my opinion. I've been skydiving and I would go again.
Oh, you have? I have not. I did not know that about you. Look
No,
at that. I'm
that's
learning
stuff.
a little bit about Nikki. Okay, so these are going to be a little fun questions for you.
Okay.
What was the last thing you searched on your phone? And let me see.
I have no idea.
Pull up your search.
I mean, it's all private, so stand by. Hold on a second.
I'll tell you the truth.
I have no idea. Oh, meat.
There you go, guys. She
yeah.
likes meat.
Like the meat. We're gonna say.
I got her digits for you. Just text us at, or email us at ladies@linkscigars.com.
She'll let me know.
I'll let you know. We have a very big vetting process. There's about 13 girls you're going to have to interview with before you could even see this lovely lady.
Not to mention all the guys.
Yeah, here.
I mean,
yeah, they're pretty
yeah.
protective of her. Okay. Okay. If you had to
That evil
choose,
laugh.
if you had to choose between being naked or having your thoughts appear in one of those bubbles that everybody can see your thoughts. Which, like, when you see somebody, you're like, holy shit, look at that.
I think I would be comfortable with the thoughts.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
I think I'd probably naked because, man, I got a potty mouth on me. I've got names for everybody that I see. I'm a people watcher.
Yeah, I feel like I do too, but I feel like I could probably, if I knew it was happening, I would tone it down.
But you can't. You can't. It's like when you
Okay.
see somebody, you're like, holy cow, tons of fun. I mean, come on.
Okay, no, yeah, thoughts.
Okay, have you ever walked in on your parents doing it?
Yes. Oh my God, that's awful.
Are you traumatized?
Yes.
How old were you?
I was like 17.
Whoa. Okay.
Mom
None for me.
and Rick, if you're watching, probably not. Hope you're still doing it.
Okay. Oh, this is fun. Guys, this is really fun. What's the first thing you would do if you woke up one day as the opposite sex? If you woke up as a man tomorrow, what would you do? What would be the first thing that you did?
Wow. These are thought-provoking questions.
I think I would just be sitting in front of a mirror, my leg up, looking at the junk, seeing how...
What's that movie, Jumanji, where they like swap? I think I would do that.
I don't think I've seen that.
There's the girl that turns into the guy once they get into the game, and she's like, oh, I have a handle. I think that'd be me.
Oh my God. That is awesome. Let's see, guys.
I'm probably missing a lot here, huh? Uh-oh. Is that a Brad Pitt? No, this is a Bocock World Traveler.
Yes.
I did smoke the Brewhouse the other night.
Jim Trader. Hey, Jim, we love you. Glad you're feeling better.
Yes, yes. Can't wait to see you soon.
Okay. A little personal here. What color underwear are you wearing right now?
Black.
Me too. See, if Kayla was here, what do you think she'd say?
Probably something animal print.
No.
None.
Nothing.
None. That was my second answer.
Commando. All right. That's it of the questions.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You have more cards over there.
No.
Okay.
I went through it pretty fast. Oh my God, my cigar's out. Okay, so I do have to, hey guys, I have a real life situation that happened, and I just want you all to know, if you have to ask your spouse or your girlfriend what they want to do for their anniversary.
Oh shit. Can I cuss? I think I just did.
That's fine. What do you think? If somebody, so if you have, boyfriend or whatever, and it's your anniversary, and to be technical, it's your first anniversary.
No pressure.
So he comes up to you and say, hey, what do you want to do tonight?
I have a candid response to that, just because those are my love language things. But I do like surprises, so.
Thank you.
As long as.
Thank you.
As long as.
Not naming any names out there, folks.
Someone's in trouble.
Yeah.
Someone's in trouble. Just make sure the dogs are also taken care of for these surprises, if it's like a getaway. Cool with that, but.
Women love spontaneity, right?
Yes.
If you have to ask, we're going to say nothing.
Okay, so here's the thing. I will give you an answer, but yes, surprise me and make it fun. I don't want to always have to come up with something.
Right, especially if it's the first anniversary.
Yeah.
Very good. So lesson learned, guys. Do not ask your spouse, your loved one, whoever it is you're dating,
so I have
what they want to do. Have it planned out. Surprise us. Knock us off our feet. We just want to be surprised. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
Awesome.
I like a man to take charge and make plans sometimes. Ooh. Not all the time, but most of the time.
Awesome. So what else is new, Nick?
Oh, life is good. I think I let my cigar go out though.
What are you looking for in a man?
Oh my gosh, we're going there.
Oh, we are. Hey Ryan, what's up? Welcome to Size Matters.
Size Matters.
Does it?
Yes, always.
We are live right now.
Yeah.
Are you?
Yes.
Oh, no shit. Like, for real?
Come here, Ryan. I just asked an interesting question that is going to be the most awkward of all times right now.
All right, what's the most awkward question ever?
Here we go. Nikki, what are you looking for in a man?
You just snorted.
Holy
you just
shit.
snorted.
Wow.
You walked in literally
I'm for a
after
man
I had
to
already
refill my
asked her the
drink.
question.
Holy shit. Okay, so I'm going to take a sip of that.
All right.
And what's your answer? Does size matter?
Okay, so
This is so awkward. But it's
I-
like you can't tune away.
Right.
For you guys, for those of you guys who don't know who Ryan is it okay? I'm just gonna
You're
keep it
fine.
light.
Yep, you're fine.
Okay.
Yep.
They were married, so getting divorced, but they have like the best relationship. Love both of them. They're members here. She's a Lynx Ladies. He's a cool dude back here, and we have a great time. So
I'm a cool
You're a
dude.
cool dude.
well, I can't say you're a DG because you're not.
Because I'm not a DG.
No.
I'm actually not.
I mean,
Sorry about you.
No,
Sorry.
That's fine. I'll call
It's
out
okay.
Brandon. Brandon?
we have 23 people watching right now. Okay, so hold on.
Okay, so what do you look for in a man?
I'm not. What the?
Really? Really?
I mean, you shared a bed at one time. I mean,
Really?
I almost let it go out. Okay, so I do think my initial response is yes, size matters.
Okay.
But I think it's
Let's talk about your past relationship.
I think it's actually more quality over quantity.
What the fuck?
Oh, JP, it's spicy now. Damn,
It's
sis,
so
Mark.
hot here. Can I have one of those cards?
I got sucked in, dude.
You did?
Yes.
Okay, so
I got sucked in.
Okay, you can go after this.
Can
Okay, yeah,
we
let her
got the
finish.
police over here.
I got
So
Or
he
the
walked
mayor.
in, literally walked by when I asked her, did not know he was coming. I asked her, I go, what do you look for in a man? What are you looking for in a man? And then walks
He answered
Ryan.
the question?
No, he came in here.
And she literally said, Becky goes, you come in here. And I'm like, oh, this is going to be bad.
No, it's good. You guys,
Yeah.
this
It's
is
good.
juicy.
It is juicy.
It's juicy.
This is what it's
This
all
is
about.
pillow talk.
This has nothing
Pillow
to,
talk.
your question is irrelevant in regards to size matters. And your answer in regards to quantity is the exact answer.
What the hell are you even talking about quantity?
She said
It's quality.
I'm sorry,
quality over
over quantity.
quantity or size. There's a little piece of
Wow,
ash.
that's just
Sorry.
rude.
What?
That's just rude.
What?
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 Okay, we're done.
Okay,
We're done.
Wait, hold on.
Thank you, Ryan. Thanks for being a sport.
I'm doing some monkey business stuff, or if you could put me some
Monkey
stuff.
shoulder?
Yes.
That's what you're drinking?
Yes.
Okay. Let's cut Ryan out. Let's cut Ryan out.
Yes, please.
Rip off like a Band-Aid.
Hey, he still
Thank
takes
you,
care of it.
Ryan.
It's okay.
That wasn't awkward at all.
I think it's in the back.
So, okay, let's get back on track.
Back on track.
Okay, so what are you looking for in a guy?
Oh God, we're still on this one?
Yeah, you haven't answered. Viewers want to know.
What do they want to know? That went sideways quick. I need ice. Oh wow. Yeah. So what is your favorite or
Favorite cut on a cigar?
Oh, Chris, you're just like totally trying to get on a different topic.
Yeah, he's like, let's change the subject.
What am I looking for in a man?
What a girl wants, what a girl needs.
Look at you can sing. I love it.
No, I cannot sing or dance. I pretend to. I do pretend to.
You do a good job.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Fake it till you make it, right?
I will not sing because I don't want our viewership to go down. That is an interesting question. And
Are you looking for somebody tall, dark, and handsome? Are you looking for...
Oh, yeah,
like,
you have to be taller than me. I mean, come on. I wear heels a lot, so...
Yeah, you do. She wears like the 5-inch heels.
Yeah, I don't wear flats. They're uncomfortable.
Okay.
So you gotta be tall. Oh, look, drink service. Thank you.
You, Ryan.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Will do.
All right.
Okay, so... of course, handsome.
What's handsome to you? Because for me, it's different.
I think for everybody it is.
Yeah.
For me, it's the whole package.
Okay.
And I guess, I mean, I have to be attracted to the person, of course. But of course, everyone has their own, person they're attracted to.
All right.
But charismatic, someone who will take charge.
Do you want somebody who's funny? That makes you laugh?
Yes, keep me laughing. Someone who is willing to step up on all fronts on things.
All right.
And help me out. Make plans, plan anniversaries.
Yes.
Pour drinks.
Awesome.
What else? I could keep going. Long walks on the beach.
All right, everybody. With that note, I'm Begley.
Nikki.
And we're the ladies of ICC. And we will see you next week at this time. And thank you for watching Size Matters.
Yes. Cheers. Until next time.
Oh, yeah. Cheers. Cheers to our first show.
Yes.
Hopefully, not our last one.
I hope you guys had fun. Leave us some comments and let us know.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. Love you.